The engine droned low under the rush of air sliding over the fuselage. I pressed my forehead to the faintly trembling window and stared out at the cotton candy clouds. This seat was what half a year out of work had left me. The last of my decent savings spent on a Skyline Express shared business charter, a Learjet 75. 8 seats, 6 of us today. The engine noise had become the soundtrack to my nerves. One last throw of the dice. I scored it in my head with something tragic and grand. My old client Zhang had near shouted himself hoarse on the phone. Yin Fan, trust me this once. The digitization contract for that Jakarta plantation, the client's wavering, they'll come round. Get over here and pitch it in person. One swing, win or lose. I knew Zhang was barely hanging on himself. This ticket I'd paid for by selling 3 years of saved-up game gear. 28. A former IT project manager reduced to liquidating virtual property for travel money. My old colleagues would laugh their teeth out. Theoretical survival nut. That was their name for me, and I couldn't argue. What I'd crammed onto my hard drive was genuinely absurd. Every season of the survival shows, the full Ed Stafford catalog, complete walkthroughs of Green Hell, PDFs of the field manuals, and the Wiseman Guide in the original English. I even knew how to make an aspirin substitute from tree bark, though I'd never once touched real bark. It had started on the first sleepless night after I lost my job. That panic of life gone fully out of my control, a cold hand round my heart. And I'd found myself obsessively hooked on those wilderness videos. Watching people in the most extreme conditions claw back a sliver of control through knowledge and will, my frayed nerves would go strangely quiet. A quiet compensation. I knew that even then, when the real projects and the real relationships were a wreck, at least in theory, I knew how to stay alive in the wild. Knowledge is power, I'd say, half joking, and every time my heart felt like it was standing on cotton. It was only pixels and words on paper. The plane bumped lightly, and the old tick kicked in. My eyes swept the cabin, tagging people the way I always do. Window seat, front left. Ice-cold lady boss, I decided. Long black hair tucked behind one ear without a strand astray. A cool pale profile. A sharp cream skirt suit. Sitting ramrod straight and swiping a tablet with long fingers. The watch face caught a cold gleam now and then. Looked like it could cover half a year of my expenses. Everything about her said strangers keep out. Acquaintances book an appointment. Beside her, aisle side. Human weapon, female edition. That was the tag that came to me. Silver gray streaks in a high ponytail snapped tight at the back, skin a cold pale. A black tactical vest over what looked less like gym muscle than the packed, working kind. She sat relaxed, but her eyes raked the cabin front to back every little while, like she was checking something. Boarding, I'd caught her saying low to the black-haired woman. Director Shun, a window seat's relatively safer. An employment thing, then. A bodyguard, and from the look of her, a serious one. Aisle, front right. Dazed sweet schoolgirl. A round-faced girl burrowed into the oversized seat. White earbuds in, head nodding to a beat only she could hear. Pale gray uniform, pleated skirt swaying. An air about her of someone the world hadn't roughed up yet. A gentle voice from the front left turned my head a fraction. The flight attendant, top of the look ceiling, I'll admit I thought. Hair pinned in a neat bun. The uniform fitting like it was cut for her, leaning to speak to the ponytailed woman in a soft, professional voice. Ms. Tang, the special meal you confirmed before takeoff is ready. Call me whenever you need. So her surname was Tang. I filed it, with a private note. Service good enough to make you want a membership card. The window seat on the far side I'd nearly missed had anyone in it at all. Social anxiety ghost. A baggy dark gray hoodie near filled the seat, hood pulled low over most of the face. Only a sliver of pale chin and a pressed thin mouth showing. The figure hunched and dead still. The very picture of ignore me, let me molder in peace. 6 people, 6 worlds. The sentimental line rose in my head, and I shot it down myself. Great, the literary youth disease again. What I should be thinking about is landing the Jakarta deal, not writing character bios for strangers. But the clouds outside had begun to darken, not gradually, more like I'm in a hurry fast. The plane's attitude and sound shifted first. A low-frequency tremor threaded into the steady engine growl, like something heavy struck again and again deep in the airframe. Bearing fault? No, that frequency's more like. And my head started searching the aviation documentaries on its own. Then the vibration under me went uneven. Not turbulence, but the fine shudder of a delicate balance breaking, like a three-legged chair when someone nudges the fourth leg. I sat up on instinct, eyes to the window. Like spilled ink, a black mass was boiling up from the southeast, the edges scalded brilliant white by the noon sun, bright enough to sting. The cloud top was wrong. Not a puffy thunderhead, but flattened into a vast anvil. A heavy iron hat clapped over the sky, the edges ragged, spreading while I watched. The growl roughened, like an old car wheezing uphill. Anvil top. Tropopause punched through. The terms came up unbidden, and with them the cold understanding that the storm's energy was enormous. I stared at the churning cloud, and my chest clenched. They were rotating, a slow, oppressive spiral, as if stirred by some unseen hand. Supercell. The words surfaced with a jab attached. Of course I'd remember that one and nothing useful. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain. Steady, but with a faint crackle of static under it. We expect to cross a region of unstable air in 5 minutes, with possible moderate turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts, stow your tray tables, and return your seatbacks upright. The black-haired woman glanced out and frowned, tapping fast at her tablet. The round-faced girl pulled out one earbud and blinked at the window, looking lost. Tang sat straight at once, her hand coming to rest, by chance or not, on the armrest between herself and the woman she'd called Director Shun. The attendant was already on her feet, one hand on a seat back, the other pressed to her headset, listening hard. Only the hoodie shadow stayed motionless. Out cold, or zen to the point of life and death are fated, I thought. I drew a breath and cinched the belt a notch tighter, the damn search engine in my head firing up, moderate turbulence, back straight, pressed to the seat. If weightless, don't lock the limbs. Life vest under the seat. I bent and fumbled until my fingers touched the hard orange packet. I didn't pull it out, just fixed where it was. Putting it on now would be suicide. In a real emergency, it'd only foul my movement. Outside, the black had swallowed the last of the daylight, a thick, lightless ink black, like a whole bottle spilled on the glass. Lightning began, not forking branches but sheets of blue-white glare bursting silently, lighting the churning sea of cloud. Once or twice I'd have sworn I saw a ball of light rolling between the layers, like a will-o'-the-wisp. Ball lightning. The hairs on my neck stood up. The plane dropped hard, the weightlessness of an elevator cable snapping. The belt hauled me up, my stomach turning over, then slammed me back down. A short, high scream from the front, the round-faced girl. Everyone stay calm. The captain again, faster now. We've hit a sudden severe downdraft, possibly a microburst. The crew is doing everything to control the aircraft. Hold your positions. Trust us. Microburst. The word flashed by, a sudden, deadly local plunge of air that can swat a plane to the ground. Aviation's Grim Reaper, sneezing. Then the hail. Ice balls over 2 centimeters across hammered the fuselage, dense as 10,000 hammers on a tin roof at once, the racket swallowing every other sound. White out at the windows, the glass crazing into spiderwebs before my eyes. The pressure lurched, and a long ringing started in my ears, then a sharp stab, like an awl into the drum. I worked my jaw to swallow, useless. Pinch the nose and blow. No, that's diving. The black-haired woman had clamped her ears, gone white. The round-faced girl was crying now, tears tracking down. Above us a string of soft pop-pop, and the oxygen masks dropped, yellow plastic swinging wildly in front of every face. The girl swung worst. Fear and tears made her miss it again and again. Then the engine note changed. Into the steady roar burst a cracking pop-pop, like firecrackers in an iron drum. The plane shook hard, the whole airframe groaning a teeth-aching groan of twisting metal, and behind the right wing nacelle, an orange flame flashed once against the black. Not an explosion. A surge, I thought, compressor stall, wet air choking the engine like a person on water. Mayday, mayday, mayday. The captain's voice tore at last, alarms shrieking behind it, the first officer calling out fast. Dual engine failure. We are losing altitude. Prepare for dead. The instant the power died, the lights flickered twice and went out, and only the floor and ceiling edge strips held a weak green glow that turned every face into a relief carved in a tomb. The plane began to spin as it fell, a dead leaf twirling down, and the centrifugal force pinned me to the seat while everything loose took flight. Tablets, a metal cup, blankets, bags, phones, all ricocheting through the narrow space like shot. A thermos cracked into the seat back ahead of me and dented the hard plastic deep. I clutched the life vest I'd dragged out, only fragments of instruction scrolling through me. Back to the seat. Protect head and neck. If you can, wrap something soft around the head. Leave room to breathe. The gray blanket lay in the aisle, out of reach. No time. The nose pitched near vertical. Blood drove to my head, my sight darkening, narrowing to a tunnel. So the near-death tunnel is real, some far part of me noted. My ears were numb with pain. Someone was screaming, but it reached me from a long way off, like through layers of quilt. In the last of it, through the cracked window, I saw it below. The boiling clouds split open a seam, and there a dark green, endless forest, and a line of white surf battering ashore. Nice view, came the last absurd thought, if this were a tourism promo. Then my head slammed into the seat back. A dull crack, bone on plastic. The world went silent, the pain too slow to arrive, and the dark welled up like tar and swallowed all light and sound and feeling. But in the last instant before I went under, concussion, maybe, or dying nerves misfiring, something surfaced on the inside of my eyes. A spare, half-transparent blue panel hung dead center. No frame, no ornament, just cold white text and a thread of scrolling data. System activated. Host bound. Li Yinfan. Scanning status. Vital signs. Body temperature 36.5 degrees Celsius, trending down. Heart rate 142. Blood oxygen 94%. Mild concussion. Adrenaline extremely high. Environmental data. Multi-source signal conflict. Calibration failed. Last valid cache. Ground baseline 28 degrees Celsius. Cabin historical 26 degrees Celsius. Now invalid. External sensors lost. Composite bioelectric feedback. Pressure and temperature deteriorating sharply. Determination, lethal storm environment. Warning, survival mode forced on. Loading core database. The text flickered, and more fine streams welled up in the corner. Temperature falling, heart rate, stamina sliding. A list of damage I couldn't hold on to. No voice, no explanation, no prompt. Quiet as a health notification on a phone. I tried to focus and read it, but the dark already had my mind by the throat. The panel guttered like an old TV with bad reception, twisted, shook, broke into a few drifting points of light, and dissolved into the deepest dark in my head. And I was gone. The waves were very patient. One, then another. I came to in wet sand, and the first thing I knew was that my head hurt like hell, like someone had jammed a drill into my temple and set it to vibrate. Something floated at the edge of my sight. The half-transparent blue panel, hanging quiet, a few lines of small white text in the corner. Body temperature 35.8 degrees Celsius, mild hypothermia. Heart rate 118, sinus tachycardia. Stamina 65%, moderate drain. Satiety 78%, hydration 76%. Health, mild concussion, rest advised. Left shoulder contusion. Abrasions across the right palm, a shallow gash on the right shin. I stared at it 3 seconds. Good news, I said to the air, and my voice came out like sandpaper on tin. I've got a system too. If something as long odds as a plane crash could land on me, a system on top of it seemed only fair. I tried wiggling my fingers. Bad news, the system's a mute. Nothing answered. No tutorial, no pleasant voice welcoming me to the wilderness simulator. Just those lines hung there cold as an ICU monitor. I pushed up to sitting, sand sifting out of my hair and collar. Every move cranked the drill another notch, and my sight went black at the edges. More text surfaced in the upper corner. Ambient 26 degrees Celsius. Felt temperature 24 degrees Celsius. Damp cold. Cloudy. Humidity 92%. Danger level high. Injury plus hypothermia. The bottom corner showed 1408. I'd been out 2 hours and more. I lifted my head, and the sight stopped my breath. 50 meters or so ahead, the main wreck was driven at an angle into the line where sand met jungle. The white body of the Learjet, a fish with its belly torn open, the left wing snapped at the root, twisted metal stabbed into the sand. Black smoke still rose off the tail, a stink of burnt rubber and plastic coming downwind. Debris lay over 100 meters spread. Seats, suitcase fragments, warped aluminum, somebody's high heel, a swollen magazine. The beach ran out from my feet, fine white, sand gone gray in the wan afternoon light. And farther off stood a dark green wall, the rainforest edge, the growth so dense it ate the light whole. No one. The emptiness frightened me. Hey, anybody? My shout came out thin as a mosquito under the surf, and nothing came back. The panel's lower corner opened a circular field, mostly gray, only a rough outline within about 10 meters of center, my spot. A few gray marks I took for debris. A radar map, I gathered. Range 100 meters. I got to my feet, dizzy enough that the world swayed 3 times before it steadied, and looked myself over. Shirt wrinkled like a pickle, cuff torn, the right trouser leg dark red knee to ankle, blood and sand crusted together. The shin burned. I looked at the gash, and a box popped up, shallow laceration, about 8 centimeters, into the dermis, not to muscle. Contamination high, given the seawater and sand, with a marine pathogen risk. Then the advice, flush thoroughly with sterile saline or clean fresh water if possible. If clean water is scarce, find an antibacterial or astringent local plant. Never flush with seawater, which brings in Vibrio and the like, and sharply worsens infection and tissue death. Finally, cover and bind with clean cloth and watch for signs of infection. Fine. No seawater, understood. I tugged my mouth. So now what? System, brother, how about a quest? It ignored me. Instead, a red line popped up dead center. Concussion symptoms persisting, limit neck movement, avoid secondary injury. Cervical collar. An illustration from the Army survival manual loaded itself in my head. My shirt was cotton, still fairly clean. I grabbed the hem and tore. A dull rip, good fabric. I needed my teeth to start it. And I worked the hem into 3 broad strips, each about 10 centimeters wide. Then supports. I scanned the sand and settled on a broken branch, maybe 40 centimeters, too thick, fairly straight. I stepped on one end, drove my knee into the middle. Crack. 2 pieces, ends ragged but good enough. The panel moved then. As I gathered branch and cloth, an illustrated guide came up. Collar assembly. Bind branches behind the neck with cloth. Keep the cervical spine neutral. Plain as an IKEA sheet. Got it. I set the branches behind my neck and wound the cloth, and my fingers shook badly from the cold and the nerves, so the first knot slipped. The panel offered small text. A square knot holds better. I retied it that way, 2 opposite half knots stacked, and after 3 strips the hard thing behind my neck felt strange, but my head's wobble truly eased. Improvised cervical collar made. Skill point +1. Unassigned 1. Skill points right out of the gate. That got a grin out of me. Generous, just like an RPG. I worked my neck and looked at the smoking wreck. Fuel leak. Possible secondary explosion. I couldn't go near the main body, but the scattered edge debris was fair game. I picked up a longer branch, 1.5 meters, hefted it, and went to the nearest piece. A warped cabin panel, 2 meters square, aramid honeycomb exposed, the aluminum skin's edge knife sharp. This thing. I crouched and poked it, and a prompt came. Aviation aluminum alloy, high strength, corrosion resistance dropping fast in hot wet conditions. Use it soon. So make tools fast. I found a fist-sized rock, knelt, set its edge to a seam already split, and struck. Clang, clang, clang. The sound carried far over the empty beach, every blow answered by the drill in my head. 20-odd strikes, and the seam tore wider. I dropped the rock, gripped the edge, kneed it, and wrenched back. The metal gave a teeth-aching groan, and a sheet broke off, 25 centimeters by 10, a millimeter or 2 thick, edges ragged but sharp. I wrapped one end with the shirt remnant for a grip and made a cutting pass through the air. First knife. I held it up, the sun flashing off it. Even if it looks like a grade schooler's craft project. I slid it into my belt. A container next. A meal trolley lay overturned not far off, its stainless frame twisted, plastic drawers strewn. Raking the debris with the branch, I found a clear plastic bottle wedged under the frame. Mineral water, 500 milliliters, cap still sealed with film. I shook it, and the slosh was sweeter than a symphony. A readout. Drinking water, sealed, safe. 100 to 150 milliliters an hour, don't gulp it all at once. I cracked it and drank a few mouthfuls. The cool of it sliding down with real relief. Made myself stop short of guzzling and recapped. About to keep on, I caught a dark thing half buried in the sand. Raking it free, a nylon business backpack, the waterproof coating split at the edges, but the body sound. I unzipped it. A crumpled man's shirt, not mine. A USB-C cable, useless. A ballpoint pen, maybe good for writing things down. I shook the sand out and stuffed the bottle in, and with a pack to carry things the search went easier. A gleaming fragment caught my eye. A piece of the plane's window glass, palm-sized, edges ragged but the body whole and curved, clear enough that against the light I could see the far side plainly. Might be useful. I knocked the sharpest corners off with the rock, smoothed it a little so it wouldn't cut, and tucked it into a side pocket. A few meters on, my foot hit a larger, flatter sheet. A broken section of fuselage skin, aluminum, about 1.5 meters by 1 millimeter or 2 thick, one face smooth paint, the other bare metal, the edges curled and split, but mostly flat, no bad holes. A roof, I thought, maybe more. Not too heavy. I rolled it into a tube and lashed it with a stray length of wire, and set it by the pack. Beside the trolley, more. A stainless thermos, dinted but well sealed. A lidded aluminum meal box, the airline kind. Its readout warned me. Aluminum melts around 660 degrees Celsius, and direct flame, often over 800, would overheat and soften and burn through a thin wall fast. Even put molten aluminum in the food. Better to use indirect heat, hot charcoal or hot stones, or a metal sheet between. Got it. No roasting it straight on the fire. I set it aside and turned up a small stainless can, maybe 300 milliliters, like a spice tin, corrosion-resistant, melts well above 1500, takes direct flame, just slower to heat than aluminum. That's the pot. Just too small. Now to carry it all. The rolled skin was too big for the pack, so I cut a few lengths from the scattered seat belts and lashed the tube crosswise to the pack's side anchors and top handle. Clumsy, but the main load stayed on the pack and the sheet wouldn't slip off as I walked. Knife, glass, bottle, thermos, meal box, steel can all went into the main compartment, and when I slung the pack on the weight rocked me a step. Stamina dropped 2 points on the panel. That already? I caught my breath. My stamina bars made of paper. I'd hold off on the main wreck. The fuel smell was thickening, the smoke not gone. Water, food, the wound, those first. The radar showed a few yellow dots inside 100 meters, resource marks I guessed. The nearest 20 meters front left, where sand met jungle. Branch in hand, I started to beat the grass walk, wrapping the ground and the low brush ahead a few times each step. Learn from the shows. A snake won't usually strike first, make vibration, and it slips off on its own. A dozen meters on I came to the first coconut palm, alone at the beach edge, trunk leaning seaward, 7 or 8 green coconuts up top. The readout, coconut, rich in water and electrolytes and medium-chain fats, green stage and watery. The water a sterile isotonic fluid. Harvest by striking the weak point of the husk fiber with a rock. I set the pack down, picked a flat stone, and hefted a fallen coconut. Heavy, the husk coarse and prickly. Per the prompt, I found the 3 sunken eyes at the top, set the stone's edge to 1, and struck. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen blows split the fiber a little. I jammed the point in and pried, and the shell broke a coin-sized hole. I raised it and tipped it back, and the instant the liquid hit my mouth, I shut my eyes. Sweet, faintly cool, a thread of nuttiness. Not plain sweetness, but electrolytes and sugar and water mixed just right. I swallowed in gulps. Hydration up, satiety up, electrolytes improving. One down, I cracked a second, drank only half, poured the rest into the thermos and sealed it. Next, I wiped my mouth and looked to the jungle edge, where banana grew in clumps, broad leaves like green sails. Readout, banana, leaves broad and waterproof, good for shelter and wrapping. This one ornamental, the stem heart not edible raw. The leaves'll do. I drew the aluminum knife, sharper than I'd expected, through the stalks in a few strokes. Picked 3 whole leaves, each 1.5 meters or so, rolled them, tied them with leftover cloth, and lashed them to the pack's side. Stamina down again. Again. I sat down hard, breathing rough, dizzy now, low stamina, and the concussion both. I had to dress the wound and lie down somewhere. I searched the wet sand. The radar showed another yellow dot 5 meters off, and I crawled to it. A plant growing flat to the ground, small heart-shaped leaves, thin trailing stems. Read out, go to cola, also called Asiatic pennywort, clears heat and toxin, promotes healing, anti-inflammatory, crush fresh leaves, and apply. You it is. I tore off a handful and chopped it rough on a stone with the knife, green juice seeping out with a faint grassy smell. Then I sat and rolled up the right trouser leg. The wound bare in the air, 8 centimeters, edges curled, sand embedded, the skin around it red and swollen, the contamination high mark blinking red. Water before medicine, I told myself, remembering the advice, and grabbed the sealed bottle, maybe 450 left. I set my teeth, aimed the mouth above the wound, and let a thin stream run slow across it. The water carried off the surface sand and grime, the sting pulling my muscles tight, and I held the amount down, 30 seconds or so, 50 to 80 milliliters by my guess. Watching the sandy blood water wash off and the wound come up far cleaner, I grudgingly recapped, about 370 left. Then, with the knife tip, I picked out a few of the deeper grains the water hadn't taken and pressed the crushed Gotu cola evenly over it. A cool seep, instant. I tore the last clean strip off the shirt and bound it, my hands still shaking but steadier than they'd been for the collar. Infection risk reduced. First aid practice up a fraction, LV.1.0 to LV.1.1. Leveling even comes with a decimal. That got a laugh out of me. Like a gym trainer, practice a bit, get a bit of XP. The health line carried a new note now, wound given emergency care. I leaned against a piece of wreckage and looked up. The clouds were moving, the heavy gray-white thinning to wisps, distant muffled thunder, but no rain. The humidity was absurd, my clothes clinging cold and sticky. I checked the time, 14:47. I needed shelter. The surf was still going, but it had dropped into the background now. I ran through the priorities. Body temperature 35.8, the wet clothes against my skin, the hypothermia risks still live. I needed shelter from the wind to make a fire and dry off first. On the map at the corner of the panel, the gray held a terrain outline, an inward curving rock face about 80 meters off. The assessment came up beside it, wall maybe 3 meters high, an overhanging lip at the top, a recess about 1.2 meters deep at the base, sandy soil that read as fairly dry, above the tide line, sheltered from the wind, clear of swamp and dense forest, low insect breeding risk. Recommended as a temporary shelter site. There it is. Pack on, the aluminum knife in my right hand, the 1.5-meter branch in my left for a staff. I started toward it. Every step sent a dull throb up the shin, and the stamina figure slid from 60 to 58. Under the wall, I breathed easier. The place really was good. The rock curved like half a bowl tipped over at the beach's edge, the floor of the recess fairly flat under a layer of dry sand. The overhang to keep off rain, solid stone at my back, 3 sides open with a clear view. But the problem was plain too. Dead leaves, gravel, a few lengths of rotten wood scattered over the floor, and ants crawling. A red box, signs of arthropod habitation. Clear the floor completely. Remove the hiding spots for scorpions, centipedes, ants, spiders. I set the pack down and got to work. The big debris I raked aside with the long branch, then knelt and cleared the fine stuff by hand. Leaves, weeds, pebbles. Every stone I turned a chance for something underneath. Sure enough, lifting a palm-sized flat rock, a few dark brown ants scattered out and a many-legged thing shot into a crack. Quick little thing. I scraped the surface soil off with the knife's edge, taking the top layer where eggs might cling. The cleared organics I heaped to one side. The panel called dry organic matter prime tinder, keep it. A bug barrier next. Outside the wall, I scraped back the surface sand to drier, paler stuff beneath. Low in salt and organics. Good for a physical barrier, the panel said. I carried it back by the handful, spread an even layer 4 or 5 centimeters deep over the cleared floor, and pressed it firm until it packed dense. Dry sand layer laid. Absorbs damp, suppresses microbes, blocks crawling insects. Ground threat down 60%. Now we're talking. I wiped sweat, stamina to 56. Then the frame. I gathered dead branches from around, 3 to 8 centimeters thick, mostly tropical hardwood deadfall, dense, rot-resistant. The panel read, and picked 4 fairly straight long ones for main beams, each about 2 meters. As I started, a structure diagram came up. A single slope frame, 30 to 45 degrees for drainage, Y-shaped branches to brace the supports, joints bound with vine or tough bark. I followed it. One end of each beam leaned against the wall, the other propped on a Y-fork, the slope about 35 degrees, like the skeleton of a lean-to awning. For lashing, I found an aerial root at the jungle edge, brown, finger-thick, tough-skinned. Banyan aerial root. The panel said, fibrous, medium tensile strength. I cut a dozen lengths, a meter each, and started tying joints. The first try the vine slipped free. The panel offered small text. A square knot plus a slip knot adjusts easier. I redid it. Square knot to fix the structure, slip for later adjusting. My fingers smoother than before, maybe from the feel I'd built clearing the floor. When all 4 beams were fixed, first improvised shelter frame built. Skill point +1, 2 unassigned now. No hesitation. I put 1 into crafting. Handicraft LV.1.0, LV.2.0, and the description. Finer control of materials, a sense of force balance. More precise cutting, plus 30% making efficiency, minus 15% effort. A faint muscle memory flowed into my fingers, and when I took up the vine again it felt different. I knew how hard to wind, which angle bound with the least effort. Solid upgrade. I flexed my fingers and kept going. 3 layers of cover. The base was the dry palm fronds I'd picked earlier, laid stock down over the beams, overlapped like tiles. Palm overlaps by a third or more to keep from leaking, the panel noted. The middle was banana leaf for thickness and warmth. The outer was the piece of fuselage skin from the wreck edge, aluminum, about 1.5 meters by 1 millimeter thick, light, waterproof, reflects heat radiation. I laid it on top and weighted the edges with stones. A simple but complete single slope shelter, done. Withstands light to moderate rain, basic windbreak. Interior about 2 square meters, room for 1 or 2 to lie down. Keep a fire at night to offset the cold of the stone drawing heat off. Time read 3:20. Fire was the next key task. I focused and put it to the system. Search all viable fire starting methods under current conditions, ranked by success rate. The list refreshed. Lens focusing, a transparent curved surface, the 8x8 window glass fragment, already had it. Strong sun, met. Dry tinder, estimated 65%, depends on a steady hand, needs 25 to 45 seconds of focus. Bow drill, specific hardwoods, a good bow drill, high skill and stamina, under 10% for a beginner, hugely draining, blisters likely, not recommended first. Battery short, needs a charged battery, none, 0%, unavailable. Flint, needs a ferro rod or high purity flint, none, 0%, unavailable. I scanned it. Bow drill under 10%, and it burns stamina. And stamina's exactly the margin I can't spare right now. The call was easy. I took the window glass fragment from the pack side pocket, found in the wreck, edges already knocked smooth on a rock, the glass curved, good clarity. Tinder was the dry organics from clearing the floor. With crafting at LV.2 my fingers were noticeably surer. I tore and worked palm fiber, dry pine needles, and fine grass into a small, very loose down ball with a hollow in the middle. Better optimize the lens too. A trick from one of the survival videos came back. I went to the water's edge, scooped a little seawater in the meal box, dripped a bead onto the center of the glass. The bead stood proud on the curve, a temporary small convex lens, water and glass making a compound lens, the focal length shorter, light gathering up about 15%. Sighting mattered. I found a spot in full sun, set the down ball on dry bark, and angled the glass. Sun through glass and bead converged to a tiny stinging white point under 2 millimeters across. The numbers floated up. Illumination 85,000 lux. Focal point temperature theoretically 350 to 420. Need 25 to 45 seconds steady. I held my breath. My arms started to ache. The concussion dizziness still there, my sight darkening at the edges, and I used the upgraded fine muscle control to fight the tremor and hold the point dead still. 1 second. 2. 10. At the focus, the down ball darkened, pale yellow to deep brown. At 25, a near-invisible thread of straight blue smoke rose. I bent it once, lips close, and breathed at it the way you'd play a wind instrument. Soft, even long. The smoke thickened and rolled. At 38, a soft poof, and a bright orange tongue licked up and ate through the fiber. Got it. I fed in fine twigs, built the starter cone the way the panel showed, and when the flame held, I let out a breath and laid a few larger branches on. First fire made, skill point +1, 2 unassigned. Watching the flames jump, I thought, choosing beats brute forcing. The system gave me the best option, no point being pig-headed. The fire gave warmth, +2 to felt temperature, light, an insect barrier, a sense of safety, and the means to cook. With the fire steady, the next job was bugs. I remembered a few plants the system had flagged on the way. Outside the wall, I looked at a herb with serrated leaves giving off a strong smell. Wormseed, the panel said, also called Mexican tea, the smoke from burning it, fresh or dried, an effective mosquito and insect repellent. That's the one. I cut several big handfuls with the knife. The panel noted mugwort nearby too, but what I had was enough. Back at the fire, I bound some fresh wormseed with a little half-dry grass into a loose smudge bundle. Fresh plant won't flame hard, but makes steady smoke. I touched one end to the fire's edge, let it catch, pulled it out. The flame died in seconds, and it poured thick, white, acrid smoke. I smoked it systematically, low along the ground first, into the sand layer seams and every hollow at the wall's base, then up over the beams, the lashing joints, the underside of the frond and banana cover. Volatiles in the smoke foul insects' sense of smell, and heat and low oxygen kill hidden eggs and small arthropods, the panel said. I worked from upwind, letting the breeze carry it deep, about 10 minutes, every corner washed in smoke. After, the shelter reeked of burnt herb, the few flying bugs I'd seen gone entirely, no crawling on the floor. Threat from arthropods, mosquitoes, ants, spiders, markedly reduced. Now I can sleep. I put the bundle out cold against the wall. Time for 10. Hunger came up. Satiety down to 31, hydration 78. I needed food. The ebb tide reef was an option. Meal box in hand. I went to the water and searched the cracks, the radar marking edible shellfish clusters in yellow. I picked about 20 green mussels. Edible, cooked thoroughly to kill pathogens, protein and zinc and selenium, though some individuals concentrate algal toxin, which cooking mostly breaks down. Back at the fire, cooking needed care. The aluminum box conducts fast, but would burn through over open flame. 2 safe diagrams came up. Indirect, on hot charcoal and red-hot stones, kept under 400, or a metal sheet between fire and box as a heat buffer. I chose the charcoal, raked the fire open to the glowing coals and a few stones I'd picked on purpose, the system already confirming no burst risk. Box on the coals and hot stones, a little seawater and the mussels in. The heat spread even and the water began to bubble. 5 minutes and it boiled. I held it there, the panel counting down. Keep boiling 5 minutes plus to inactivate pathogens. While I waited, I worked a coconut. With crafting at LV.2, I dug the meat out whole. High and medium chain fats, high energy, dry it into copper to store, the panel said. I sliced it thin and set it to dry by the wall, and toasted the inside of the shell in the fire's hot smoke. Toasting carbonizes and hardens the inner wall against mold, makes a water vessel. The mussels were done. I fished the meat out with 2 whittled chopsticks. Firm, the odd grit since I hadn't purged the sand, but the salt savory of the sea and the meat's sweetness burst on the tongue. A touch too salty, but to me, starved most of a day and needing salt, it was a top delicacy. Satiety 51 to 78, protein in, tissue repair faster, stress hormones down. Looking at the unremarkable little box, I murmured, good thing I didn't just toss it in the fire. Knowledge is power, and so is physics. After the mussels, I watched the cloud gathering over the fire. The weather alert refreshed, cloud humidity rising, 65% chance of rain in 3 hours. Set up rainwater collection now. The chance was here. I looked at the shelter I'd already built. That key piece of fuselage skin was the roof's outer layer, sloped over the frame. It came to me. I didn't have to take it down, just modify it a little to make it a perfect catch surface too. I found a few stones and a thicker branch, cleared a flat patch on the ground under the panel's lowest edge, and lined up the thermos, the meal box, and the toasted coconut shell. I want a bigger vessel for heavier rain too. I took the largest banana leaf and tried to roll it into a deep funnel, but a single layer was loose and would tear or leak under the water's weight. I had to reinforce it. The panel suggested a composite. Line it with a large smooth leaf or a dense woven fiber layer. I searched nearby and soon found some big leaves of a giant taro plant. The panel said the surface was waxy, far more waterproof than banana, but the whole plant was toxic and inedible. Never let the sap touch mouth, eyes, or a wound. I picked one carefully and rinsed any toxic dust off with leftover seawater, lined the banana leaf with the smooth waxy taro leaf, rolled the two into a funnel, and lashed the key points with aerial root fiber. A rough, fairly leak-resistant catch basin, far from perfect, but enough to hold and move rain a short while. Then the key part, getting the rain to run off the panel's edge to one point rather than spilling everywhere. I chose a 30-centimeter stretch of the panel's lowest outer edge and, using the LV.2 control over how materials bend, with both thumbs and a branch for help, folded that edge up about 45 degrees, slow and even, into a temporary spout. It had to be exact, too soft, and it wouldn't form, too hard, and the panel might slip off the vines or tear. Crafting practice ticked up a fraction. Under the spout, I set a flat stone so drips wouldn't splash mud into the vessels. A simple rain catch built off the shelter roof. The panel's big sloped area the natural catch surface, the new spout funneling the water to where I wanted. The assessment: catch area about 1.2 square meters effective, theoretically 1.2 liters of fresh water per millimeter of rain. Watch the spout's stability in the first rain, and let the first few minutes wash the roof before drinking what you collect. One moderate rain solves several days of water. Looking at the design, built into the shelter, costing no extra material, I felt a lot steadier. That's sustainable development. And functional survival facility built. Skill point +1, 3 unassigned. I put another into crafting. Handicraft LV.2.1 LV.3.1. Better control of material deformation. Simple metalworking now possible. Plus 50% efficiency, minus 25% effort. Time, 5:30. I needed to fix up a place to sleep. With the leftover dry fronds and banana leaves, I made a simple bed raised a little off the sand layer to cut the ground damp and keep small bugs off, and manage the smoke. I kept the main fire small and steady, and for night-long bug protection without smoking out the rest area, did a few things. I tore the dried leftover worm seed into short pieces, mixed it with ordinary dry grass, and built a small separate smudge heap about a meter outside the entrance. Lit it, and once it gave steady pale smoke, half-buried it in sand to keep it smoldering slow, a thin upwind band of repellent smoke, little of it drifting inside. I tucked a few strong-smelling fresh wormseed leaves into the frond bedding, where they'd crush a little under me and keep giving off scent. And I checked the bedding and the sand layer beneath. After the clearing and smoking, no bugs should be hiding. Done. Stamina down to 42, the light starting to fail. I decided to widen the search one last time before dark. Branch in hand, I moved slow along the line where sand met jungle, the radar on. Most of the 100-meter circle was gray, but about 90 meters from the shelter, a faint green point appeared at the radar's edge. A teammate signal. My chest tightened, and I quickened my step. The green blinked right at the limit of the 100-meter range. Following it, I pushed aside a thick clump of brush. And there she was. A girl curled in a shallow hollow behind the bushes, soft chestnut hair full of sand and leaf bits, the pale gray uniform top torn in a long rent from shoulder to ribs, the scraped skin, and a flash of white inner shirt showing under it. Her eyes were shut, her lips white and dry from thirst, a clear gash below her right knee, the blood dried dark and stark against the light sock. It was the young woman from the front window seat. I remembered her boarding, hugging a plush toy, her eyes curving into crescents when she smiled, in that pale gray uniform. Now she was like a hurt small animal, out cold. The panel put up her information. Name Lin Tiantian. Unconscious, mild dehydration, a shallow shin gash, scabbed. Body temperature 36.1. Mood unconscious. Favorability 0%. Hungry, short of water, stress-induced unconsciousness. I crouched and laid my fingers to her neck. A pulse, weak but steady. I looked up at the darkening sky, then back toward the shelter I'd just built, the fire's red point flickering. "Lucky for you," I said low. The surf clung to the wet air. I crouched at the brush, the panel throwing up a string of data on her. She lay curled there, chestnut hair sanded. The uniform split at the shoulder showing scraped skin and a white shirt edge. Eyes shut, lips dry to white. Name Lin Tiantian. Unconscious, mild dehydration. The shin gash scabbed. 36.1. Favorability 0%. Hungry, short of water, stress faint. I said nothing, just put my fingers to her neck. A pulse, weak but regular. Heart rate 72. "Alive's enough," I muttered, hands not stopping. I pressed down the midline behind her neck, feeling the spine vertebra by vertebra, the scanner's green grid flashing past with no warning points. Spine assessment. No dislocation or marked tenderness. Risk low. Can move with care. A bruise at the left temple. I pinched the skin on the back of her hand and let go, slow to spring back, over 2 seconds, confirming mild dehydration. I looked up, the weather alert jumping. Rain chance up to 85% within 90 minutes. The distant cloud ink dark. The shelter's fire was a red point in the dusk, 90 meters off. I stood, glanced at the unconscious girl and the sky. Time to move. I went to a plant 3 meters off. The panel, southern magnolia, thick leathery leaves, a low-friction waxy surface, good for a drag mat. The knife took the 2 largest leaves. Back at her, I laid them overlapped beside her, waxy side up, knelt on one knee, one hand cradling the back of her neck, the other under shoulder and hip, steady, even, and log-rolled her onto the leaves, the spine kept in line. I stood, gripped the handle of twisted leaf stalks, half-crouched, back straight. "Go." I started backing. Sand dragging. Every half meter she moved, my shin muscles pulled tight, stamina sliding about 2% a minute. One hand dragging, one on the branch for balance. Walking backward with the direction vague, glancing over my shoulder now and then to fix on the fire. Past a bush the panel marked rose myrtle, a shrub, fragrant when crushed, the young leaves mashed for an analgesic and to stop bleeding. I didn't stop, just noted it. 2/3 there, stamina to 33. I halted, breathing hard, sweat stinging my eyes, and braced my hands on my knees, legs shaking. 10 seconds. I took the handle again. The last 20 meters, muscles cramping, breath tasting of rust, the panel warning, stamina under 30%, rest now. I ignored it. 19, 18, 3, 2, 1. The mat touched the dry sand under the wall, and I let go and sat down hard. Stamina stopped at 28, wheezing like a broken bellows, sight black at the edges. Half a minute later, I got up and log-rolled her off the leaves onto the frond bed, gentler than before. I took the thermos, about 250 milliliters of coconut water left, lifted her head, set the rim to her cracked lips, and poured slow. The first drop slid in, her throat moved. I kept on, watching the rhythm of her swallowing, and at about 150 milliliters, she suddenly choked. I stopped at once, turned her head aside, patted her back. Slow down. Low but steady. Her hydration read 55 to 65. About 100 milliliters left. I capped it and set it aside. Then the wounds, the shin scab intact, the temple bruise. I went to the rose myrtle, took a handful of young leaves, mashed them on 2 stones at the fire till the dark green juice came, and pressed the paste to her temple, fixing it loose with a shirt strip. Rose myrtle poultice, analgesic, anti-inflammatory. That done, the rain thickened. I sped up, gave over most of the bed, extended the lean-to sideways with the rest of the banana and frond into an L, checked the catch system, vessels in place under the spout, fed the fire thick branches, moved the smudge heap further upwind. Last, I took off my own half-dry suit jacket and laid it over her. Only then did I sit. Hungry, thirsty, spent. I ate the rest of the muscle meat, about 100 grams, tore off a few dried coconut slices, 30 or so. Satiety 78 to 85. Thirst rose. I drank the 100 milliliters of coconut water I'd kept for myself. Hydration 78 to 81. Not enough. I took the 500 milliliters sealed bottle from the pack, about 370 left, cracked it, tipped it back, forced myself to stop near 100. 81 to 85. About 270 in the bottle now. I stared at the clear water 2 seconds, throat working, then capped it and put it back, and sat by the fire to keep watch. The rain settled in, drumming on the aluminum roof. The catch system started working, drops running down the spout, scattered first, then into a rhythm. Rainwater collected, rising steadily. I watched the fire, glancing at her every few minutes. Her temperature climbed slow from 36.1 to 36.5, her status shifting from unconscious to light coma/sleep. 8:45, she gave a soft moan. I leaned in at once. Her eyelids fluttered. I said nothing, just watched. Her eyes opened, blank first, the pupils slow to focus. Then fear blew up. She flinched hard, pulling the shin wound, and hissed at the pain. Don't move. Not loud, but every word heavy. She froze, eyes wide on me, like a startled doe. There was a crash, I said straight. I'm Li Yin Fan, same flight. You were hurt and out cold. I brought you here. She looked round. Firelight, rock face, the shelter, the jacket on her, the dressing at her temple. Her gaze landing back on my face, her breathing easing a little. Lin Tian, she said, hoarse near to nothing but air. My name's Lin Tian. The panel, fear, confusion, a little relief, favorability 0% to 5%, strength plus 0.1 from the sustained dragging. I remember, a huge jolt. Still badly hoarse, a tremor of fright in it. Don't worry about remembering now. I cut her off, flat. You need rest. The rest can wait for daylight. She swallowed, her throat moving with effort, and after a few seconds asked small, just the two of us? For now. I looked at her. Tomorrow I'll look for others. Tonight there's one task, stay alive. I held out a few warm coconut slices. Eat. She took them, small bites, then faster. She was starving. I passed the thermos. Drink. She took a sip, and when she looked up there was a thin film of water over her eyes. Brother Yin Fan, have you eaten? I have. I pointed at the empty shells. Or where'd I get the strength to drag you back? Favorability 5% to 15%. She seemed to ease, kept eating, and when the last slice was gone she licked her fingers, a childish motion, and looked up, asking thin, will we ever get back? I looked at her, the firelight throwing shadows over my face. We will. One word, no giving it. She blinked, lashes trembling. But before that, I leaned in a little, voice lower, the fire in my eyes. You've got to learn to live here first. And me? I paused, a faint curve at the corner of my mouth. I'll make sure you live. Her cheeks went red, visibly, those round eyes on me. Lips parted like she meant to say something and couldn't, until she dropped her head and worried the edge of the jacket. Favorability 15% to 25%. Charisma plus 0.1. A strong promise building early trust. I saw the red at the tips of her ears and said nothing, but something stirred in me. Odd. The way this girl blushed was a little deadly. The night deepened. The rain held. The temperature dropped. Felt temperature 23, damp cold. She pulled the jacket tight and began to shiver faintly. I stoked the fire, added a few sticks, sparks crackling, and sat back down beside her. Cold. Thin, with a tremble. I put out an arm. Come here. Her body stiffened plainly. She looked up, the flush not gone, her eyes flickering, and after 2 seconds hesitation bit her lip and edged over, careful. The instant she leaned in, I felt my own arm tighten a fraction. There was a very faint scent off her, milky sweet mixed with rainforest green, straight into my nose, and through the 2 thin layers of cloth her weight was slight, but her warmth real. My throat moved on its own, more of a thrill than an all-nighter on a client spec. But I kept it easy on the surface, my arm looped loose over her shoulders. She was trembling when she first leaned in, not just cold, nerves too. And then she went soft. The shift was subtle, stiff, then like she'd given up resisting, her whole self settling into me, her head in the hollow of my shoulder. The chestnut hair brushing my chin, the ends damp with the forest. It tickled a little and smelled faintly sweet. My jaw tightened for a second and I made myself ignore it. Her shivering eased, replaced by a fine, near-dependent closeness, her warmth coming through the thin shirt, warmer than before. With a soft, warm body against me, I noticed my pulse wasn't quite right. I drew a quiet breath and pushed the out-of-place thoughts down. Not the time. She's hurt, just woke from a faint, and here I am letting my mind wander. How's that any better than an animal? Reason was reason, but the body's honest, and I had to shift my seat to put a barely there gap between us, cursing myself inwardly. Li Yun Fan, can you not have a bit of decency? Sleep, I said, lower than usual. I'll keep watch. She didn't speak, only nodded against me, her breathing going deeper and slower, her body looser and looser, until she let out a very soft, contented sigh and went limp, asleep. That sigh was like a feather over my eardrum. I stiffened half a second, then slowly let go. The panel, Lin Tian in deep sleep, recovery plus 50%, highly sensitive constitution triggered, physical contact produces strong dependence and a sense of safety. Favorability 25% to 35%. Favorability reached the initial trust node. Reward 1 attribute point. Unassigned attribute points 0 to 1. Oh, my brow moved. The girl's warmth came through the thin cloth, her breath even and long. I glanced down. She was deep under, lashes throwing small shadows on her cheeks, lips slightly parted, defenseless. I looked away to the fire and forced the restlessness down. But it wasn't a bad feeling, I had to admit. I shoved my attention elsewhere and gave the order, free attribute point, all into strength. It was near instant. Strength 4.3 to 5.3, point spent. A warm, solid feeling spread like a current from my core out to my limbs. Not a violent swelling, but muscle fiber being silently packed and rebuilt. The aching, trembling weakness in my arms and shins from the long, dragging ebbed away like a tide, replaced by a heavy, dependable presence. I flexed a fist, the feedback through my knuckles clear and steady. The clearest change was deep in the trunk, that desk job hollowness in the lower back. The wrench it easily fragility gave way to a firm support. I shifted my seat and could feel the spine wrapped and steadied by stronger muscle. With the real gain in strength and the relative rest, the steady stamina drain eased and refilled noticeably. On the panel, stamina rose from the dangerous low. Stamina/energy 28% to 45%, strength gain aiding recovery and static rest. Now that's more like it. Strength didn't just bank physical capital, it improved endurance with it. I kept my arm round her and looked out into the black rainy night calm. The fire burned steady, the rain regular, her even breathing against me. With the surroundings safe for now, the heavy fatigue, the concussion's mental drag especially, rolled over me again. With a soft, sweet-smelling girl in my arms, it was honestly hard to truly sleep. Every rise and fall of her breath, every faint stir of her hair, reminded me of how close she was. I shut my eyes and tried for a light doze, but my nose was full of her, my arm full of her warmth, and her blush, the childish finger licking. Those wet, watery eyes kept surfacing. I sighed without sound. How the hell do I sleep? But reason won out. I steadied my breathing, let the body loosen while my mind stayed a taut string slackened only to a threshold. A hunter's light sleep, the body resting as far as it could while the ears stayed up, alert at the minimum to any change in the firelight, any odd note in the rain, even a shift in the rhythm of her breathing. No real rest, but resting the eyes beat forcing myself awake. Stamina recovering slowly, light sleep state, about 60% the efficiency of waking rest. Time passed in the rain and the jumping fire. Clang. Short, crisp, like metal struck. I sat bolt upright, every trace of sleep gone. Lin Tian made a small sound in my arms, but didn't wake. I turned my ear. Only the rain. Clang. Clang. The second metal stroke cut through the rain, clearer, from the northeast, where the reef met the jungle. I eased my arm out from around Lin Tian and let her settle against the rock face. She gave a small sound, but didn't wake. Chestnut hair spread on the fronds. I stood. Stamina 46, no red warning beside it. Enough. The metal sound meant maybe another living person, or maybe something else. But a rainforest night is its own kind of predator. Dark, wet, full of unknown moving red dots. The first law I'd boiled out of every survival special and every hour of green hell. Exploring at night, without light, is applying to be reincarnated. A torch first. I scanned the fuel pile, and the cursor settled on a meter and a 20 deadfall branch, 3 centimeters thick, beach shoke, air-dried, around 15% moisture, hard and dense, slow burning. Good for a torch handle. I pulled it out, trimmed the side shoots with the knife, scraped grip grooves into one end with the knife spine, like cutting notches into a scroll wheel, all about the feel, and split the other end with a few taps into a 5-centimeter cross to give the fuel more surface to cling to. The same principle as adding more ports. The core needed easy lighting fiber. A clump of sword-leaved plants outside the shelter, screw pine, the old leaf bases fibrous and dry. Ignition around 200, a steady low-smoke flame. I tore off about 20 dry fibrous leaf bases and packed them tight into the split. For a brighter outer flame, I turned to the palm frond pile. Coconut leaf, natural oils in it, bright and fierce to start with black smoke. I shredded a mass of fronds and packed them tight around the screw pine fiber into a ball 8 to 10 centimeters across. The thing looked like a malnourished dandelion. Banyan aerial root for binding, torn into 2 or 3 millimeter strips, tough as cable sheathing. I wrapped from the base of the head, spiraling up, cinched, then spiraled back the other way, double bound so it wouldn't fall apart burning. Basic structural work, same as tying rebar. The finished thing was heavy in my hand. I lit it at the fire. Humph! Orange flame leapt up, the frond oil crackling, black smoke for a few seconds. Then it steadied and lit a 5-meter circle of sand and rain and swaying leaves. Estimated burn, 17 minutes, the readout said, given the fuel and the 98% air humidity. Enough. Snake measures too. I picked a vine from a nearby tangle. Kudzu, supple, 10 meters or more. Good for weaving, lashing, or making continuous ground vibration. I cut a 2.5-meter length, stripped the leaves, tied one end behind my belt buckle, and let the rest drag in the sand behind me. Walking, the vine's friction would make a steady low-frequency tremor. Snakes feel vibration, and that "here I come" announcement turns most ambushers off. Easier than whipping the ground as you go, and wider coverage. The probe staff was the same 1.5-meter branch. Staff and torch in the left hand, right hand free to draw. Before leaving, I looked at the sleeping Lin Tian. Deep sleep, recovery plus 50%. Wait for me, I said low, and turned into the rain. The torchlight cut a moving tunnel through the dense rain. Visibility under 10 meters, but the radar didn't care. A 100-meter circle laid out clear in the corner of my sight. Gray for unexplored, a green dot for Lin Tian, still at 90 meters behind. I moved toward where I'd last marked the sound, slow, tapping the ground ahead each step to check it wasn't a puddle or soft mud. The kudzu hissing behind me like a tail. Stamina sliding, hydration sliding. Torch at 1522. About 40 meters on, a new green dot appeared at the radar's edge, faint and flickering, where the sound had come from. Someone. Alive. I quickened, rounded a clump of rose myrtle, and the ground went from sand to the reef's edge. Black rocks slick with rain, the jungle rising steep beyond. The green dot was in a hollow between 2 rocks. I came up and raised the torch. A pale face. A woman curled in the hollow, in a dark blue cabin crew skirt suit soaked through and clinging, a palm-sized triangle of metal, fuselage skin, by the look, gripped in her left hand. Her right arm cradled awkwardly to her chest, splinted after a fashion with a sapphire silk necktie and a few thin sticks. A scrape at her temple, the blood dried. At the sound, she snapped her head up, her eyes in the firelight first terrified, then forcing a calm. The kind drilled into someone through endless emergency rehearsals, the kind that keeps a level voice even when the fingers shake. Who's there? Hoarse, but every syllable clear. Li Yunfan, same flight. I crouched, kept my distance, held the torch so it lit the ground between us rather than her face. Less pressure. You're hurt. Right forearm, maybe broken. She drew a breath, tried to sit straighter, paled at the pull. I splinted it with the tie and sticks, but it's getting worse. The scan finished in an instant. The data over her head. Name Sue Man. Right distal radius, a non-displaced linear crack, severe local swelling. The current splint, silk tie plus irregular sticks, causing 3 pressure points. Distal capillary refill over 3 seconds, indicating mild circulatory obstruction. Conscious, pain 7 of 10, mild dehydration, Core 35.8. Hypothermia risk. Mood. Pain. Despair. Forced professionalism. Favorability 5%. Fracture splinted wrong. Needs urgent reset. I looked at the forearm. The tie was too tight. The sticks uneven. Edges even pressed into the swollen flesh. Not something a quick retie would fix. Bad pressure could starve the tissue, and that runs to compartment syndrome, which out here is a death sentence for the arm. I needed to do a proper field orthopedic splint right the first time. I gave the order. Spend 1 skill point. Raise first aid practice. First aid LV.1.1 LV.2.1. Knowledge unlocked. Field surgery long bones splinting principles. Limb circulation assessment. Padding technique. Biomechanical material use. A flood of structured knowledge poured in. How to palpate bone alignment. Read nail bed color and skin temperature. Build a biomechanically sound splint from the crudest materials, like loading a medical module. Your splint's wrong. I said, level, like reporting a code bug. Too many pressure points. It's choking the circulation. Has to be redone now. Her lashes trembled. She knew well enough the crude binding was making the swelling worse. But finding anything in this wreckage to hold the arm at all had cost her the last of her strength and luck. But no splint, no bandage. There is. I stood, the torch sweeping round. Stay still. I went to a fallen log a few steps off, its shaded side thick with moss, dry under the cover, absorbent, soft, good cushioning. A big handful. Then off a smooth-barked sapling nearby, I scraped a small piece of inner bark, breadfruit, soft, elastic, smooth, for cushioning and reducing friction. For the splint boards, the coconut grove, the hardened part of the leaf sheath, with a curve to it, lightly tough, can be cut to shape, biomechanically better than a flat board. I cut 2 pieces about 25 centimeters long, 5 wide, pared off the rough outer fiber, rounded the edges. The natural curve would hug a cylindrical forearm better. Last, the ties. In a reef crack, I found Indian rhododendron. The inner bast fiber of the stem bark is supple and strong. Soaked and twisted into rope, it nears the strength of cotton cord. I stripped the inner fiber, wetted in the rain, and twisted 4 strands into a 3mm rope. Back to her, torch wedged in a crack, light steady. I'm going to take off your splint, then redo it, I said, watching her eyes, even. It'll hurt, but the pain eases after. I need you to work with me. Keep the arm as still as you can. Understand? She looked at me, the firelight throwing hard shadows on me, and whatever she saw, she nodded, lips pressed tight. I crouched and picked the ties knot open with the knife. The silk had cut into the swelling, and the instant it loosed, she gasped. Deep breath. I didn't stop, took the coarse sticks off, baring the swollen, shiny forearm. 3 clear dents from the pressure, the fingertips pale. I ran the assessment, touched her fingertips. Feel that? Yes, numb. Move your fingers. She flexed all 5, slow but full. The nerve was all right. Nail bed test. Pressed her thumbnail, color back in about 2 seconds. Better than the 3 before, not good enough. The circulation really was obstructed. Splinting now. I laid the moss evenly inside the 2 shaped sheath boards, breadfruit bark over that, a 5mm composite pad, soft as memory foam. Boards to the palm side and back of the forearm, the proximal end past the elbow, the distal past the wrist, set straight. The rhododendron rope. First tie above the wrist, clear of the bony knobs at wrist's end. Cinched, then I slid a little finger under to test. Slid in easy, good. Second tie proximal to the break, clear of the worst swelling. Third below the elbow. Each tie, I repeated the finger test, the key to avoiding circulatory trouble. 2 loose holds nothing. 2 tight is a second injury. 3 done. I fixed her wrist in a functional position with a figure 8 of short fiber, slightly extended, to keep the tendons from contracting. Last, I tore a fairly clean strip from my own ragged shirt hem, folded it into a sling, and hung the arm at her chest, the elbow bent a little past 90. About 6 minutes, all told. I finished and looked up. Cold sweat all over her forehead, but the clenched jaw had let go. She tried a small breath, and something like surprise crossed her eyes. The pain changed, she said low. It was like a knife before. Now it's an ache, but bearable. The data refreshed. Pain 7 to 4. Distal capillary refill over 3 seconds to 1.5. Circulation mildly obstructed to basically restored. And first complex fracture splint completed to a professional standard, milestone breakthrough. Skill point +1, first aid practice plus 0.3, now LV point 2.4, 2 skill points available. Almost at once another line. Su-Man favorability 5% to 30%. The initial trust node, reward 1 attribute point, 1 unassigned. I didn't spend it right away. I looked at her state. Early hypothermia, stamina near gone, and at my own 42% and the torch about to die. The trip back would be hard. I needed endurance. I gave the order, 1 free point to Constitution. Constitution 4.8, 5.8. A warm current spread from my core to my limbs. Not a surge of strength, but something deeper. The faint shivering from cold and nerves stopped at once. The deep muscle ache from the day's labor ebbed like a tide. My breath went deeper on its own, lung capacity seeming to widen. The mental fatigue cleared most of the way. The body still tired, but it can keep going. Toughness poured in. Stamina 42% to 55%. Can you walk? I asked her. Left leg's fine, right ankle's a little turned, but I can bear on it. She tried to stand, and I steadied her, about 8 centimeters shorter than me, the soaked uniform clinging. I looked away. Whatever was there to see, it wasn't the time. I set her, so her good left arm went round my right shoulder and neck, my right arm round her back at the waist, about 60% of her weight on me. Go. Torch and staff in my left hand. We started for the shelter at maybe 10 meters a minute. The contact as we walked was unavoidable, and I kept my eyes on the path and my mind on the footing. A hurt woman leaning on me to get to safety, nothing more. Her face had gone visibly red. I figured the closeness embarrassed her, and the steady arm at her waist maybe eased it, the two crossing in her somewhere. Favorability 30% to 35%. The kudzu hissed behind us, and on the radar small red dots flickered up on either side of the path, night insects or frogs, and fell away fast. The drag vibration was working. At the torch's 11th minute, the shelter's fire showed about 30 meters ahead, and on the radar 2 still red dots jumped up just outside the entrance. Southeast Asian wild boar, adult, alert/curious, hostility low, defensive. I stopped. A boar's no apex predator, but spooked and charging it could put us both in an ICU. I let go of Su-Man, signaled her to a tree, raised the staff, and threw it with everything into the thick brush 10 meters to the side. Crash. The noise burst in the silent rain, and on the radar the 2 dots wheeled and bolted off into the deep jungle. Clear. I helped her up, and we made for the shelter. The moment we reached the rock shadow, a small figure flew out. Lin Tian, eyes red and swollen, sleep creased, shaking all over, and at the sight of me her defenses went, and she hit my chest and locked her arms round my waist. Brother Yinfan, where did you go? I woke up and couldn't find you. There were strange sounds outside. I was so scared. Tears soaked through to my chest. I held her with one arm, patted her back. It's all right. I found another survivor. Inside first. Favorability 35% to 45%. 3 of us crammed into the L-shaped shelter. The space went tight at once. I made quick introductions. Su-Man gave Lin Tian a professional smile through the pain, and Lin Tian watched this uniformed older woman she'd seen on the plane, now just as bedraggled, with round, careful eyes. First problem, safe water. The collected rain needed treating. I set out the meal box and the steel can. Aluminum melts at 660 and could partly melt or leach over open flame. 304 steel melts near 1400, tougher. I cleared a small spot by the fire, set 3 fist-sized dry granite stones in a triangle. The box on top, base 10 centimeters off the flame, heated by radiation and convection. The steel can went straight on the coals at the fire's edge. Both filled with rain, the fire built up. While I waited, I worked through the rest. Washed Su-Man's temple scrape with cooled boiled water, checked the splint, adjusted the sling. The 3 of us split the last of the copra, 50 grams, a sad little pinch each. The water boiled, held at a rolling boil 5 minutes to inactivate parasites and bacteria. Cooking practice plus 0.1. Around 1 in the morning, the usable floor about 2.8 square meters. How do 3 sleep? In the end, me half sitting against the inner wall, centered, for keeping watch and getting up, Sue Man on my left, the splinted arm in front, leaning lightly on my left arm for support and a sense of safety. Lin Tiantian on my right, near her whole upper body tucked into me, head on my shoulder, arm round my waist. Bodies close, warmth crossing, the fire's glow flickering on the rock. The release after long tension and cold, plus being young and healthy and pressed against two warm bodies, set off the most honest signal my body could give, strong enough that I froze a second. The damned survival instinct and the emergency program it boots is this useless thing. Lin Tiantian, against me, plainly felt the change through the thin, wet cloth. She stiffened, her breath caught. 2 seconds later, she didn't pull away. She buried her face deeper into my shoulder and tightened her arm, as if to say, without words, I know, but I'm not going. I caught the small change in the heat of her cheek and felt a flicker of awkwardness. But more than that, something moved at being trusted so completely. The hand I'd left loose at her side I set, gentle and firm, at the small of her back, and gave a steadying pat. She went fully soft against me. The lines came one after another. Lin Tiantian favorability 45% to 60%. The trusting dependence node. Reward 2 attribute points, 2 unassigned. Highly sensitive constitution deeply triggered. Under closeness and safety together. Dependence and a sense of well-being tending toward a body and mind fusion. More points. I looked over my own state. Strength 5.3 was passable, but more survival building and possible conflict lay ahead, and strength is hard currency. Constitution at 5.8 would do for now. 1 point to strength. Strength 5.36.3. Unlike the nourishing warmth of the Constitution gain, strength poured in like a fast quench, a hot, domineering surge bursting out of the spine and racing to the limbs. The weight in my arms seemed lighter at once. Not her, but the muscle of my arms and back gone suddenly firm and packed, full of stored energy. I closed a fist and felt the confidence in my knuckles to crush hardwood. I drew a quiet breath and pressed the strength down into deep body memory. The night deepened. Sue Man, hurting and spent, went under fast. Lin Tiantian, fully at ease now, her breathing went long and even. Stamina recovering slow, light sleep state. I surfaced from light sleep like a server waking from standby. Stamina 92, satiety 10. Hunger knocking at the stomach wall like a little hammer. Warm and soft on both sides. On the right, Lin Tiantian wrapped round me arm and leg like a koala. Chestnut hair at my chin, breathing even. On the left, Sue Man on her side. Brow faintly knit from the slung arm. Even asleep, keeping a relatively contained posture, only her body leaning unconsciously on my left arm. I worked Lin Tiantian's arm off with millimeter care. She mumbled something in her sleep. Brother Yinfan, don't go. Clutched at the air, then settled back hugging her own arm and slept on. Sue Man, though, woke. Long-haul vigilance maybe, or the ache. Her lashes trembled. Her eyes opened a slit. Met my face a hand's breadth off. 2 seconds of fog. Then clear. She didn't speak, just mouthed morning. I nodded and got up as quietly. Fog like milk-white wadding stuffed the world. Visibility under 20 meters. Humidity 100%. Breathing like drinking. I went out, picked an isolated palm about 15 meters behind the wall, and dug a circle at its base with the knife. Sand and humus. Easy. A shallow pit 20 deep, 30 across. Enough. A latrine doesn't need a luxury fit-out. Handling the body's needs is survival's first lesson. Off a nearby shrub, I took some leaves. Wild fig, whole, soft, with a fine fuzz, non-toxic, no irritant sap, a safe sanitary substitute, the readout said, with the core rule beside it. Only whole, soft, non-toxic leaves, never anything with milky sap, a sharp smell, or that you can't be 100% sure of. Soft and thick in hand. I used them, dropped them in, back filled with the dug sand, tamped it, capped it with dry fallen leaves, a simple cat hole, cutting parasite spread risk and the chance of smell drawing animals. Sanitation done, disease risk down 5% temporarily. I gathered more clean fig leaves and went back. The thermos and bottle were still over half full, all boiled and cooled from the night. I topped both off and sealed them tight, emptied the meal box and steel can and wiped them dry with leftover moss. Containers are life. Keep them ready. Time to wake them. I crouched and patted Lin Tiantian's cheek. Tian Tian, wake up. She rubbed her eyes, sat up groggy, smiled at me. Dependent. Then the smile froze, color rising, her eyes skittering away. On the other side, Su Man was half up too, propped on her left hand. The same flicker of awkwardness crossing her, lips pressed, silent. I caught it. Need to relieve yourselves? Plain, like asking if they wanted water. They went redder, but both nodded. I helped Su Man up first. The slung arm made her clumsy. Walked her behind the palm, turned my back, and handed her a pre-broken stick and a few clean fig leaves. Dig with this. The leaves are soft, definitely non-toxic. The fuzzy side cleans better, but don't press hard or they tear. Drop them in the pit. When done, bury it. Call me when you're set. She took them, her fingers pausing a second against my palm, and looked up, something complex in it, embarrassment, gratitude, a softness rising at being looked after. Thank you, very low. It's nothing. I went and stood 5 meters off, back turned. Digging sounds, a short quiet, fainter rustling, and about 2 minutes on, done. The pit was filled, leaves over it. She stood by, most of the professional calm back, only the red at her ears giving her away. Favorability 35% to 45%. The same for Lin Tiantian, shyer, head down the whole time, but coming back to find me plain-faced, and this is normal. She eased and even tugged my hem. Favorability 60% to 68%. Back in the shelter, I wet the last clean strip from my shirt with a little safe water and cleaned their faces and hands. Fingers especially. Careful. You handled the leaves. Even non-toxic. Clean them. They did, the cool water taking off the stickiness. Then the wounds. Lin Tiantian's temple bruise lighter, the leg scab firm, edges clean. Su Man's swelling not worse. I had her wiggle her fingers, free, color normal, refill about a second. Lin Tiantian's surface injuries healing well. Su Man's splint effective, no infection. Healing nicely, I said, and relief showed on both faces. The time reads 7:02, and a prompt. Tide near the end of ebb. The hour or two around low tide the best window for foraging the flats. The chance was here. Mind the fire, don't go far. I took the meal box and knife, and after a thought slung on the business backpack with its broken waterproofing. I'll see what I can get for breakfast at the reef. Be careful, Brother Yin Fan. Please be safe, Su Man added softly, looking at my eyes. I nodded and went into the fog. Visibility almost nothing, but the radar laid out clear, 2 green dots behind. The reef ahead, a gray, unexplored field with a few small yellow resource points. I reached the reef fast, and the ebbed scene lifted me. Black rock bared, clear pools in the cracks, shellfish on the wet stone gleaming in the morning mist. To work. First, green mussels, clustered on the shaded sides in the intertidal, shells a pretty emerald. Knife into the seam between shell and rock, a twist of the wrist, pop. 20-odd, the box bottom covered. Second, oysters, lower down at the rock bases, bigger, gray-white, stuck fast. More force, the knife near rolled its edge, but the plump bodies inside were worth it. 7 or 8 big ones. Third, barnacles, everywhere, cone clusters over the rock, knocked loose with the knife's spine and gathered in sheets. Little meat each, but high protein. The box full, I started loading the pack. A find. In a boulder's shadow pool, coin-sized shore crabs scuttling sideways. Quick, the knife spine down hard. Crack, 1 hit, the rest into the cracks. And greens. Bright sea lettuce and antler-shaped brown weed floating in the pools. Ulva and turbinaria, the readout said. A big handful each. Rinsed in seawater, wrapped separately in leaves. Rinse in fresh water to cut the salt. Loaded, I went back. The fire still burned. Lin Tiantian feeding it fine twigs as told. Su Man laying out the shell bowls and box with her left hand. Their eyes lit. So much. Lin Tiantian came over, swallowing at the box. Process first. I rinsed the weed in a little stored fresh water, then tipped all the seafood, mussels, oysters in the shell, barnacles, the little crab, into the box, near a liter's capacity, just holding most of it. The few extra mussels I set on hot stones by the fire to roast on the residual heat. I moved some burning sticks aside to the 3 granite stove from the night, set the box steady, base 10 centimeters off the coal embers, mostly radiation and convection. The steel can I filled with rain and set at the fire's edge as backup hot water. The fire built up, and soon the box was bubbling, steam rising. I kept the off-flame heat and let the seafood broth boil, 15 minutes plus, for thorough sterilization. Cooking practice plus 0.2. While we waited, Lin Tiantian's stomach growled loud. She clutched it, red, and Su Man couldn't help a soft laugh, though her own throat moved. Past 15 minutes, I moved the scalding box aside with a stick to cool a little. The can's water boiled too, poured into a coconut shell bowl to cool as drinking water. I started portioning. I did Su Man's first, pried the oysters, picked the mussel meat, broke the little crab for its small sweet meat, mixed in the softened weed, a full bowl. I sat by her and held a piece of oyster on the whittled chopsticks to her mouth. She started, ears red again. I can manage. You've only the left hand, and it's slung. It's awkward. Open. A note in it that didn't invite argument. Her lashes trembled, and she opened a little. The oyster in, she chewed, her eyes widening slightly. Fresh, sweet, a faint brine, a touch tough from the long boil. But on this island morning, heaven. Good. Softer. I fed her mussel, crab, weed, stiff at first, then easing, even leaning in a little to take it. Favorability 45% to 52%. On the other side, Lin Tiantian was feeding herself, clumsy with the shells, but patient, working the meat out with her own chopsticks, eyes scrunching happy with each bite. Brother Yinfan, this green weed's crunchy. This one's like mini snail meat, so fresh. Wow, the crab legs are tiny but sweet. A chirping tasting report. I ate a bowl fast myself. The hot food drove the hunger off. Satiety 10 to 85, hydration holding 95. We shared about 2/3 and saved a third, mussels and barnacles, as the women's lunch. After, I had them rest and went out again. 2 fresh windfalls under the palms, the 3 of us splitting the cool coconut water, the meat dug out. A big load of dry sheok, deadfall, and frond stalks heaped by the shelter. Some coconut sliced thin onto hot flat stones by the fire. A makeshift dryer for storable copra. Done. I looked at them and pointed at the cramped L shelter and the sea. This is by the water, with shellfish, but the space is too small, no stable long-term water, and it's not sheltered enough. We need a better, safer permanent or semi-permanent base. Lin Tiantian blinked. We're moving. Scout first, I said. Today I'll do a short, deep recon, radius under 1.5 kilometers, back before dark for certain. Looking for fresh water, defensible, room enough, and watching for signs of other survivors. I laid down the house rules. 1. Lin Tiantian sees to Su Man and the fire, keep it alive, and minds the lunch and water. 2. Su Man rests and heals, can tidy small things one-handed. 3. The safety line. Never leave sight of the shelter. Anything odd, animal or strange sound, get inside at once. 4. Emergency signal. Bang the meal box hard. They nodded. Su Man looked at me. Alone is too dangerous. That's why it's recon, not a charge, I said. I'll skirt the danger, safety first. I needed mobility. 1.2 agility. Agility 5.5, 6.5. The change hit at once. Light, coordinated. The jungle terrain drag on my steps clearly eased, my arms swing smoother. Even the leaf sway at the edge of vision sharper. Faster nerve response. I drank my fill, refilled the thermos with safe water, took some fresh copra, knife back in my belt, pack on, staff in hand, snake vine retied. Wait for me. You have to come back. Lin Tiantian's eyes reddened. Be safe. We'll be waiting, Su Man said soft. I nodded and went into the jungle. Around 11 the fog thinned. I went up the gentle inland slope to the northwest, skirting the spiderweb vine tangles, along a faint animal track, radar full open. Half an hour in, hydration clearly down. I stopped at an oddly shaped plant. A tall trunk, leaves spread like huge fans to both sides, neat as a peacock's tail. Water vine, a large woody liana common to these forests, its vascular bundles full of drinkable clear water, a natural canteen. Cut a deep notch low, sever the upper part, and raise it, and the water seeps from the cut conduits. The sap's relatively clean, fine for emergency drinking, but the cut draws insects, so use it quick. I cut hard at the base, severed it in a few strokes, raised the upper cut to my mouth. A few drops first, then a steady cool trickle from countless tiny conduits. Hydration 85 to 92. At an open forest edge, clumps of screw pine. Their pineapple-shaped fruit heads part ripe, orange-red. Screw pine fruit, partly ripe at the orange-red parts, riper meaning more sugar and juice. A fine composite resource, the flesh edible, starchy and sugary for quick energy, juicy for water. The outer fiber coarse, peel carefully. The inner flesh and grains, sweet tart, distinctive. I took a few softened ones, peeled them on the spot, clusters of orange-yellow grains. A taste, sweet tart, juicy, like overripe pineapple crossed with mango. Satiety 85 to 90, hydration 92 to 95. A few unripe ones into the pack. Along the way, I worked like a walking scanner, reading and gathering. Turmeric rhizome, a small piece dug out. The yellow cut face sharp and aromatic. Anti-inflammatory medicine, also a spice. Turkey tail fungus off a fallen log, immune-modulating medicinal value. Danger ID mattered as much. A small patch of cassava, the red warning up. The tubers hold cyanogenic glycosides, toxic raw. Must be peeled, soaked over 48 hours, boiled hard 30 minutes plus to detoxify. I only marked the spot. And wild boar rooting and fresh droppings. A reminder to stay sharp and go round. Resting partway, I dug a spare nylon shoelace I'd missed out of the pack side pocket, about 80 centimeters, and picked up 2 egg-sized oval pebbles. A prompt, materials detected, pebbles, 2, nylon cord, 1. Can make a simple sling. View the plan? Confirmed. The weaving and the technique flashed across. I braided the cord's middle into a small pouch, equal grip cords either side, set a stone in, spun it overhead to build speed. Rusty, but the raised agility helped the coordination, and let go. The stone hummed off and thudded into a trunk 15 meters off. Ranged attack skill unlocked, LV.0.00.1. Missed the branch I'd aimed at, but the line was right. A few more tries and the feel came up to 0.2. Around 1 the ground rose. Through a dense bamboo stand it opened out. A terrace backed by a sheer 20-meter rock face, the base curving inward into a natural cave. Mouth about 3 meters wide. Too high. Depth past 4 by eye. The floor solid rock and dry sand. No standing water. And the key thing, behind one side of the cave, a thin clear spring seeped from a crack into a basin-sized natural hollow, brimming over and trickling down a stone channel. The scan, a sheltered rock-face terrace. Cave interior about 24 cubic meters, a single mouth, easy to hold, floor dry, well ventilated. Spring seep at about 0.5 liters an hour, uncontaminated, moderate minerals, pH 7.2, drinkable straight. Safety very high. No large animal den signs, some bat droppings, clearable. An overhang above the mouth that could extend the shelter. Perfect. I crouched at the hollow and drank from cupped hands. Cool, sweet, with the faint chill of the stone, and filled the thermos. I checked the cave. Dry, no odor, the ceiling solid and uncracked. I built a clear stone marker at the mouth and leaned a leafy branch against the rock pointing the way I'd come. Time to head back. I retraced, bearing a little east to widen the sweep. About 800 meters on, the radar's edge flickered, an extremely faint green, under half a second, then gone. Almost the same instant my eye snagged on a thorn bush nearby, caught on a sharp barb, a scrap of cloth. Cream-colored, silk, the costly sheen showing even in the dim under-canopy light, the edge torn, several patches of dried dark red blood on it. My chest tightened. I lifted it off carefully with the knife tip, silken, cold, fine in the hand, the stuff of business wear or a high-end dress. The analysis, 100% mulberry silk, fine fabric, blood human, type AB, clotted 18 to 36 hours, 87% matched to the clothing style of passenger Shinchingchio, a multinational group president. Shinchingchio, the woman I'd tagged ice-cold lady boss. The blood's direction lined up roughly with where the green dot had flickered. I held the bloodied silk and looked into the deep jungle. The fog thickened again, the trees deep and dim like a silent, open mouth. The time read 15:47, 2 hours of daylight at most, and I was past 1.5 kilometers from base. Reason held down the urge to track it now. I noted the coordinates and bearing, folded the silk, put it in the pack's inner pocket, turned, and pushed the pace home. The raised agility made the return much faster, more nimble through the trees, clearing gullies near without slowing. I tried the sling on a flushed pheasant. Missed, but the stone grazed the feathers, the motion smooth as if I'd drilled it hundreds of times. Ranged plus 0.1 to 0.3. At 1640, the beach shelter's fire showed. Brother Yunfan. Lin Tiantian saw me first and leapt out, eyes bright. Su Man pushed up against the wall too, relief on her face. I'm fine. I set the pack down, showed the spring water first. Found water, clean, drinkable straight. Then the screwpine fruit, turmeric, turkey tail. I laid out the cave base's strengths, steady water, easy to defend, room enough, dry and sheltered, and hope kindled in their eyes, Su Man's especially. For someone healing, a dry, safe, watered place meant a great deal. Can we move there? Lin Tiantian asked small, hopeful. First thing tomorrow, I'll support Su Man. Tiantian carries the key supplies. We move light. Your arm's broken, but your legs are fine. Slow. I'll hold you the whole way and carry you over the hard stretches. Then I sorted what we'd take. Copra, tools, the new gatherings, our scant possessions, packing what would pack, planning how to carry the rest. Toward evening, I went back to the reef on the ebb for more mussels and barnacles, and made a simple seafood soup with them and the morning's screwpine fruit. As night fell, the three of us crammed into the little shelter and shared it. The firelight moved on my face. I was quiet a few seconds, then, scouting today, I found a sign of another survivor. Someone's hurt, bled. I saw bloodied cloth, but it was near dark and far off. I couldn't go after it then. Lin Tiantian's hand went to her mouth. Su Man drew a long breath, her eyes grave. Tomorrow we move to the new place and settle in, I said, looking at them both. Then we have to go find them, fast. I surfaced from the deep of sleep. Stamina 92, satiety 12. Hunger still in the manageable range, but two other sensations had more of my nerves. On the right, Lin Tiantian wrapped round me like an octopus, chestnut hair tickling my chin, warm breath at my neck. On the left, Su Man on her side, the slung right arm forcing her to lean left, half her weight on my left arm, her warmth coming through the thin cloth. Some unhelpful morning reflex arrived at the worst time. I sighed inwardly, testing a man's discipline, the both of you, and started extracting myself with millimeter care. Lin Tiantian's arm first, lifted gently back onto herself. She mumbled, "Brother Yunfan, don't go," rolled over, slept on. Then my left arm out from under Su Man. The purser's lashes trembled, but she didn't wake. Bent double, I crab walked out. The morning fog was milk thick, visibility 30 meters at most, humidity 100%, every breath like the lungs drinking. Behind the palm, I dug the cat hole and handled my needs, using the same wild fig leaves. The fuzzy side cleaned better, just press light so they don't tear, and picked a few clean ones from my pocket before heading back. Both women were awake. Lin Tiantian sat up, rubbing her eyes, her collar askew. Su Man was half up on her left hand, and at the sight of me a flicker of awkwardness crossed her, her ears faintly red, aware, I figured, how close we'd ended up sleeping. Need to relieve yourselves? I asked, plain as a good morning. They nodded, still a little pink, but far easier with it now. 5 minutes later, back in the shelter, I wet the dried strip with safe water and cleaned their faces and hands. Lin Tiantian's foot was near healed, no trouble bouncing around, but she tilted herself toward me and tipped her face up and blinked, waiting to be wiped, the whole of her saying, "I just need Brother Yunfan to look after me." I checked the thermos and bottle, over half left, boiled and cooled, topped them off and sealed them, emptied the box and steel can, wiped them dry with leftover moss. Breakfast. The time reads 6:50, and a prompt. End of ebb. About 40 minutes of the low tide window left. I'll get food at the reef. I took the box and knife. Be careful, Brother Yunfan. Be safe, Su Man said, looking at me. I nodded and went into the fog. The reef on the ebb was an open-air seafood market. Black rock bared, pools clear to the bottom. I worked it like an assembly line. Knife into the seam between green mussel and rock, a twist of the wrist, pop. 15. The box bottom covered. Oysters were harder, at the low-tide rock bases, gray-white and stuck fast. Near bent the knife, getting 5 off. Barnacles easy, knocked loose with the spine and gathered in sheets, plus a handful of green sea lettuce and brown antler weed, and 3 coin-sized shore crabs stunned with a quick wrap of the spine. Loaded, I went back. The fire still burned. I rinsed the weed in a little stored fresh water for the salt, tipped all the seafood but 1 crab into the box with a little water, set it on the stone stove. The flame built up, radiation working the box bottom. Soon it bubbled, steam rising. I held it past 15 minutes, watching the steam keep coming before I was satisfied. Cooking practice plus 0.1, thorough sterilization done. The scald just off. The savory came up through the wet air. Suman was trying to take a shell bowl with her left hand, fingers a little stiff, the slung arm threw her balance. Oysters are fat today, eat while it's hot. I'd already pried one, the plump body trembling in the shell, lifted it on the chopsticks, drained the juice on the rim, held it out. She looked up, met my eyes, her lips moved. The I can manage turned over in her throat and went back down, and she leaned in and took it. Chewed, swallowed, her lashes down then up. It's good, she said, softer than before. This one, I had a plump muscle ready. She took it without flinching, a little gleam of juice on her lip. Favorability 52% to 54%. On the other side, Lin Tian had locked horns with a stubborn barnacle, jabbing at it with chopsticks, the gray cone refusing to give. Brother Yinfan, it's bullying me. She held it up to me, cheeks puffed, eyes pitiful as a small animal robbed of a snack. I laughed, took it, flicked the meat out whole with the knife tip. Here, careful, hot. I handed the bowl back and tucked a fog-damp strand of her hair behind her ear. She beamed and ate it in one, swaying her head, satisfied. Brother Yunfan's the best. Eating, but her eyes drifting to the crab meat I was picking for Suman. I saw it, of course, and held the fattest bit of crab leg to her mouth. Her eyes lit. She snatched it, her tongue grazing my fingertip by accident. So sweet, she said, thick, ear tips red. I drew my hand back unbothered and went on picking weed for Suman, the corner of my mouth bending a little. We ate 2/3, the last third of mussels into the box for lunch. After, I checked the injuries. Suman's fracture site fine, fingers well perfused. Lin Tian scrape scabbed, and I worked my own neck. No discomfort now, so I took the collar off, the shin scab firm too. All healing well. The fire couldn't be lost. I took a few core coals, wrapped them tight in dry moss, set them in the emptied steel can and sealed it. 8 o'clock, packing. I took the roof down first. The fuselage panel, 1.5 meters by 1, rolled careful into a tube, and wove a quick needle fiber strap in 3 minutes to fix the roll over the pack. Then into the business backpack. 5 screw pine fruit, turmeric, turkey tail, the bloodied silk, the rest of the copra, the meal box, lunch, the steel can, the fire, the full thermos, the pen, the USB cable, the window glass fragment, 2 pebbles, the coconut bowl. Lin Tian's job was to wrap the leftover seafood in banana leaf and hang it from her belt loop by a vine cord, then put on my suit jacket. For the bugs on the road, I found a clump of lemongrass nearby and crushed the leaves, citral-rich juice seeping out, a strong repellent. I dabbed it along the women's lower legs and ankles to keep mosquitoes and leeches off. Plain first aid, brisk and matter-of-fact. Lin Tian flinched at the cool of it and went pink. Suman's foot tensed when I reached her ankle, and her ears reddened. I kept it quick and impersonal and moved on. Favorability ticked up for both. Before leaving, I put a skill point into ranged. Ranged LV.0.3, LV.1.3. Muscle memory and aiming instinct markedly improved. 1 skill point left. Knife in hand, staff at my belt, sling hung at my waist. I lead and support Suman. Tian, stay close. I laid down. Quiet. Mind where I step. All moves on my word. 8:40, the move began. Northwest. Radar open the whole way. The 100-meter terrain in the corner of my sight. 1 bore trace flagged red. I let us round it. The trek was like gathering mats in a survival game. A small stand of wild banana, the unripe fruit taken for starch, the heart leaves good wrapping. A rambutan tree hung with ripe red hairy fruit. I took the sling, a pebble in, 2 spins overhead, and at LV.1.3 the feel was wholly different, the motion smooth as if drilled hundreds of times. Let go. Hum. Crack. The stone hit the stalk dead on, and a cluster dropped. I knocked down 2 more. Ranged plus 0.2. We peeled and ate them on the spot, flesh white and near clear, juicy and sweet tart, sugar and water both. Satiety 75 to 85, hydration 95 to 98. I cut a few lengths of rattan for lashing, picked some frangipani. The system noted it clears heat and damp, and topped up water from the water vines along the way, cutting the stem and drinking straight. A natural pipe in the forest. 1040, past a damp hollow. The radar showing several still red dots at the edge, the signature of ambush snakes. I led us up the slope round it, beating the grass ahead with the staff. Lin Tiantian's foot slipped. I caught her waist one-handed in time, and shaken, she leaned into me a moment. Favorability +1, agility plus 0.1. 1120, the cave terrace. I swept it first, no animal signs, the spring still seeping clear. The women smiled, glad. Su Man's forehead damp, Lin Tiantian dropping straight to the ground to catch her breath. Long walk. Let me check your feet for blisters or cuts. I had them sit and crouch to look, pressed and checked the soles and between the toes, the same brisk first aid manner, and found the trouble. 2 dark soft things on each of their lower legs and ankles, swollen with blood. Land leeches. Don't yank them, I said calm. With the flat of the knife, I scraped along the skin beside each leech's grip. The mouthparts loosed and dropped off, and I dabbed the bites with gotu-kola juice to stop the bleeding and ward off infection. Land leech. No venom, but the saliva's an anticoagulant. Scared as they were, they eased seeing how steadily I handled it. Favorability up for both. First aid plus 0.1. Crossing the absolute dependence node, Su Man's favorability passed 60% into the regard range. Reward 2 free attribute points. I put 1 into Constitution. Constitution 5.86.8. 12 o'clock, settling in. I had them rest in the dry cave and got to building. First an A-frame of branches and banana leaf at the mouth. Then the fuselage panel spread over it as a sloped catch surface, the lower edge propped with a stone to a slight inward pitch, the fire-hardened coconut bowl set dead under it. When it rains, this is our automatic water catch, I said. 2 more windfalls under the palms nearby. We split the sweet coconut water, the meat scraped and sliced into strips. I relit the fire. The moss-wrapped coal in the steel can still warm, and with fine twigs the orange flames soon climbed. 3 flat granite stones round it for a stove, the seafood soup box set on, base 10 centimeters off the embers, the right off-flame distance to boil and sterilize without scorching or wrecking the box, and the coconut strips on a clean flat stone by the fire to dry and to trail food. 15 minutes, and the soup's smell spread. Lin Tiantian leaned in against my arm, small-voiced. Brother Yunfan, are we living here now? For now. I poked the fire. Once we've found everyone, this is our first forward base. Su Man watched my hands work, the firelight on her intent profile, and after a few seconds said soft, Yunfan, by normal procedure, international search and rescue should be underway by now. Shouldn't we make some obvious distress signals a priority? I looked up at them both. She was right, and I knew how harsh the reality was. We'll prepare signals, I nodded. Pile damp vegetation on a high point, light it for thick smoke when needed, one of the most effective methods. I've already been reading the terrain. Then I turned to her. But the top priority right now is making this a safe base camp. Rescue might find us in a week, might take far longer. We prepare for the latter, and prepare well. She listened quiet, the fire in her gentle eyes. Yunfan, thank you for thinking of so much for us. Softer, plainly sincere. I let the mouth bend a little. Thanking me already? Wait till I've built you a garden villa out here. Are you planning to pledge yourselves to me then? Lin Tiantian gave a little, went red, dropped her head and worried her hem, ear tips pink. Su Man started too, turned her face away, a faint flush on her pale neck in the firelight. She pressed her lips, didn't argue, only said low, "You'd need the villa first." I laughed and let the topic go, but the joke had thrown a pebble into the still water and rippled off the heaviness of the rescue talk. It'll come, I said simply, watching the flames. Starting with making this cave a place people can live. The soup was hot, and we shared it, the fog outside thinning, sun leaking through the leaves to dapple the cave floor. After lunch, I worked on the camp's water system, toasted the 2 new coconut shells over the embers, the heat sterilizing and carbonizing them tougher and mold-resistant. Then lined all 3 shells, the old hardened one and the 2 new, side by side under the lower edge of the panel catch, adjusting until rain off any part of the panel would land in one of them. 3 bowls, triple the catch in a rain. Simple water catch built. In moderate rain, 3 to 5 liters over 24 hours. The crack spring ran, but limited. An extra measure is an extra margin of ease. After lunch, the cave went quiet. I glanced over, Su-man resting against the wall, eyes shut, the slung arm held correctly, breathing even. Across the fire, Lin Tiantian sitting, a finger absently circling her hem, chestnut hair soft in the light. Missing home, maybe, or the world before yesterday where a mouthful of water was nothing to worry over. I pulled up the radar, 2 green dots steady inside the 100-meter circle, no red. I stood, knife back in my belt, took the staff. I'll check the perimeter. Not loud, but both heads came up. Out of the mouth, the hot, wet air hit me. I moved slow along the cave's front edge, landing the staff hard each time, parting the waist-high ferns, checking the ground for crawl marks, scanning the canopy. The system kept refreshing. No red inside 100 meters, danger low. 10-meter half-circle done, I went back in. Lin Tiantian was up, watching me. Su-man's eyes open too. Safe within 10 meters of the cave. I set myself, looked to Lin Tiantian first. Tiantian, your jobs. She straightened on instinct. 1. Gather fully dried deadwood in the safe zone. Stack it right of the mouth. 2. I handed her the emptied steel can. Go to the spring, fetch water with the shell. Wash the can first, then boil the spring water on the fire. Once it's boiled and cooled, pour it into the thermos. I waited my tone. Remember, never set the thermos straight on the fire, and never fill it to the seal with boiling water. That turns it into a pressure bomb. She nodded hard. Got it, Brother Yinfan. I'll get it done. To Su-man, mind the fire. Keep it burning. No sparks flying. Careful not to burn yourself. All right, she said soft, the long branch already in her left hand. I'll find door material, back in an hour. Anything odd, shout for me. I went into the forest. About 30 meters west of the cave, a dead sheoak leaned on the rock. Hard, rot-resistant, good structural wood. I cut at the base, the blade biting with a dull thock. Tropical hardwood denser than you'd think. Every stroke driven from the core, through the arm, the wrist controlling the angle. By the 5th, sweat ran off my brow. Satiety 78 to 72. I shifted stance, breathed, kept on, and in 20 minutes had 2 main poles, 1.8 meters, 6 thick, and 3 1-meter crossbars stacked beside them. My arms trembled faintly, but the knife hand stayed steady. Strength plus 0.3. Cover next. Big fan palm leaves lay scattered, fan-shaped, thick stalks, broad faces. Dry. They keep some waterproofing, the system noted. I gathered dry coconut leaves too, picked 12 whole, bound them with the fresh wrought tan. The knots came smoother than yesterday, tie, cinch, the rasp of the bark fiber familiar in my palm. Crafting plus 0.2. Food 2. A clump of termite mushrooms pushed up by a dead root. Gray-white caps, slim stalks, edible, high protein, cooked thoroughly. I took 15 or so, wrapped in banana leaf. Nearby, arrowroot with broad oval leaves. I dug down, and 2 spindle tubers came up, about 500 grams, starchy, a staple. Better lashing, a rattan palm, the bark cracked with the knife spine and stripped off in a tough length, prime natural cordage. And a windfall under a log. The soil darker, a pinch of it fine and tacky, clay, good for pottery. I took a kilo or so, wrapped separately. Satiety 72 to 68, hydration 95 to 86. Time to go back. I shouldered the she-oak poles, the leaf bundle and food on my back, and returned. The sight at the mouth stopped me a beat. The deadwood stacked half a meter high, neat as cordwood on a shelf. The fire steady inside. The steel can on the stove giving off fine steam. Lin Tiantian sat just inside, jumped up at the sight of me, eyes bright, her face all praise me. "Well done," I said, setting the wood down with a glance at the pile. "Very neat." She bit back a smile, cheeks pink, fingers twined. "I did it like you said." I nodded and looked in. Sue Man holding her fire-tending pose, her gaze resting on me a moment before going back to the flames. "Before we move in, we evict the original residents." I stacked the materials outside. "Get some air out there first." Lin Tian went out obedient. Sue Man rose, hand on the wall, stepping slow. I went to the cave's rear side. The plant I'd noted on arrival, serrated leaves, a strong smell over the whole of it. Wormseed, the smoke from burning it an effective insect repellent. I cut 2 big handfuls, bound them with a little half-dry tinder grass into a loose bundle, set one end to the fire's edge, lit it, pulled it out. The flame died in seconds and poured thick, white, acrid smoke. I smoked systematically, low to the ground, into every crack, the bundle raised to the ceiling and walls, moving at the mouth upwind to carry the sharp smoke deep. Volatiles fouling the insect's smell, repellent, the system said. 10 minutes, and the bugs in the cave were gone. I stepped out, let the smoke clear, then called them back. "It's ready." A trace of wormseed lingered, but far fresher. Arthropod threat, markedly reduced. Then the main event. I sharpened one end of each she-oak pole and drove them 30 centimeters into the ground either side of the mouth, 1.2 meters apart. The crossbars lashed with rattan and a crossbinding from the knot manual the system had just pushed, solid and easy to adjust. The structure firm. I covered it. Fan palm leaves overlap top over bottom on the frame, stock up, tip down. To shed water, the outer layer reinforced with coconut leaf. My fingers ran between bark and stalk faster and faster. Peel, pierce, thread, knot, the whole flows smooth. Last, a hinge and bar. A supple vine round frame and left post for a simple hinge, a woven vine cord inside for a bolt. A push-pull test. Creak. The door swung clean, the structure sound. First simple barrier door made, skill point +1, crafting +0.3 to LV.4.1. 2 points to assign now. I put one into traps and concealment. Traps concealment LV.0.0, LV.1.0, and a flood of trap mechanics poured in. Tripline tension, spring pole material, slip noose knots, camouflage. 1 point left. Knife and leftover wood in hand. I went to the cave's outer edge. East, about 15 meters, a likely game trail crossed the brush. I picked a springy thin tree for a spring pole, sharpened a short hardwood spike, lashed it to the pole head, and set a hidden tripline 10 centimeters off the ground on the path, wired to the trigger. At the west brush edge, a natural funnel ran through. I made a slip noose of rattan core and set it at the funnel's end, the other end tied to a thick branch. 3 traps in all. 2 or 3 meters out from each, I laid white stones in an arrow as warning, and above the trip lines tied a scrap of bright blue insulation stripped from the USB cable. Only the 3 of us knew it meant trap here. Traps concealment +0.5 to LV.1.5. The alarm line needed local material. I gathered lengths of naturally dead, light, brittle, hollow vine stem, 20 or 30 centimeters each, tapped them, kept the crispest sounding. In 4 directions about 15 meters out, I strung very fine supple vine trip lines through the brush 30 to 50 centimeters up, and at each line's end hung a dead vine segment horizontally from an alarm tree by thin vine. The hang point just above its center, so a touch would set it swinging, resting lightly against a jutting rock or hard trunk. A test, I tugged a west line gently. TK bonk. The segment scraped the rock, then swung back and struck a dull knock, enough to carry through the silent forest. Back inside, I told them grave. I've set vine and wood trip alarms on the perimeter. Hear a bonk bonk on wood or a clack clack. Get inside at once. Bar the door, call me. Never go out to look yourselves. They nodded, Lin Tian small. Got it. The latrine I set 5 meters downwind. A 50-centimeter cat hole, 3-sided screen of leftover banana leaf and branches. Back inside, I explained. Cover after. There's a spare shell of boiled water to wash hands. Hygiene matters, Suman added soft. Last, damp proofing, dry fronds and leaf litter laid at the cave's inner end for 3 simple beds. A squall came sudden. As the rain hammered the fan palm, I had us back inside, door shut, and watched through a gap. The panel shed the rain down its pitch into the 3 shells, each filling in turn. The door didn't leak. The cave stayed dry. The woodpile under its rain eave stayed unwet. It was near evening when the rain stopped, the fog back, humidity to 95, windless and close, the temperature down to 26. I started supper, arrowroot sliced, termite mushroom torn into strips, with the last mussels and sea lettuce into the box, a little water, back on the fire. 20 minutes, and the savory came up with the mushroom scent. I dried the rest of the arrowroot on a clean slab off the fire's heat. Cooking plus 0.2 to LV.1.6. Sharing it. I spooned soup, blew it cool, held it to Sue Man. She looked up, her lips moved, and in the end leaned in and drank from my hand. It's good, ears a little red. Lin Tian sipped from her own shell, but kept glancing over. I laughed and held a piece of roasted arrowroot to her. Oh. She took it, chewed, eyes curving. Sweet. Brother Yinfan worked hard. I poured water from the thermos. Just right, neither hot nor cold. Water's sweet too, I said. She bit back a smile, cheeks pink. She'd boiled it. After, I checked the wounds. The leech bite scabbed, dabbed with the last Goda-Cola. Checking Sue Man's splint, she drew a small breath, and I eased my touch. Favorability up a point for each. First aid plus 0.1 to LV.2.6. The repellent on Lin Tiantian's leg made her flinch and go pink again. I kept it brisk, drew my hand back, and finished with Sue Man's side. Full dark now. I made a rough wood spear with a thick branch and the knife. The tip fire-hardened to char, the shaft wrapped with vine, and squared the pack. Full thermos, roasted arrowroot wrapped in big leaf, the bloodied silk, knife, spear, sling. 9 at night. I sat cross-legged just inside the mouth, the spear across my knees. I'll keep watch. Sleep. Lin Tian made to say something, then lay down obedient on the frond bed. Sue Man lay on her side, left arm under her head, the slung arm steady. I fed the fire, shadows swaying on the rock. Deep night. At the radar's edge, past 90 meters, a large red dot flashed and vanished. Almost the same instant, a low beast roar rolled in from far off like muffled thunder through the forest. Then, clang, clatter, clear metal on stone and rolling pebbles from the west alarm line. My eyes snapped open. I came up with the spear and pressed to the door gap, staring out. I held watch 5 minutes. The red dot didn't return, no further sound. I looked back. Both women woken. Lin Tian sitting up tense, Sue Man's eyes open, half risen on her left hand. It's nothing, I said low. Probably a small animal. Sleep. Lin Tian hesitated, then lay back. Sue Man looked at me and slowly settled. I sat back down, spear across my knees, eyes sharp through the leaf gap into the thick dark outside. Animal, or whatever you are, better not come closer. Morning light came through the leaf gaps of the cave door and cut thin, bright strips across the wet floor. I worked my stiff neck and shoulders, the joints clicking. Stamina 72. I glanced at the fire, embers dull red, fed a few twigs, breathed on it twice, and the flame came back up. Lin Tian still slept, chestnut hair spread on the frond bed, curled like a cat. On the other side, Sue Man held the slung pose, breathing light and steady. I took the wood spear, the knife at my belt, and pushed the door, the creak kept to a minimum, the hinge I'd worked over with vine the night before. Fog outside thick as paste, visibility barely 20 meters, the air heavy and wet in the lungs. East traps first. Walking the marked path, feet on rock and bared roots. I slowed near the first spike trap and probed ahead with the spear. Trip line intact, untriggered. The second was at the brush edge, and 10 meters off I smelled blood. The noose. A small brown deer caught by a hind leg, hanging half a meter off the ground, neck bent at an unnatural angle, the eyes filmed white. Stiff already, dead at least 4 hours. The readout, red muntjac, male, about 14.8 kilos, dead of a broken neck, edible, low-fat meat around 22% protein, hide usable with tanning. Traps concealment, plus 0.2 to LV.1.7. I prodded the body with the spear to be sure, then loosed the noose. It thumped down and started a few flies out from under the leaves. Field dressing couldn't wait. I dug a shallow pit under a tree nearby. At strength 7.3, the digging gave far less resistance. 30 centimeters, enough for the guts. I opened it from the base of the sternum down the belly midline, clear of the intestines. The organs slid out hot, the heart, liver, and kidneys wrapped in big fig leaves, the rest buried and tamped. Skinning was finicky work, a cut on the inside of the hind leg, fingers into the gap between hide and flesh, parting it bit by bit, my hand clumsy but the hide processing diagram up at the edge of my sight, marking the cut angle and the fascia. When the hide came off whole, my palms were wet through. The meat into 4 big pieces, the 2 hind legs thick, the forelegs with the ribs, the best in the mid-trunk, and I rubbed crushed lemongrass over the surfaces, the sharp smell holding bugs, and rot off a while. Cooking plus 0.1. I reset the trap, checked the tripped noose, reinforced the wear on the cord, found 2 fresh game trails nearby, clear hoof prints, even spacing, and set 2 new nooses with the spare rot tan, trip height 15 centimeters, leaf litter spread even over them. Traps plus 0.2 to LV.1.9. I shouldered the meat and the rolled hide back, a few flies trailing the blood smell a dozen meters before the lemongrass drove them off. Both women were awake at the cave. Lin Tiantian was drawing water from the spring basin with the shell, refilled and clear, the ceiling rock mirrored in it. Su Man smoothing a frond bed one-handed, neat as squaring a cabin seat. Brother Yinfan got game. Lin Tiantian's eyes shone, the water near sloshing over. The trap's doing. I set the meat in the airy part of the mouth. How's the water? She showed me at once. The steel can on the stove, steam rolling at its lip, the thermos and bottle open beside it to cool, ready to fill with boiled spring water. Well done, I told her, serious. Remember the routine. It's your fixed morning job from now on. And keep the woodpile topped up. She nodded hard, cheeks pink. Favorability 79% to 80%. Breakfast richer. I took a hind leg piece, about a kilo, sliced it thin, and put half in. Meal box with water, the meat, the last 5 termite mushrooms, fresh wild banana heart, a little crushed lemongrass. Boiled, skimmed, simmered low. The other half for jerky, thin slices on the slab off the fire's heat. Too humid to dry fully without flipping it over and over. For now, just a first dehydration. The hide alongside. I scraped the inner remnant flesh clean, raked cooled wood ash from the fire, smeared it even on the inner side, and worked it hard with both hands. Lin Tiantian crouched watching, curious. This keeps rot and bugs off, I explained. Else it'd be ruined in 2 days in this wet. Just the first step, though. To make it usable takes days of working. I slung it hair out, loose on a stick frame, to dry in the shade of the airy mouth. Cooking plus 0.3 to LV.1.9. The soup simmered 20 minutes, savory with the mushroom scent. We shared it with the last roasted arrowroot, Lin Tiantian sweating at the nose tip. I lifted a slice of meat on the chopsticks, blew it cool, held it to Su Man. She leaned in and took it from my hand, easier than the past 2 days, though her lashes still trembled a little as her eyes lowered. Thank you, soft as a sigh. Favorability 62% to 63%. After, I checked the wounds, the go-to-colonier gone. I dabbed the leech bites with a clean strip. Lin Tiantian's fully scabbed, new pink skin under. Su Man's arm swelling down some. The splint firm, fingers moving slightly. First aid plus 0.1 to LV.2.7. I'm going out today, I said, putting the strip away. To find the other person I saw 2 days ago. Lin Tiantian opened her mouth, then pressed it shut. Tiantian, come learn to recognize a few things. Su Man, mind the fire. In the safe zone outside, the fog thinning, I pointed to a small white-flowered weed. Beggar ticks. Young leaves edible, the whole plant clears heat. Pick the tips. Then a low broadleaf. Plantain, leaves edible cooked, the seeds a diuretic, the leaves mashed for bug bites. She took it in earnest. A find on a low shrub, small red berries, fingernail-sized. I picked one. The redoubt, miracle fruit, holds a protein that briefly alters taste so sour things taste sweet, non-toxic, lasts about 30 minutes. Try it. She put it in, eyes round. So sweet. Huh. She licked a finger. Why's my finger sweet too? Remember it. You handle gathering wild greens and fruit daily from now. I pocketed a few. Back inside, a pottery attempt. The kilo of clay from yesterday, water worked until soft and unsticky. I showed her, roll a coil, build it up into a bowl, wet the hands and smooth inside and out. Not fluid, but it had the shape of a bowl. Lin Tiantan itched to try a little pot. Pressed, the clay went crooked. Pinched, the base cracked. She fretted, nose tip sweating. I reached round from behind, my right hand over her clay hand, left steadying the rim. Wrist steady, turn slow. She trembled faintly and went red, but her fingers shaped it under my guidance. Crafting plus 0.2 to LV.4.3. 2 pieces, a rough bowl, and a crooked butt-formed little pot with an obvious base crack. I set them in the coolest spot and told her, dry them slow in shade, 2 or 3 days at least, bone dry before firing. Keep them out of the sun, and if the surface dries too fast, wet a finger and smooth it lightly so it won't crack. Favorability 80% to 81%. Time to set out. I made another wood spear and put my last attribute point into strength. Strength 6.37.3. A warm current ran through shoulder and arm and back, fullness in the strength. A test swing of the spear cut the air heavier. A skill point into traps 2. Traps concealment LV.1.9 LV.2.9. Knowledge poured in, muffling footsteps with moss, masking movement under the background insect in, delayed and linked trigger mechanisms, like a new partition opening in my head. Gear sorted. Knife at the belt, the simple spear main hand, the spare slung across my back on a new rattan strap I could adjust to free my hands. A fan palm leaf hat on a rattan band against sun and stray rain. Carry, sling and pebble, full thermos, roasted arrowroot and banana leaf, the bloodied silk, plus some rattan bark, a little lemongrass, a few miracle fruit, and a packet of golden tree fern down, prime tinder. Before leaving, Su Man, keep the fire, bar the door. Remind Tian Tian to keep the clay damp. To Lin Tian Tian, keep boiling water, mind Su Man, watch the clay. If you hear the alarm, shut the door, get to the back of the cave, stay silent. They answered grave. 9 in the morning, I went into the jungle. Northeast, toward the marked spot. The first stretch was familiar from yesterday, but it soon went strange, trees denser, vines like a net dropped over, the light dim as dusk. A rotten log barred the way. I tested it with the spear before crossing. At a muddy patch, I cut branches to lay a path. The new concealment knowledge took hold, landing on rock or root, off the soft ground. Every so often sweeping a moss-soled foot over places that might take a mark. Traps plus 0.1 to LV.3.0. Resources kept coming. A tree with gray-white bark, cut marks weeping white sap, a red warning. Upas tree, the latex a cardiac glycoside poison, fatal through a wound or mucous membrane. Weaker dried, the bark fiber strong. I stepped back, kept every part of me off the white. Found wild beetle palm, cut a heart, and chewed it walking for water and fiber. Satiety 75 to 80, hydration 73 to 78. Golden tree fern, a packet of the gold down for tinder, some dry Maria for an antibacterial poultice. Danger at the edges. The radar showed a large red dot moving slow about 80 meters off. I went still, pressed to a trunk, the hat and fan palm breaking my outline. It circled 2 minutes and drifted away. On the ground, a fresh python skin shed over 3 meters, a reticulated python's trace, maybe still near. I went round, watching the canopy. State to mind. Satiety 75, hydration 71, stamina 68 after 2 hours, danger high. Around 11 the coordinates neared. On the radar, about 90 meters ahead, a still green dot. At the edge of a hollow in the terrain, maybe a crack or pit. I sharpened the concealment to its limit, steps soft as a cat's, using brush shadow and trunks, breath to a minimum. 30 meters, 20. Then I saw it. A natural rock face recess, the mouth half hidden by vine and a fallen trunk, blended like part of the wall itself, the green dot inside. But 5 meters outside the mouth coiled a huge python. Reticulated, over 4 meters, the thickest part stouter than a grown man's thigh, coiled on a log, a digestion bulge swelling its mid-body, its head buried in its own coils. The stillness after a big meal. Sun through the canopy throwing diamond-dark patterns over its scales. I dropped behind a massive buttressroot tree, pupils tightening. The radar, green dot, possibly Shinchingchio. Life signs weak, but stable, likely injured, motionless. Red dot, reticulated python. Hostility latent toward anyone close, digesting after a meal. Alertness lowered but still extremely dangerous. A head-on fight was suicide. Even gorged, that constriction could crush ribs in an instant. But the person inside might be too hurt to move, with no time to wait. My eye ran over the python, the mouth, my tools, the ground. The lemongrass might drive it off, or more likely enrage it. The sling, a pebble off those scales like a tickle. Fire, with tinder in the pack, but slow to start in this wet. Then my gaze went to above the recess. A few loose rocks up there, half held by vine and root. A plan formed. I drew a breath and gripped the spear. Going to have to ask you to move. Behind the buttress root, I watched the coiled bulk. My heartbeat drummed in my ears. The readout said 105. I shut my eyes, took the wet air in, let it out slow. Calm. Panic here is death. I read the field. The recessed mouth half-veiled in vine like a natural shelter. The python on the log 5 meters off, the thickest stretch stouter than my thigh. Dark patterned scales oily in the leaf-dappled light. Head sunk in its coils like a guard dozing full, but a guard with hydraulic shears for crushing bone on his belt. Above, the loose rocks tangled in vine and root, on the brink of falling. Plan A, rockfall to spook it. Plan B, scent, the lemongrass an unknown. Fire riskier still in this damp. The retreat had to be cleared. My eyes ran back, my head running parallel threads. The snake's range, cover trees, the slope of the escape path, roots that might trip me. Gear check. The main spear's vine grip held, the knife's edge cold in the shade, the spare in the back strap a half-second to draw, the sling at my hip with one pebble left, the lemongrass in the pack's outer layer. I pulled the Python summary from the database. After a big meal, metabolism drops to 30% of baseline, prefers stillness, sensitive to vibration, poor sight, relies on infrared and smell, can constrict fast when threatened, grip up to 6 kilos per square centimeter. Digestion runs days to weeks. The bulge mid-body meant the meal wasn't done. A chance, but the window might be only seconds. I crouched, my eye on a tree beside me. Gray-brown bark, lengthwise fissures, broad leaves. Paper mulberry, the bark fiber tough, an old paper-making and rope stock, non-toxic. I scored the trunk, fingers into the split, and peeled both ways. The bark tore off, the milky inner bast showing. I cut 3 strips 1.5 meters, set them down, gripped the ends, foot on the middle, and twisted them like hemp, the fiber rasping in my palms, sweat dripping off my chin onto the bark. 2 minutes and a rough 2-meter cord, crude, but strong enough. I picked up 3 flat stones with naturally sharp broken edges, the biggest wider than my palm, good as a stone hatchet. State, satiety 73, hydration 70, stamina 65. I tucked a miracle fruit under my tongue. The flesh dissolved, a strange sweetness spreading, saliva flooding. The sour turned sweet, but the alertness real, and swallowed the sweet spit. To work. First the retreat. I crab moved back, heel first then onto the ball, clear of every twig and leaf, and 15 meters off found a thin brush patch on packed earth, firmer than the swampy humus around. Between 2 trees about 3 meters apart, I strung a trip line of rattan and the fresh mulberry cord, 20 centimeters up, with 3 dry hollow fruit husks tied on. Light, brittle, any large thing passing fast would knock them like a bell shake. A zero-cost early warning, effect down to luck. Traps plus 0.1 to LV.3.1. Then the main event, the rockfall trigger. I took a winding route out of the snake sight line, along the wall-base shadow, the new concealment instinct in the muscle, landing where rock met root, knee bending to cushion as the weight came forward, an arm ready on a trunk for balance, like a live assassin's creed, except no save point exists. 20 meters horizontal, 7 or 8 vertical. 10 minutes to inch up to the wall's top edge, where I lay and looked down through a fern clump. The angle was right, the log, the recessed mouth, and those target rocks all in view, the rocks tangled in vine and a sapling's roots, half set in the crack, the biggest maybe 30 kilos, no small noise if it fell. But I couldn't touch them directly. Loosening them might bring a chain slide down on me. I chose a fist-sized angular stone beside it as a striker, tied one end of the mulberry cord to it with a double half hitch from the system's not manual. The more you pull, the tighter. The other end to a wrist-thick sapling. The length set, so the striker hung half a foot from the vines holding the target rock at rest. Then a trigger arm, a straight 3-meter branch, the end forked. I set the forked end on the cord, a Y branch for a fulcrum, a simple lever. The principal plane. Pull the far end from a distance, the cord draws, the striker swings into the root vines. But the doing was all detail. The fulcrum to place, the angle to set, the cord clear of the brush. I knelt and sketched the force diagram in the mud with a finger, the project manager's tick, a flowchart before anything big. 20 minutes adjusting, the shirt soaked to my back. Stamina 61, hydration 68. I cracked the thermos, 3 small sips, cool over the throat like coolant on a hot engine. Last check. Back to the firing spot 20 meters off, a 2-arm span tree for cover. The retreat clear toward the warning line. The green dot for Shun Qingqiu still in place. Weak but stable. The red barely moved. The snake still in its dream. A breath, the air heavy enough to ring. I tied spare bark cord to the trigger arm's end, took the end myself, pressed behind the tree, my heart drumming the eardrum. Pull. The arm muscles tightened, the cord snapped taut, the trigger arm tipped on the fulcrum, drawing the main cord, the striker swinging an arc. Poof, a dull strike. Then the fine crackle of plant fiber tearing. The rock loosened, dragging a sheet of soil and gravel rattling down the wall, slamming a meter past the log in a burst of dust. Done. I looked. The python was roused, the buried head snapped up, cold yellow vertical pupils sweeping toward the fall, the tongue flicking fast, reading vibration and scent. The great body began to move, but at half speed, the post-meal sluggishness in every joint. It seemed to judge at a natural slide, no instant aggression, but its guard was up, the head fully out of the coils, turning to the sound, and that turn took it off the best attack line on the mouth, side onto it. The window opened, a blind spot at the side of the entrance. I broke from the tree like a cat, a low rush along the route I'd picked, rock, bared root, packed earth, the concealment skill in reverse. Not killing sound, but crossing the quietest stretch fastest. I could smell the snake's reek over the humus, hear my own drumming heart and heavy breath. Heart rate 140. 3 seconds. I cut side on to the mouth, the spear tip pushing the vine aside, and ducked in. A glance back as I entered. The head swung round, yellow pupils on the mouth, the tongue flicking faster. It had sensed the wrong thing and was edging this way. I pulled the vines back into place as best I could, pressed to the inner wall, held my breath, spear on the mouth, knife to my left hand, the rocks cool through my soaked shirt. Outside, the scale scrape came nearer. I forced my head round to the interior, deeper than I'd thought, 4 or 5 meters, dark at the back, dry leaves crisp underfoot. Against the inner wall a figure was curled. The cream skirt suit torn, the hem split, fouled with mud and dark dried blood, long black hair scattered on the leaves, strands stuck to a pale cheek, eyes shut, lashes throwing fine shadows in the dim. The left trouser leg torn open over a wound running from below the knee to the ankle. Not a clean cut, more scraped and torn by something sharp, the flesh averted, the edges blackened and clotted, faintly red and swollen. The right high heel gone, the stocking torn at the ankle, the skin there swollen shiny, a size thicker than the left. The readout, name Shun Qingqiu, unconscious, mild dehydration, hunger, right ankle sprain, left shin skin wound with slight infection signs, severe exhaustion, life signs weak but stable, favorability 0%, unconscious. I crouched fast, fingers to her neck, pulse thin but regular, like a faint knock through thick cotton, breath shallow and slow, the chest barely moving. I patted her cheek, the skin abnormally dry under my palm. President Shin? Wake up, can you hear me? Nothing. I took off the pack, brought out the thermos, about 300 milliliters of cooled boiled water, lifted her upper body against me, lighter than she looked, but fully slack, head lolling back. I wet her cracked lips with a wet finger, the drops running into the splits. Once, twice, 3 times. Her throat moved, a faint moan like a kitten's. Lashes trembled, eyes opening a slit, pupils unfocused, swimming in the dim. Right then the vine at the mouth scraped hard. HSSS, the flick close at hand. A huge net-patterned head shadow blocking part of the entrance light, probing in, the tongue working faster, reading the fresh human scent and the heat. Every muscle of mine went taut. I lowered the waking Shun Qingqiu gently and put her between me and the wall, spear on the mouth, the tip quivering in the dim, my left hand at the knife, my head running like an overloaded CPU. The recess narrow, bad for the snake to fully coil to crush, an advantage. But if it sealed the mouth, we were finished. It needn't come in, just hold the door and wear us down. I had to make chaos before it fixed the target, before the body was fully in. Fire. Tinder in the pack, the window glass lens. Sun slanted in through the vine gaps, dappling the floor. I grabbed a pinch of the gold down onto a dry leaf, took out the glass, opened the thermos, dripped a few drops onto the glass's center, the bead standing up, a temporary lens, angled it on the brightest patch. Focus. The light converged to a stinging white point on the down, time stretching. The head shadow nearer, the flick clear, a near-invisible thread of smoke rising from the down. TSSS. A small tongue of flame leapt up, orange bright in the dim recess. I flung the burning down and leaf into the gap below the entrance vines, and threw dry leaf bits and dust after it. Smoke rose, the burn crackling. The snake plainly startled. Snakes hate smoke and open flame. A louder hiss, the head jerking back out of the mouth, the scrape rushing off. A chance. I turned, propped Shin Qingqiu up, the thermos to her lips. President Shun, water, swallow slow. Her eyes opened wider, the pupils starting to focus. She swallowed on instinct, some running down her chin, which I wiped with my sleeve. I'm a passenger from your flight, Li Yunfan. Fast but clear. We have to leave here now. Confusion crossed her eyes, then wariness, then landed on her swollen ankle and the leg wound. She tried to speak, only air came. Can you stand? Try. I helped her up, the left leg just held, but the right touched ground and she hissed and toppled. I caught her, her skin cold. No good. She couldn't walk. I looked to the mouth. The small fire spread slow on the damp leaves, but the smoke made enough chaos. The snake had pulled back for now, but surely not far. How do I get an injured person who can barely walk out of this jungle, under a spooked python likely circling close? She leaned on my shoulder, breathing fast, but a third of the clarity back in her eyes. She looked at the smoke, then at my face, her lips moving. You? The word unfinished, a heavy scale-on-ground scrape, came from the jungle outside. Nearer and nearer. Outside the recess, the scale scrape was close enough to crawl the scalp. I put Shin Qingqiu behind me, the spear on the smoke-veiled mouth. Heart rate 140, stamina 61, hydration 68. The hot wet air pressed on my lungs like soaked wadding. I shut my eyes, drew a deep breath, and opened them with the calm of a project manager reading a Gantt chart. I read the recess. About 4 by 3 meters, sandstone-layered wall, weathered. A vertical crack on the left, 5 centimeters wide, depth unclear. Above, the edge where I'd triggered the rockfall, 7 or 8 meters up. The smoke was thinning. The tinder at the mouth had near burned out. Golden tree fern down goes fast. The smoke wouldn't hold long. The python outside was plainly waiting. For the smoke to clear, for the prey to show itself. I pulled the system's analysis. Infrared range 3 to 4.5 meters. The lip pits sensing 1/1000th of a degree. Low tolerance for sustained smoke, but it'll route to another way in or wait it out. Gorged, attack drive low, defensive deterrence first. And the wall scan. Sandstone layers, moderately weathered. The left crack grippable, but with a 2-centimeter weathered flake layer on top. Bush roots bared at the top edge, usable as an anchor. 2 roads. Wait for the snake to leave. But Shin Qingqiu's shin was reddening into infection, and we hadn't the water to outlast it. Or climb out over the top. President Shun, low, fast but steady, 2 options. 1. Wait it out, but your wound can't wait. 2. Climb out over the wall above. She leaned at my side, black hair stuck to a pale cheek, eyes half open, pupils just focusing, her voice weak, but every word bitten clean. I can't walk. I can carry you, I said, turning to her. I need two things. Hold tight, stay silent. Not if you agree. She looked at me 3 seconds. That look I knew. A president weighing risk in a boardroom. Even more into paper thinness now. And nodded, slow but firm. To work. I grabbed the rest of the golden tree fern down. A handful. Mixed it with dry leaves. Scraped wall moss down with the knife. The system said it smokes thick. And split the mix into 3 small piles. Left of the mouth. Right. And 1 setback center. Noon sun cut in through the vine gaps in dazzling patches. I took out the window glass, dripped water for the bead lens again, aimed it at the brightest patch. Focus. The white point landed on the first pile, smoke rose, orange flame leapt. Then the second, the third. Crafting plus 0.1 to LV.4.4. Thick smoke filled the recess fast. I tore 2 strips from my shirt hem, long since wrecked, no effort to it. And with the last 100 milliliters of water wet about 20, one over my own nose and mouth, one to Shinchingchio. Outside came the snake's agitated hiss. The crawling stopped, but not gone far. Climbing gear. The paper mulberry cord, 2 meters, strong enough, but short. I untied the snake vine from my belt, 2.5, and the needham strap off the pack. Double half hitch to start, fisherman's bend to join, the knot manual's diagrams unfolding in my head. Fingers on muscle memory. 3 joined, 5.5 meters total. Traps plus 0.1 to LV.3.2. A pull test, taut. The system putting the braking strength near 150 kilos, reliable for short loads. I had her sit up and rigged a carry from the emergency aid method. Cord under both armpits, crossed at my chest, back round under her thighs. The contact was unavoidable. As my arm went across her front, she went stiff a second. The suit long since torn, 2 buttons gone, the edge of pale innerwear showing, my fingers grazing the soft edge, and she trembled but made no sound. I kept it to the rigging and nothing more. The system put her at heart rate 100, alertness 60%, a high pain threshold, and a line. Physical contact with Shinchingchio, strength plus 0.1. The cord fixed, weight spread even, her hands round my neck. Say if it hurts, I murmured. No answer. She buried her face in my shoulder, the long hair brushing my ear, the smell of blood and a trace of cold perfume. The president's composure holding into the 4th day after a crash. The route. The system marked grips on the left wall. A stone ledge 3 centimeters wide at 1.2 meters up, the crack forking at 2.5, the bush roots at 7.8 at the top edge. Load estimate. Me 70, Shun Qingxiu about 55, 125 together. 3-point method. Every move on 3 solid holds. First try. I shouldered her. She hissed and bit it down. Left hand on the crack, right foot on the ledge, drove up, and the wall sheeted off in a rattle of grit, the ledge loosening. I backed down at once, cold sweat soaking through. The analysis. Weathered flake about 2 centimeters, dense rock beneath, don't grip the surface. Tool work. I set her down, took the spare spear, branch, and aluminum tip, and notched the tip 10 centimeters back to make a rock chalk. Crafting plus 0.1 to LV.4.5. I drove the tip into the crack's fork, wedged tight by leverage. The system. Simple chalk holds about 50 kilos, good as a temporary foothold. Then the real climb. Her on my back again. 3 points. Left hand on the spare spear shaft, main load. Right foot on the ledge, assist. Right hand driving the main spear into the crack above for purchase. 20, 30 centimeters a move, slow but steady. She kept her eyes shut, face in my shoulder, breathing fast but dead still, fighting the tremor, the arm round my neck cramped tight. Sustained heavy climb. Strength plus 0.1, constitution plus 0.1. At 4 meters up, the scrape came from below, the smoke was clearing. A net-patterned head shadow blocked part of the mouth light, swinging side to side, the tongue flicking fast, refinding the scent and the heat. I sped up. The crack my right spear was set and suddenly split, grit falling, balance gone. Only the left hand on the shaft and right foot on the ledge left. She gasped. Stamina crashing to 55, the old left shoulder injury loading up. In the instant of imbalance, I kicked my right leg up hard and jammed the knee into a hollow in the wall, held by knee and left hand, grit grazing my cheek as it fell. I whipped the knife out and drove it into the softer weathered layer left, 5 centimeters in, a grip made on the spot. Quick recovery in crisis. Agility plus 0.1. On up. The last 2 meters, the top roots in sight, but my arms began to seize. Heavy load freehang climbing as hell on the core and arms. I bit the cord end in my teeth, gripped a bared root right-handed, and hauled with the core. Rolled, and we tumbled onto the platform at the edge. I unrigged at once and laid Shun Qingqiu flat, then collapsed, chest heaving, sweat pouring like a sluice opened. Stamina 48, hydration 65, heart 160, status mild dehydration / exhaustion / left shoulder pain back. 3 breaths, and I crawled up to look over. The python circled the mouth below, craned up, but plainly had no interest in a vertical climb. A gorged snake won't bother. It withdrew slow into the mouth, back to its guard duty. Safe for now. I recovered the spear and knife. The chalk wrecked, the knife edge chipped at the tip, but still good. Her state. The right ankle swelling no worse, but the left shin had bled in the climb friction, the scab torn, raw red under it. I took the beggartick's tips and plantain leaves I'd picked on the way. Antibacterial, healing, mashed them on rock, pressed the green juice and leaf to the wound, bound it with the last of the cloth. First aid plus 0.1 to LV.2.8. The 80 milliliters left in the thermos I gave all to her, none for myself. Hydration 65%, not yet the danger line, and she'd run on willpower alone. Dehydration would kill faster. She sat back against the rock, paper pale, but the eyes sharp again. She looked me over properly for the first time. Sweat-stuck hair, shirt soaked with sweat and blood, hands long but small cut all over. Li Yunfan, weak but with the president's cool returning, fellow passenger. Other survivors, 2 women at a safe base. I reported short, hurt but stable. You're the 4th I've found. She was quiet, looked down at her wrecked clothes, frowned. The micro-expression of a CEO, seeing a bad number in a report, but no complaint this time. Her gaze came back to my hands, working her ankle. Favorability 0% to 15%. Rescue, professional handling, a clear report building first trust. The route home. The cave base west-northwest about 800 meters, but first down from this platform to the gentler slope forest behind. The problem plain. She couldn't walk, both of us spent. I scanned the platform's growth, and the system flagged 3 meters right. Dragon-tail vine on a buttress trunk. Arum family. The stem watery but the sap toxic with calcium oxalate needles. Itch and swelling on skin, burns in the mouth. A trap. I looked off, landed on wild banana beside it. The stem pith watery and mineral rich, about 93% water per 100 grams, potassium and magnesium, non-toxic, fine for emergency fluids and electrolytes. I cut a section, split it, the milky pith showing. A squeeze and clear juice dripped out. I tasted it first, faintly astringent, cool, confirmed non-toxic. Drink this. I caught the squeezed juice in a rolled banana leaf cup and handed it to her. It'll bring your strength back. She stared at the milky liquid 2 seconds and drank, some at the corner of her mouth, wiped with the back of a hand, the gesture still holding a president's reserve though the hand shook. We each took about 150. Mine, hydration to 70, stamina to 52. Hers, dehydration easing, alertness to 75%. A drag sled for the trip. I gathered 2 straight branches for runners, the leftover cord and vine woven into a net hammock. Shin Qingqiu watched me work from the edge, gaze unfocused, holding to a thread of clarity on willpower alone. The sled half-formed. She swayed and tipped forward. I stopped, caught her shoulders, skin cold, breath short. Water, barely audible. The thermos was empty. I grabbed the cut banana stem and wrung the last drops into her mouth. She swallowed, lashes trembling, and sagged back against the rock as if she'd no strength even to keep her eyes open. I worked faster, silent. The last vine cinched, the sled done. I knelt, arms careful under her knees and back. It'll be bumpy, low. No answer. Only, as I lifted her into the hammock, her body curled on instinct and a stifled sound came. her forehead to my sweat and mud shoulder, black hair spilling loose. I set her, propped the hurt ankle high on soft vine, slung the haul rope over my own spent shoulder, took a last look at the deep northeast jungle, nothing but layered green, and turned, bent, drove. The runners ground over the soil, carrying the half-conscious survivor west toward base, slow and heavy. The platform's heat lay on me like wet gauze. The runners ground off the edge and down the gentler backslope, carrying her. Stamina 52, hydration 70, the left shoulder aching again. I'd upturned and smoothed the runner fronts the way the survival knowledge said, but on jungle ground it helped little. Not 10 meters into the dense forest, the left runner jammed in a root groove. I grunted, kicked back with my right leg to hold, the rope cutting into the shoulder blade. I pulled the radar, most still gray, but the winding path from the cave to here and back to the wall lit up, the rough terrain showing. I went by that lit route, picking the thinner growth alongside it. Every meter burned reserve. Dragging the loaded sled over soft leaf litter was like hauling a cart through a bog, each step sinking, every runner pull needing the whole body's force to free it. Sweat ran off my temples into my eyes, stinging, the shirt soaked and clinging. 15 minutes, under 150 meters by my guess. I stopped against a trunk, heaving. The system, merciless, stamina 48, hydration 66. Drink now or really go into dehydration. My eye caught a vine climbing a great trunk, dark leaves with irregular holes, finger-thick aerial roots hanging down. Monstera aerial roots, watery, non-toxic, fine for emergency use. The unripe fruit and sap hold oxalate needles, irritant to the mouth. I cut 3 of the thickest, the cut faces white pith, broke a length to my mouth and sucked. Cool, faintly earthy water, not pleasant but water. Hydration to 71. I drained 2 roots, about 100 milliliters worth, and squeezed the third into the banana leaf cup for her. She swallowed 2 mouthfuls unconscious, some spilling, and I wiped her lip with a thumb, the skin scalding. Energy 2. I chewed roasted arrowroot from the side pocket, dry stuff needing a lot of spit, but satiety to 78. Then I saw her shivering faintly, not cold, low blood sugar, but she couldn't eat solids unconscious. I crushed a few arrowroot slices on a banana leaf, mixed in a little root juice, mashed it to paste with the knife handle, half knelt, eased her jaw open with my left hand, and dripped a little off the leaf edge onto the back of her tongue. Her throat slid faintly. Yes, swallow. Low, like coaxing a child. 20 minutes on, the first big block, a rotten log 40 centimeters thick across the path, mossed and fungus grown. No getting the sled over. I unhitched, moved her and the sled into tree shade. Her hair spread in the hammock, that abnormal flush deeper on the pale cheek. 5 minutes, I told the unconscious woman, and cut at the vine and brush round the log, the chipped knife enough for that. An innate cleared an 80-centimeter gap, stamina to 42. Rehitching, I found her left foot had slid out of the soft padding, the ankle swollen like proof dough. I propped it high again. Cold, poor circulation. Past the log the ground sloped gently down, 100-odd meters more, and water sound ahead. A stream 1.5 meters wide. Gentle, clear to the rounded pebbles and sand on the bottom. I waded it alone first, knee-deep and icy. Found solid footing stones, came back. Crossing the sled was technical. I tied the rope into a double loop at my chest, lowered my center, small steady steps. The runners splashed in, the jolt drawing a vague low moan from her, lashes flickering but not waking. On the far bank I dropped, panting, the stream having soaked my trouser legs, the chill easing the burn in my legs. There I spotted a plant at the bank, upright stems, lance leaves, fine pink-white flower spikes, water pepper, the whole plant medicinal, pungent, antibacterial, insecticidal, styptic, young leaves a seasoning, but toxic in quantity. I took a small handful of tips, wrapped in banana leaf, might be of use. Back on the trail, the drain went into overdrive, stamina pinging 40, 38, 36, sweat blurring my sight, so I had to wipe my face with an arm, the arm smeared with sweat, mud, and the trace of her wound's blood. About 400 meters from the cave by my reckoning, a clear snap of deadwood came from the northeast. I froze. The radar, a red dot at 80 meters, sun bare, subadult, about 40 kilos, very curious, possibly aggressive, moving slow southwest, right at me. Damn, under my breath, and I hauled the sled fast behind a thick screw pine clump, crouched, the sling off my belt, the spear gripped. The system, stay still. Sun bears see poorly, run on smell, wind southeast, you're downwind, your scent may not have carried. The brush rustle and heavy snuffling came closer. My heart slammed the eardrum. The red dot circled, nearest about 50 meters. I held my breath and reached the pack side pocket, the last of the lemongrass crumbs, meant for keeping meat. I scattered a pinch round me and the sled, the sharp citrus smell spreading in the wet air, a rare strong scent in nature, enough to foul a bear's nose. The dot held at 50 about a minute, then moved off northwest and faded from the radar. Clear. I let out a long breath and only then felt my back wholly wet, the cold sweat of that moment. Traps plus 0.1 to LV.3.3. No time for the skill line. I turned to her, and it had worsened. Cold sweat beaded her forehead, the hairline black stuck to skin, the flush deeper, breath shallow and quick. I felt her forehead, frighteningly hot. The diagnosis, alertness 40%, temperature 38.7, heart 110, local wound infection driving a whole body inflammatory response, dehydration not fully corrected, needs cooling and stronger anti-infection. Hold on. I cut the largest banana leaves, took a wet strip, the shirt hem, soaked at the stream, and wiped her forehead, neck, underarms. Physical cooling, the most direct. Then the water pepper tips, mashed on a flat stone, the pungent juice mixed into the beggartick's paste on her shin. The antibacterial should strengthen it. First aid plus 0.1 to LV.2.9. That done, I found Monstera nearby, cut more roots, fed her water desperately. An unconscious person swallows badly. Most ran out, but I kept dripping it in. I had to reach the cave fast. I looked at the last 400 meters, then the sled. The crude hammock jolting would worsen her. My eye went to the path side, wrought tan, and a thick-leaved fern. The system, Oriental Blechnum, non-toxic, soft thick fronds. I gathered like a madman, layered the soft fronds thick in the hammock, reinforced every joint with wrought tin bark, fingers pricked bloody and ignored, the beads wiped off on my trouser leg. Crafting plus 0.1 to LV.4.6. The improved sled cushioned far better. I reslung the rope, wrapping it 2 extra turns round my arm against slipping. The last 400 was a contest of will. Every 50 meters I had to stop and heave, stamina dropping to 35, but I didn't dare rest. Her breathing got weaker. The temperature, eased a little by the cooling, still sat high at 38.5. 100 meters from the cave, I stepped on something. Clack, rattle, rattle. A vine tripline tripped, the bamboo tube clatter bursting in the silent forest. From the cave came Lin Tiantian's voice, pitched up with fright. Who's out there? Fear in it, but no panicked bolting. The girl had grown. I drew a breath and answered, steady but carrying. Tiantian. It's me, Li Yunfan. I've brought back an injured person. Open the door. A few seconds, and the barrier door cracked open from inside. Her small face squeezed out, and at the sight of me the tears streamed, but she swiped them with the back of her hand at once and opened the door full. Inside, the fire kept low, Su Man already on her feet, the arms still slung, but standing straight, the pursers training in the bone. At the sight of me, she eased plainly. Mr. Li, you finally. Then her eyes hit the sled, and her brow drew. I dragged it to the mouth and swept the cave first. Fire, spring basin, the supply heap, 2 beds. Good, no trouble. Tiantian, hold the door, don't let it swing back, horse. I've got her. The last of the stamina, 38, but worse than the number. Teeth set, half dragging, half lifting, I moved Shen Qingqiu off the sled. Light, or weightless on adrenaline. I carried her in and laid her on the dry fern bed across the fire, away from the draft, the temperature steadier there. Done, I all but dropped against the inner mouth, back to the rock, heaving, the soaked clothes clinging, sight blacking, my own heartbeat roaring in my ears. Stamina 35, hydration 63, status severe fatigue, near collapse. Lin Tiantian was startlingly quick. Seeing me down, she ran to the supply heap. The sealed 500 milliliters bottle full, a shell of cooled boiled water, the steel can on the fire at a low simmer. Grabbed the bottle, knelt by me, uncapped it, held it to my mouth. Brother, drink, drink. Tearful, eyes red, but her hands steady. Sister Sue Man said we always keep cooled boiled water ready. This is it. I took it, mild to the touch, tipped most of it down, the parched throat scoured. Hydration to 75. Food already at hand. Roasted muntjac slices she'd cut with the knife, and the last roasted arrowroot on a clean banana leaf. Brother, eat. Her eyes still on my pale face. I ate in big swallows. Fuel. Satiety to 80. A little air back. I looked to the fire. Sue Man had already moved the steel can off with a stick, set on a stone to cool. I nodded. Her thoroughness was what I'd expected. I pushed up off the rock, the left shoulder stabbing. To Shinqingqiu. The diagnosis updated. Temperature 38.5. Heart 105. Local infection. Inflammation ongoing. Alertness 30%. Severe dehydration. Weak. Before I spoke, Lin Tiantian had brought the shell of cooled water and a small, relatively clean cloth strip. Looked carefully torn from someone's inner lining. I took it. What a banana leaf. Wiped Shun Qingqiu's forehead, neck, wrists. Fast and steady. Each spot over a vessel. I folded a banana leaf into a funnel to feed water. It touched her lips and ran straight off the corners, the swallow reflex too weak. I pinched the funnel tip finer, to a barely lit slit, and tipped only 3 or 4 drops onto the cracked lip seam. They seeped slow. I washed her throat. A moment, then the faintest slide. Done. I kept the rhythm. A drop. Wait, a drop. Lin Tiantian knelt holding the shell in both hands. Eyes locked on my hands. Breath held. By the 7th her lashes trembled a hair. You take over. I handed her the leaf. Hoarse with fatigue. Same rhythm. Hands steady. She nodded hard, fingertips shaking as she took the tip, but her gaze went instantly intent. She mimicked me, the drop poised over the lip seam. I stepped back, leaned on the rock, let myself shut my eyes on a deep breath. Only the fire's crackle and her soft count. 1, 2, 3 drop. A few seconds rest, and I checked the leg dressing again. The beggar Tixplan and water pepper paste still moist, no off smell. I rebounded. Only then did I let myself truly slacken, sliding down the wall to the floor, every muscle wailing like it had been taken apart and rebuilt. Eyes shut, the fire's crackle, Sue Man's soft water feeding, Lin Tiantian's careful clink of vessels, the forest's eternal hum outside. 4 of us now. I had to think what came next. Shin Qingqiu's infection had to be controlled, and were the herbs we had enough? How many days would the food stretch? And 2 survivors still unaccounted for. Brother, Lin Tiantian's small voice. She'd come over with half a shell of warm water. You drink some too. I opened my eyes, took it, drained it. I'm all right, I said, and seeing the worry still on her small face, added, You did very well, Tiantia. She bit her lip, eyes reddening again, nodded hard, and went straight back to the fern bed, careful to take up the leaf and the drip work again. I pushed up off the wall, the ache pulling a hiss out of me, crouched by the bed, felt her forehead, still hot, but no sign of worsening. I watched her breath and color, and the steady leaf tip in Lin Tiantian's hand. Keep this rhythm, I said. This is the critical window. She nodded, eyes never leaving the lips, counting soft. 1, 2, 3. Drop. At the edge of my sight, a faint flash. Lin Tiantian favorability 81% to 83%. Trusted, given responsibility, aching for me. The light outside softened. Afternoon. I went to the mouth, checked the door's firmness, looked through the gap at the perimeter trip lines. All normal. Back in, I counted the scant gear. Knife, glass, sling, the wrecked spare spear, the last lemongrass crumbs. Mr. Lee, Sue Man said softly, this is President Shun, isn't it? I saw her photo on the passenger manifest. I turned. You know her? A purser needs to know all the important passengers. She shook her head a little. I just didn't think we'd meet like this. Shin Qingqiu muttered something in her stupor, fingers curling on instinct. I looked at that face. Even in fever, the lines clear, a sharp edge lingering. She'll pull through, I said. The air in the cave was thick enough to wring water from. I sat against the rock, chest still heaving. Stamina 35. The number red and stinging. Near the collapse line. Drop further and I'd black out. Lin Tiantan already had the roasted muntjac at my mouth. It had gone cold. The fat turned greasy and sluggish, chewing like waterlogged cardboard. But I forced it down. 1 bite. 2 mechanical. Satiety to 85. Hydration to 78. Small gains. But the stamina bar sat glued in place, and the left shoulder throbbed, pulling with every breath. I looked at my right palm. The scab split at the edges from the haul rope, weeping a thread of blood. The self-check. Left deltoid mild strain. Limit load 48 hours. Right palm abrasion. No infection. Keep it clean. Bearable. I dabbed the last of the Gotu-Cola juice from the pack on my palm, the cool pressing the sting down a little. Not the time to rest. I pushed up, knees near buckling, steadied on the wall, and crouched by Shun Qingqiu's bed. Temperature 38.4, down a tenth. Heart 102, down 3. Local wound infection, mostly gram-positive. The inflammation on a plateau. Alertness 25%. Physical cooling working, but slow. Needs stronger anti-infection and fever support. Keep up the water. I read, gram-positive, and the database surfaced. This kind shows local redness, heat, swelling, and runs to systemic inflammation if it worsens. She was right on that edge. I took quick stock of my herbs, a few beggar-tix leaves, a pinch of plantain, most of the water pepper spent, the turmeric gone yesterday, the turkey tail too little even for a cup of tea. Tian. I turned, hoarse but clear. Stay with President Shin. Keep dripping water into her with the leaf. Check her forehead temperature every 10 minutes. Back of your hand against your own forehead first. Learn the difference. She nodded hard, the leaf already gripped. Got it. Purser. To Sue Man. Keep that can at a low simmer. I need sterile hot water. The slung arm aside. She worked the fire one-handed and moved the can to the flame's edge. Understood, above 95. Then I checked my gear. The spear tip chipped, but it would still pierce. The sling at my belt. 1 pebble. The knife's grip cloth sweat slick. I shouldered the pack, put on the fan palm hat. Stamina 35. Going out on that was asking to die, but I'd done the math. Within 50 meters of the cave, the radar had lit a relatively safe band. Fast search, under 20 minutes. The target clear, fever-reducing, anti-inflammatory herbs. I'll be near the mouth, I told them. Anything odd, shout. Lin Tiantian's eyes went round. You're going out. For medicine. Physical cooling, and what little herb we have won't hold her infection. I pushed the door, the afternoon heat pouring in. 20 minutes, back on time. The jungle outside was a steamer. I checked the east spike trap first, trip line intact, the bamboo spear still seated, untriggered. Good, that direction's safe for now. The radar laid out. Most of the 50-meter circle pale gray, explored but unmarked. Only a few paths and points lit. Herbs don't jump out at you. I crouched and read from the plant bases up. A fallen log, 30 centimeters thick, mossed and tree-eared. On its shaded side, thick humus spongy underfoot, and mid-log a dense little mushroom cluster caught my eye. White stalks, pale brown caps with fine fuzz at the edge, not the stout termite mushroom kind, but growing in a sheet, each thumb-sized. The system, ladybell, whole plant medicinal, clears heat and damp, moves blood, reduces swelling, detoxifies, effective for suppurative infection, high fever, traumatic swelling, non-toxic, young leaves edible. Found it. I cut the above-ground parts close to the soil, sparing the roots to regrow. 20 or so plants wrapped in banana leaf, the young leaves gathered separately into the side pocket. Crafting plus 0.1 to LV.4.7. On. To the seep behind the cave, the wall always wet, grown with dark green moss-like growth. No, not moss. Narrow leaves, brown spore clusters on the back, hugging the rock. The system, felt fern, whole plant medicinal, drains water, clears lung heat, cools the blood, stops bleeding. Good for urinary infection, lung heat cough, traumatic bleeding. Useful for high fever. I pried 2 palm widths off the wall with the knife edge, leaving the base layer to grow on. West about 40 meters, near the noose trap edge, a tree caught me. Gray-brown bark, lengthwise cracks, a little amber resin congealed at the base into half-clear lumps. The system, Chinese olive. The resin medicinal, astringent, styptic, promotes granulation, clears heat and toxin. External for ulcers, burns, bleeding. The fruit edible, vitamin C rich. I knocked 5 low green fruit down with the spear shaft and scraped a thumb of the dried resin. Amber, smelling of pine crossed with citrus. Time to turn back. Stamina to 30, fatigue rising like a tide. On the way, an aromatic herb at the corner of my eye. Square stems, serrated leaves, a sharp cool scent when crushed. Mint, disperses heat, clears the head, soothes the throat. Menthol and menthone, anti-fever, anti-inflammatory, cooling on the skin. I pinched a handful of tips into the banana leaf bundle. Perception plus 0.1 to LV.6.1. I turned back at a run, being barely faster than a quick walk, legs leaden, each lift driven by will. At the cave, Lin Tiantian knelt by Shun Qingqiu's bed, the leaf funnel poised 2 centimeters off her lips, dead still, a drop seeping out, Shun Qingqiu's throat sliding. Brother, she turned, her small face all sweat. Sister Shun's eyelids moved a few times, but she didn't wake. Still hot, but seems no higher. The system confirmed 38.3, the cooling working, but too slow. I dropped by the fire and laid the herbs out. Su Man had the can over, white steam at the lip, a low simmer. A flat stone. Lin Tiantian ran out and brought back a slab of schist. Step 1, clean. Boiling water over the knife and the slab, rough sterilizing. The ladybell, felt fern, and mint tips I blanched quick in a little boiling water, not boiled, or the active parts wash out, then spread on a clean banana leaf. Step 2, decoct. 10 whole ladybell, a pinch of felt fern, a little mint into the can with about 200 milliliters boiling water, the can to the fire's edge, low heat. I watched the system's timer, 15 minutes, no high flame, the surface just simmering, the liquid going brown-green, a bitter smell cut with mint's cool. Step 3, a poultice. The rest of the ladybell and felt fern crushed on the slab with a pebble, the green olives mashed in. Little juice, mostly fibrous pulp, and the thumb of resin, softened by the heat, worked in with my fingers into a dark green paste. The decoction done, I lifted the can on a banana leaf and let it cool to warm, tasted a sip. Bitter, a cool aftertaste, the system confirming the makeup right and non-toxic. Tiantian, hold her head. She cradled Shun Qingqiu's nape. I took a mouthful and bent to give it to her. The only reliable way to get it into someone whose swallow was this weak. Lin Tiantian's cheeks went red watching, but Shun Qingqiu's throat slid, it went down. A mouthful, another, 150 milliliters in 7 or 8 passes. First aid plus 0.1 to LV.3.0, and a flood of unconscious patient dosing detail poured in. Judging the swallow reflex, controlling flow, preventing aspiration. I shut my eyes 2 seconds and reopened them with steadier hands. Then the dressing, the swelling down some when I unwrapped it, no pus. The new paste on, bound with the last fairly clean shirt strip. The leftover mint I mashed for juice and wiped her forehead, temples, inner wrists. The cool would help the fever down. Done, I dropped against the wall, heaving. An hour later, temperature 37.9, down half a degree, heart 95, down 7. Inflammation markers falling, alertness 35%. A turn for the better. Watching her breathing steady and the scald of her forehead ease, the taut air in the cave finally loosened. Lin Tiantian knelt beside, eyes round, looking from Shun Qingqiu to the heap of used herbs and the paste-streaked slab, and finally to my face. A mess of sweat, mud, and herb juice. Brother. Small, full of plain awe. You're amazing. Are you a doctor? My hand, wiping itself on a leaf, paused. Not a doctor, Su Man said softly beside me, a clear respect in her look now. Even a doctor, in a modern hospital, would struggle to identify and use so many wild herbs this fluently. What Mr. Lee does is more like precise emergency judgment built on a great store of knowledge. A small pause. Very professional. I tossed the dirted leaf aside and drank from the shell, my face plain, flat with fatigue. A medical license doesn't teach compounding in a rainforest. I tugged a tired, half-lazy smile. I'm just a laborer. Used to haul code, now I haul wood. Not much difference, both jobs following a manual. Lin Tiantian didn't fully get hall code, but following a manual made her think of how I'd stare at a fixed point in the air, and she nodded, half understanding, only more in awe. Su-man caught the understatement and smiled, said nothing more, but the light in her eyes said it. Lin Tiantian favorability 83% to 86%, Su-man 63% to 68%. Lin Tiantian's hit the regard node. Reward 3 attribute points. I didn't hesitate. I pulled the panel. 1 to strength, 7.5, 8.5, 1 to constitution, 6.9, 7.9, 1 left. The instant they landed, a hot current burst from the marrow through the limbs, a living, solid strength rebuilding in the muscle. The left shoulder sting wrapped and dulled in a heavy toughness. The trembling arms and core steadied as by an unseen frame. My breath deepened on its own, the lungs taking in more, washing the sluggishness off, the most direct feel of constitution. The body's base power and recovery rate hauled up a notch. Stamina 28% to 45%, status severe to moderate fatigue / recovering fast. I let out a long breath and reopened my eyes with the forced-up daze mostly cleared and shifted from leaning fully on the wall to a straighter cross-legged sit. As the light dimmed, hunger finally outweighed the eased fatigue. I counted food, roasted muntjac ribs about 300 grams, all the roasted arrowroot, 5 rambutan, split 3 ways, barely a meal. Supper. I set the meat on a branch by the fire, fat dripping in to crackle, the smell spreading, and rubbed on the last lemongrass crumbs, the citrus over the meat hollowing the stomach. Done. I handed the tenderest 2 rib pieces to Lin Tiantian, and Su-man. Lin Tiantian took hers, but didn't eat, tore a small strip, and held it to my mouth. Brother first, you're the most tired. I took it. She pulled her hand back quick and went pink, head down over her own piece. Favorability 86% to 87%. Satiety 90, hydration 80, stamina 46. Halfway through, a faint sound from Shin Qingqiu. Water. Lin Tiantian sprang up with the funnel. The swallow was clearly stronger now, 3 or 4 mouthfuls on her own. Alertness 40%, improvement holding. Full dark, and a starscape came out over the cave. A tropical island with no light pollution, the sky frighteningly clear, the Milky Way a spilled stream of milk across it. I went to the mouth and sat. Lin Tiantian leaned in at once, both arms round mine, warm against me. Su-man moved near too, a polite but close distance. Brother, Lin Tiantian looked up at the stars. It's December 31st today. At home, you'd be watching the New Year show now. I looked up too. The show hears in surround sound. Crickets, frogs, wind, the odd solo from some unnamed beast. Su-man asked soft, Mr. Lee, do you think we'll get back? I turned, the fire on my profile, and let the mouth curve. If we don't get back, we live, I said, low but every word landing solid. And not just live better than before. President Shin's lying in the Island Limited Edition presidential suite right now. Give it a while, and I'll build you a garden villa out here with a natural hot spring, and then maybe you'll start thinking how to repay your chief engineer. Lin Tiantian flushed and thumped my arm with a small fist. You, talking nonsense again. Favorability 87% to 88%. Su-man started, then gave a gentle smile. Then we'll wait and see, Mr. Lee. Favorability 68% to 69%. Charisma plus 0.1 to 7.7. Near 11, the turn came. Shin Qingqiu broke into a violent cough, her body convulsing in a rigor. I was at the bed in an instant, holding her shoulders, startling strong, near tearing the dressing loose. After some phlegm, her breathing went fast and her eyes cracked open, unfocused, but open. Her lips moved, hoarse as sandpaper. Cold. I gave the order. Tiantian, my suit jacket. Su-man, build the fire up, mind the ventilation. Jacket on. Fire up, but the shaking didn't stop, her teeth chattering, body curled tight. The system, temperature 37.9, felt temperature crashing from the rigor, may be rising again. Post-infection rigor, the immune system fighting, the thermoregulation thrown off. I didn't hesitate, lay down on my side on the bed beside her and drew her, jacket and all, against me. A warm chest against a cold body, a stable heat source. That was the treatment the situation called for. Physical warming's fastest, I said plainly to the two women, not looking up. Front contact gives the most surface, the best heat transfer. She needs a steady source. Lin Tiantian watched the two of us close, her mouth unconsciously pursing, fingers winding her hem. But seeing Shun Qingqiu's pallor and the unending shiver, the small peak gave to worry, settling into a soft hum. Su Man started, then nodded in understanding and looked gently away. I'd no mind for anything else. The closeness set off the reflex I'd come to expect. I drew a breath and pressed it down at once with will and a quickly steadying body. In my arms, her shivering visibly calmed, her body curling on instinct toward the warmth, forehead at my neck. I set my arm round her to hold her steady, my palm coming to rest at her uninjured right side. And she gave a faint shudder, a soft sound, her lashes trembling as her eyes tried and failed to focus and fell shut, and her fingers weakly returned to press on my hand at her waist. Favorability 15% to 25%, Constitution plus 0.1 to 8.0. The system, post-infection rigor easing, a steady heat source lowering her energy drain, buying the immune system time. Right then, far off in the deep jungle, a long, harrowing beast howl rolled out. I jerked my head to the mouth, eyes sharp, and focused the radar. 3 green dots inside 100 meters, no red. The source at least 100 meters out, maybe more. But I didn't move, kept holding Shin Qingqiu. Lin Tiantian, woken, pressed tighter to my back, an arm round my side. Su Man woke too and gripped the branch by her, saw my steady, unmoving back, settled, patted her own chest, let out a breath, and lay back, but plainly no longer sleeping, listening alert. The fire crackled in my hot hold and the steady beat of my heart. Shin Qingqiu's breathing went even. Far off, the howl didn't come again. And so 2025 crossed over, in a cave on a deserted island. The cave's dark was cut by threads of paling dawn. My first sense on waking was the left arm gone fully numb. Shin Qingqiu had pillowed on it all night. I held the side-lying hold and checked the panel. Stamina 73, left deltoid strain healed. Right palm abrasion 98% closed. At Constitution 8.0, the recovery ran like an accelerator. I twitched the arm. The numbness gave to the ache of muscle stretching back out. The body against me was warm and soft. I looked down, the system locking on her. Temperature 37.2, normal, heart 78. Local infection markedly resolved, alertness 65%. The redness near gone, no pus, her breath long and even, lashes shadowing her lids, a little color back in her cheeks. I drew my arm out from under her neck inch by inch. The blood returned prickling enough to twitch my mouth. Sat up, worked my neck and shoulders, the bones clicking faint. Lin Tiantian slept hugging me from behind, a small hand in my hem. Su Man lay clothed on the other side, breathing even. I pulled the jacket back over the three and turned a thought to the panel. Time to use the held point. 1 to strength, 8.5, 9.5. A firmer burst welled from core and shoulders and limbs. Not a hollow swelling, but rebar quenched a second time. Denser, tougher. The stiffness of the long-held posture eased, replaced by the backing of I could double my force any moment. Stamina 73% to 80%. I rose, bare feet on the dry rock. The fire burned to dull embers smoldering in the ash. Dawn through the door gaps and bands on the floor. I checked the door, the she-oak frame solid, the lashings tight, the fan palm cover whole, then the 4 triple arms. East, the line taut, the dry bamboo tube at 30 centimeters, a touch from rolling, no trigger. South, intact. West, a faint shift in the line. I crouched, heavy night dew, the line sagging a little with the wet, the tube unmoved. A false alarm. North, intact. The east game trail spike trap sat quiet, line good, bamboo spear seated, tip toward the trail, nothing snared. The west nooses needed checking. I turned and Lin Tiantian was just sitting up, rubbing her eyes, hair a wild puffed cat. Morning, brother. Thick with sleep, leaning over to hug my waist. How's Sister Shen? Fever's down. I patted her head. Go fetch water. Su Man, the fire. Su Man woke near the same instant, said nothing, looked first to the embers, laid fine sticks on with her left hand, bent and blew. 3 breaths, and the orange came up and caught the new wood. She held the pose till it burned steady, fine sweat at her temple. Lin Tian took 2 shells to the seat behind. The basin clear, filled them, reported back. Brother Yunfan, still that much water, very clear. Good. Pack on, hat on. I'll check the west traps, back soon. The dawn air damp and cold, thin mist low in the trees, radar full open, 3 green dots in the cave, no red. The first noose had a catch. A gray-brown jungle hare snared by a hind leg, hung 1.5 meters off a branch, suffocated, sizable, about 3 kilos. The system, Burmese hare, about 3.2 kilos, safe to eat, high protein and low fat, the pelt usable, middling warmth. I loosed it, the slip knot well tied, reset to the right sensitivity. The other 3 empty, but the grass by the third showed tread and struggle marks, a few blades kicked over. A height problem. The noose sat about 25 centimeters up, too high for small and mid animals. I pressed the trigger down to 15 and re-camouflaged it with leaves. Traps plus 0.1 to LV.3.4. Hair in hand, back to the cave. Lin Tian lit up. A rabbit. Meat for the first meal of the year. Suman smiled. Mr. Lee has good luck. Not luck. The trap was set right. I dressed it at the mouth. The knife opening the belly. The chip no hindrance to skinning. The blade between hide and flesh, slow and steady to spare the pelt. The whole hide off with a thin fat layer inside. I rubbed ash on the inner side and laid it beside the muntjac hide to dry. Then the meat. 2 thick hind legs, 4, the whole loin, the ribs, the heart, liver, kidney wrapped in big leaf, the guts and waste flicked off on a stick and buried deep far off, the smell a draw for visitors. Crafting plus 0.1 to LV.4.8. Inside, I caught Shin Qingqiu's lashes trembling hard, her eyes opening slow, unfocused first, the pupils tightening in the dawn, then landing precisely on my face. Memory returning. The bone cold, the hot hold, the warmth at her waist, her ears went red. The CEO's training forced her face level, and she tried to push up on a hand. The right ankle's sting drew a soft sound, and she dropped back. I gave her no second try. 2 steps over, left arm behind her back, right under her knees, the lift light as a bundle of feathers at strength 9.5, and set her propped at the clothed hollow of the wall. Don't move, even. The fever's down, your strength isn't back, the wound needs time. I took the thermos Su Man had kept warm, tipped the rim to her pale lips. She stared at the cup and at my steady, unrefusing eyes, hesitated a second, and drank from my hand in small sips, the warm water over the parched throat a clear relief. Favorability 25% to 30%, the initial trust node, reward 1 attribute point. Thank you. Horse, her gaze drifting aside. I owe you again. I curved the mouth, checking her ankles swelling. President Shun, debts don't crush a person. But you're the patient now. I'm doctor and orderly both. Just do as you're told. I unwrapped the old shin dressing, swelling much down. No pus. Reapplied the Ladybellin felt fern paste, fast and clean. The binding needed her tilted a little. My left hand came to her right side for support, and she shuddered, a soft sound catching in her throat, her composure slipping. I kept the binding steady and met her flushed face plainly. I shifted my hand off and went on. Hurt here too, low. No. She got out through her teeth, color to the collarbone, but too weak to fight it. I kept the contact purely to the support the dressing needed and finished without dwelling on it. Favorability 30% to 40%. First aid plus 0.1 to LV.3.1. Breakfast. The hare hind legs roasted crisp tinder by the fire, fat sizzling. I tore the tenderest hind leg strip and sat by Shin Qingqiu. President Shun, open. She balked, caught Lin Tian and Su Man in the corner of her eye, her pride fighting it. I can manage. Your hand steady enough to hold a thing right now? I had the reason, the strip near her lip. She waited a second and gave to the practicalities and the unarguing tone, and bit a small mouthful. Favorability 40% to 41%. I fed her patiently, bit by bit. The other hind leg I tore all into strips on a clean banana leaf and pushed to Su Man, her right arm out of use. Purser, Eat plenty. She tried the strips left-handed, clumsy. I lifted a piece on the chopsticks to her lips, plain about it. She started, then gave a gentle smile and leaned in to take it. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Always so thorough. Soft, her eyes warm. I ate the loin myself and tore fine strips for Lin Tiantian beside me. She took them happily, cheeks bulging, and then tore off a bit she judged best roasted and stood on her toes to feed me. Lin Tiantian favorability 88% to 89%, Su Man 69% to 70%. After, I announced, today's New Year's Day. Conditions are thin, but we keep some ceremony. First project of the year. Explore and improve where we live. Goals, a steadier food source, and solving personal cleanliness. The last line lit 3 pairs of eyes at once. 11. Lin Tiantian and I set out. Spear, sling, knife, banana leaves in the pack. She with a shell and a small stick. Radar open. Southwest up the slope. No red inside 100 meters. Finds came one after another. In sun-dappled open forest, heartleaf vines round the brush. Wild yam. 2 fist-sized spindle tubers dug up, the system warning they must be fully cooked to break down trace saponins. On a climber, an odd orange-red fruit dense with blunt spines, spiny gourd. The ripe pulp edible, lycopene-rich, but the seeds toxic. By a near-dry trickle, cattail in clumps. Young stems edible, the pollen styptic, the dry leaves good for weaving. I took a bundle of stems and a lot of leaves. Along the way, fiddlehead blechnum tips, and 2 green fruit off a wild guava sapling. I taught the ID points as we went, Lin Tiantian earnest. At a low thicket she suddenly tugged my hem and dropped her voice. Brother, look there. At a shrub base, a nest of dry grass and feathers with 6 pale brown speckled eggs, pheasant eggs. We took 4, left 2. Perception plus 0.1 to LV.6.2. I climbed a bare limestone shelf to look out. About a kilometer off toward a valley, a patch of paler, differently reflective vegetation, likely swamp or wetland, still gray on the map. I noted the bearing. Before turning back, I gathered more mint and an artemisia-smelling aromatic from the damp and sunny ground. Usually repellent and antibacterial, useful for the cleaning plan. Just as we made to return, the radar's edge, about 90 meters northwest, flashed a red dot, brief and urgent, appearing and sliding off sideways in an instant. Every muscle taut. I pulled Lin Tiantian behind me, spear toward where it had gone, held my breath. Only wind and leaves and far birdsong. A minute, no return. A passing boar, monitor lizard, some lone beast. Good that it hadn't come on. Back safe, 3 hours out, stamina 65 to 60. I drank deep from the spring, 8 cattail stems and half a guava, and at Constitution 8.0 the recovery showed. A short rest and food, and the fatigue fell off fast, stamina 60 to 70. Afternoon, I decided to scout above the cave's rear wall. Free climbing, agility 6.6, giving good balance and footing. I reached about 15 meters above the cave top, where a curtain of dense aerial root vines caught my eye. I parted them. Warm, moist, faintly mineral air on my face. I edged into the crack, a natural chamber about 10 square meters, a fissure of light at the top, and on the floor a natural stone pool 2 meters across and a meter deep, the water clear to the smooth pebbles, fine bubbles rising at the walls, steam misting the surface. The system, water about 42 degrees Celsius, rich in sulfur, calcium, magnesium, weakly alkaline, no bacterial colonies, aids circulation and healing, not for drinking. A natural hot spring. My mouth split into a grin. I went back fast to announce the New Year's gift. The 3 could hardly believe it. Shen Qingqiu's cool eyes bursting with disbelieving delight. Su Man's hand to her mouth. Lin Tiantian leaping straight onto me. Really? Really? We can wash. The hunger for clean overrode all. I went to work at once, clearing the spring mouth of weeds and thorn with knife and spear, hauling flat stones and branches to lay a rough stair up the steep part, making screening curtains of cattail and banana leaf at the pool's edge and stepping stones. At dusk, the sponge baths began. Shen Qingqiu first. I carried spring water and cold to a comfortable temperature, took the muntjac hide, sun-dried, ash-cured to a relatively soft, absorbent thing, soaked it, wrung it half dry, and wiped her face, neck, arms, and back, carefully clear of the shin wound. The work was clinical and brisk, the close contact unavoidable for the washing itself. I kept it that way and nothing more. She was stiff at first, eyes shut, lashes trembling, then eased under the warm cloth and steady hands, the flush at her cheeks and ears not fading. Near her side, she gave an involuntary small shiver, her breath skipping. I didn't stop, said low at her ear, relax, almost done, and kept the cloth moving plainly. Favorability 41% to 46%. Then Sue Man. The same hide rinsed and wrung, her left arm wiped, and when I went to her legs and the warm hide wrapped her foot and ankle. Mr. Lee. She tensed, a small startled sound, her toes curling to draw back, but the slung arm stopping her. I held the ankle steady, the pressure even. Don't move, purser, level. Checking for blisters or new cuts, necessary. I kept it slow and clinical, the cloth on the instep, heel, and ankle for the check, and gave the sole a wide berth precisely because pressing a ticklish foot would only make the job harder. Purely practical, not to draw a reaction. She turned her face away, bit her lip, and got out thin. Sorry to trouble you. Favorability 70% to 73%. Lin Tiantian's turn was simpler. I folded a whole banana leaf into a funnel and poured warm spring water over her from above behind the curtain. She gave small happy yelps. When I dried her with the warm wrung hide, she suddenly turned and put her wet arms round my waist, face to my chest. Brother Yunfan, Happy New Year. With you here, this place doesn't seem so frightening. It's good. A wet, warm armful. I held the reflex down with will and kept it brief. Favorability 89% to 91%. Night fell, 4 of us clean and renewed round the warm fire. Supper a rich hare stew, chunked wild yam, and the red pulp of the spiny gourd in. The broth an inviting orange red, savory and full, with roasted cattail stems and the precious roasted pheasant eggs. The most like a meal since the crash, full of New Year's hope. I raised a shell of clear water, the fire on my set, faintly smiling face. To 2026, to us still alive, to the 4 of us. The goal holds, not just to live, but to live better. Next, we build our hot spring lodge. Shin Qingqiu, Su Man, Lin Tiantian all raised their cups. For shells touched with a dull, solid sound, the firelight on the bright, leaning hope rekindled in their eyes. The cave's dark thinned to gray-blue with the dawn. I opened my eyes, the readout clear in my sight. Stamina 78, satiety 85, left deltoid 95% healed, a faint ache, right palm 100%. At Constitution 8.0 the recovery was striking, but no instant cheat code. 2 days rest and high-protein food had near rebuilt the shoulder and palm. Only a slight pull when I overdid it. I worked the left shoulder, smooth, a thread of stiffness at the end. Yesterday's climb and build ache mostly gone. The left arm had gone numb again. Lin Tiantian had hugged me octopus-style all night, cheek in my shoulder, breath warm and even. I held still and looked the other way. Shin Qingqiu pillowed on my right arm, black hair spread on the bed. The system locked on. Temperature 36.9, heart 72, local wound infection fully cleared, right ankle sprain swelling down 60%, movement limited. The redness gone. She slept deep, a healthy color in the cool pale cheeks, lips parted. I drew the arm out inch by inch, the blood returned prickling enough to twitch my mouth. Worse than taking a cut. Sat up, the bones clicking faint. Su Man lay clothed across the fire, breathing even, the embers holding the cave at a comfortable 22 or so. Daily routine. I went to the mouth and checked the door and the 4 triple arms. Frame solid, cover tight. The lines good, but for the west set sagging with night dew. The bamboo tube unmoved, untriggered. Traps. The east game trail spike sat quiet, nothing snared. To the west brush. First noose empty. Second, a catch. A gaudy jungle fowl, snared cleanly by the neck. Hung 1.2 meters off a branch, suffocated, sizable, long tail, the neck and back a metallic dark red. A male. The system, red jungle fowl, the wild ancestor of the domestic chicken, about 1.5 kilos, safe to eat, high protein, the feathers usable, the flight feathers especially tough, good for fletching. I loosed it, checked the slip knot, reset to the right sensitivity, and the other two empty, the fourth with a faint drag mark in the leaves nearby, a small rodent struggling, too light to trigger. Traps plus 0.1 to LV.3.5. Foul in hand. Out at the mouth, the light full now, mist low in the trees. I bled it at the neck, fast, to spare the meat, then heated water to pluck. Sue Man, awake, was adding water to the steel can left-handed. I filled the meal box and set it on the granite stove. At about 65, I dipped the bird and turned it fast, the heat opening the follicles. A hand pull and the feathers came off in sheets with the membrane. Under 10 minutes, clean. I opened the belly along the breastbone midline, clear of the gallbladder and gut to avoid contamination, took the heart, liver, kidney, the richest parts, wrapped in washed leaf, and buried the waste in a deep pit far from the water against smell and pathogens. Then jointed it. 2 thick legs, 2 breasts, the whole frame with ribs, 2 wings, and sorted the feathers. The 6 long flight feathers tough and perfectly curved, prime fletching, bound with thin vine. The down kept for warmth or a pillow. Cooking plus 0.1 to LV.2.0. Inside, Sue Man had the fire up, Lin Tian off to the seep with a shell, Shun Qingqiu's lashes trembling open. Morning. I came in with the jointed bird. Extra rations today. Her eyes were vague at first, then focused. She made to push up on a hand, the ankle sting stopping her. I gave her no second try. 2 steps, left arm behind her back, right under her knees, the lift light as a feather at strength 9.5, and set her propped at the wall hollow. Settle down. My fingers already on the swollen ankle, the tone unarguing. Your body's the priority patient right now. The recovery bar's only halfway. Sue Man had warm water ready. I took the thermos to her lips, and after a second's hesitation at the cup and my unyielding look, she drank in small sips, the warmth a comfort. Favorability 46% to 47%. Morning care. Shun Qingqiu first. Propped, I pressed the right ankle, swelling down by half. Only slight pain. Then the left shin, the old dressing off, the redness fully gone. No discharge, fresh pink granulation showing. Infection fully cleared, into tissue repair. I rinsed round it with cool boiled water and reapplied fresh ladybell and felt fern paste, both common in island folk use for inflammation and bleeding, still in stock, and bound it with the last clean, fire-sterilized strip, gentle and clean. Then Sue Man, the right forearm splint steady, the sling correct, the rose myrtle dressing on her temple dry, the scab firm, no redness. She helped with her left hand while I cleaned the temple and laid a fresh banana leaf lining. Lin Tiantian's were simplest, shin scrape and ankle leech bite scabbed, and healing, nothing needed. First aid plus 0.2 to LV.3.3, favorability up for Shun Qingqiu and Sue Man. Breakfast. I skewered chicken on bamboo and roasted it, fat sizzling, the smell spreading, and set the meal box with water and cut wild yam at the stove's edge to stew slow on the residual heat, the roast char and the rising yam soup steam filling the cave with a settling warmth. I tore off the easiest chewed breast and sat by Shun Qingqiu. President Shun, protein time. The strip to her lips. Her eyes flicked to Sue Man at the fire and Lin Tian sorting feathers, her jaw tightening. I can manage. Save the energy, President Shun. My hand held steady, brow up. What you'd burn feeding yourself is good for 3 more millimeters of new flesh on that wound. The flush at her ears spread to her neck. She glared, no force in it, and after a pause dipped her head and bit the strip from my hand. I set jointed leg meat on a clean leaf within Sue Man's reach. Purser, help yourself, say if you need a hand. She took a piece with her good left hand, slow but composed. I've troubled you enough. This is fine. Eating small, her eyes warm on me. I bit into a crisp leg myself and tore off a juicy strip to the side. Lin Tian was already there waiting like a nestling. Took it in one, eyes scrunching, then picked the bit she judged best roasted from her own share and held it up to me. Brother Yinfan, this one's so good, try it. After, I announced to all, today's day 6 on the island. Beyond securing this place, I'm going to search for other survivors. Shun Qingqiu's face went serious. My security advisor, Tang Zhong, was on the flight. Ex-Special Forces. If she's alive, she'd be a very strong asset. Suman added softly, "Yes, Mr. Lee." And a young woman passenger, very quiet. Chinemo, I think. A writer. I matched the names to memory. The sharp-eyed, silver-streaked high ponytail, and the social anxiety ghost hunched in a corner under a hood that all but covered her face. I set the tasks. Today I'll sweep a fan toward the main wreck and the southwest wetland. Tian, you see to Qingqiu and help Suman. Also, I looked at her, deliberate. You've an important job. You're my first pottery apprentice, taught by my own hand. If there's free time today, try the new clay with Suman. Simple pieces, cups, or plates. Qingqiu, Suman, sound all right. Qingqiu nodded. Fine, I'll learn too. Suman smiled gently. Of course, Mr. Lee. Teacher Tian, we're in your hands. Handed the little teacher role, Lin Tian froze a second. Then a bright, proud, responsible smile broke across her, and she nodded hard. Leave it to me. Everything Brother Yunfan taught me, I'll teach Sister Shun and Sister Suman. Favorability up for all three. Pre-mission prep. The search needed better weapons, a simple self-bow, a batch of arrows, a spare spear, and a spear thrower. I pulled the systems chapters on primitive bows and lever throwers, the diagrams clear across my sight. Bow. Near the cave, I picked a young ironwood, 5 centimeters thick, straight, even-grained. The knife cut precisely along the grain at crafting LV.4.8, and in under 10 minutes, I had a 1.6-meter length cut and barked. Ironwood's density makes a fine bow. String. Stock vines soaked and torn fine. 3 strands twisted to about 1.8 meters, the fibers heating in my palms as it tightened even. Arrows. Straight, thin bamboo, 6 at 70 centimeters. The points sharpened and rolled at the coal edge to char and harden for penetration. Fletching from the jungle fowl flight feathers, the glue ready-made. Yesterday's pine resin melted and mixed with charcoal powder for tack and wear resistance. Painted on the knock end, the feathers set fast and lashed with pre-soaked thin bark fiber, each feather's angle fine-tuned for stable flight. New spear. A 2.2-meter ironwood branch, 1 inch sharpened and fire-hardened, the butt trimmed flat. Spear thrower, a 40-centimeter offcut of ironwood, 1 end carefully gouged into a shallow cup just deep enough to seat the spear butt without slipping or fouling the release, the other end shaped to a comfortable grip, the gouging all patience and precision, the crafting skill earning its keep. I shaped the bow over the fire's residual heat, slow, even bending so the wood fiber took the new curve without internal stress fracture, and lightly heat set the thrower's cup. Strung it, drew it. A fine crisp creak. The wood under load, the pull near 30 pounds, easy at strength 9.5, 20 steady draws in a row. I set the spear on the thrower and mimed a cast. Thrower grip in the right, spear steadied with the left, step back, twist the waist and drive the shoulder, smooth. The tips whistle sharper and harder than a hand throw. Crafting plus 0.3 to LV.5.1. Lines popped. First self-bow and arrows made, skill point +1. First spear thrower made, skill point +1. I opened the skill panel. 1 point to ranged. Ranged LV.1.4, LV.2.4, and the muscle memory and theory poured in. Hold. The 3-point sight line, breath control, distance, and arrow drop. 1 to crafting. Crafting LV.5.1, LV.6.1. Woodworking feel, grain reading, complex structure spatial sense, so a glance at a block of wood generated its 3 views in my head. The held free point to agility. Agility 6.6, 7.6. Lighter, more coordinated, the reflexes a beat faster, my fingers visibly quicker, a cut on a test piece 30% faster and cleaner. The system, energy use optimized, complex tool speed and precision markedly up. Geared up, pack with roasted chicken, knife, window glass, spare vine. The thermos full of warm water, the fan palm hat. New spear in the right, thrower in the left, bow slung across my back, the homemade quiver at my hip with 6 fletched arrows. Radar open, 3 green dots steady at the cave, no red. I nodded to the 3 staying. Stay alert, mind the fire. I'll try to be back before dusk. Push the door, into the jungle. Agility 7.6 and Constitution 8.0 together made the tangled terrain easygoing. Footing clear of twigs and leaf litter, near silent, the stamina drain clearly slowed, starting 81%. Southwest, the caves greened up falling behind, gray unexplored ahead. Foraging as I went. Wild banana, still green. Two small hands peeled and eaten walking. Unripe, starchy, tannic and astringent, but solid filling. Satiety to 88, hydration to 80. A dark red flat reishi type bracket on a dead log. 2 pieces taken for the kit. Held in traditional use to be antibacterial and immune boosting. A live stream under 2 meters wide, clear to the bottom. The system put it physically clean, microbial risk moderate, boil before drinking. But at Constitution 8.0, I had enough resistance to common waterborne bugs and drank cupped handfuls, cool and sweet, far better than the seep. Hydration to 98. Ripe dark red bacoria on bank shrubs, the flesh white and juicy, sweet tart, good vitamins, and water. Satiety to 90, hydration to 100. Broad-leaved spiral ginger by the path, a piece of rhizome dug, used in folk medicine for inflammation and pain, a fine spare. A shape flicked through the branches, a squirrel. I drew and loosed, the whole motion much smoother now, the arrow thunking into a trunk a hair off its escape line, the fletching trembling. I worked it back out by rotating along the embed line, sparing the shaft, checked head and fletching, and returned it to the quiver. Ranged plus 0.1 to LV.2.5. Then I dropped into stealth, bow against my leg, steps light and slow, breath low in the belly, presence minimal, eyes sweeping the gaps like a scanner, ears filtering wind and leaf for any wrong note. Traps plus 0.1 to LV.3.6. Nearing the target area, the growth changed. Trees spaced wider, more moisture-loving ferns and herbs, the humidity climbing, the air close. The system, 30 ambient, 34 felt, humid, the classic microclimate of rainforest grading into wetland. I went warier, spear angled to thrust, thrower firm in the left, perception 6.2 full open. The radar swept. Only my own green dot inside 100 meters, a few static yellow points, no red. I parted a giant taro leaf, and it opened out. A shallow reed-ringed marsh, the water about 2 basketball courts across, duckweed and watergrass floating, the edges muddy, a few waterbirds flushing off. I was crouching to read the water and the ground, when the radar's edge changed sharply. About 90 meters northwest, a green dot flared up, then 2 red dots at once. The 3 moving fast, crossing, a standoff or a chase. The greens track urgent and struggling, the reds closing to pincer it. My pupils tightened, every muscle taut as a bowstring. Green a teammate? Tangzhong. Chinemo? Red? Hostile? What size? What kind? 2 of them. No time for more. I drew a breath. Agility 7.6 bursting, dropped near to the ground, spear angled to charge, snatched an arrow to the string, and sprinted toward the clash like a silent ghost, soundless and very fast. My body was a bow drawn full. Agility 7.6 turned to real burst. Low, my feet leaping precise over tangled roots, the rotten leaf layer slick, but my center welded to the ground, each landing on the thickest moss, quieter than rain on leaves. The readout flickered, stamina 76 to 73, heart 102 to 118, danger moderate to high, violent biological activity detected. 20 meters ahead, through the brush gaps, I could hear a boar's furious grunting, the whoosh of a swung stick, a stifled grunt. A shadow sliding along the ground. About 60 meters in, my lungs burned. I checked speed on a great tree's aerial roots at a turn and caught my breath. At the corner of my eye, low shrubs hung with ping-pong-sized smooth red fruit. 3 into my mouth, the skin thin and crisp, sweet tart juice flooding, the flesh faintly rose-scented, easing the dry throat. Satiety to 92, hydration to 98. The system on the first bite, rose apple, edible, vitamin C, and mineral-rich. The seeds hold cyanogenic glycosides, toxic, don't chew them. I spat the pit, drew a breath, sprinted on. 30 meters. I slipped behind a stand of giant taro, the leaves half my height, their serrated veins natural cover, parted a gap, and cut my eyes into the field like a knife. Green dot confirmed. The silver-streaked high ponytail matted with mud and blood, but the cut of it unmistakable, Tang Zheng. Her back to a thick trunk, the left arm hanging wrong, plainly a joint gone, a wrist-thick stick sharpened in her right hand, the point dark with blood. Bad shape. The black tactical vest torn in places, the cloth split at the left shoulder over a deep claw gash on cold pale skin, blood running down. The camo trousers worn through at the knee, the shins, all mud. That world-weary face was set hard. No fear in the sharp eyes. Only a beast-cold killing intent and exhaustion near its limit. But what held me were the two reds opposite her, two subadult bearded pigs, leaner than farm hogs, shoulder about 70 centimeters, 70 or 80 kilos by eye, coarse dark brown bristles raised along the spine. The averted tusks the most striking thing. Not full-grown, but the tips already that horn-pale yellow-white, over 10 centimeters. They flanked her, pawing, white breath at the nostrils, low threat growls in the throat. A classic pincer. The left one larger, a notch out of its right ear, Tang Zheng's mark from a counter, plainly. I stabbed the spear into the ground, fingers already at the quiver. Bow up, arrow on, draw. The LV point 2.5 muscle memory 30% smoother than yesterday. I knelt, right elbow braced inside the knee, sighted along the crude baseline on the notch-eared pigs behind the ear triangle. The aid line surfaced on my retina, a pale green dashed arc, the end tipped up a little, marked with wind and humidity compensation. I held my breath. The string snapback ran up my arm. The arrow's whistle was buried in the boar's roar, but the next instant, thuck, the head drove in behind the notch-eared pig's left neck, 15 centimeters deep, most of the shaft gone. It shrieked and lurched, but the arrow had missed spine and great artery and only lit a wilder fury. It swung its head to the arrow's line, the red little eyes fixing on me behind the taro. Aggro pulled. I stood without hesitation, another arrow on. Over here, to Tang Zheng, and loosed the second. Rushed, it grazed the spine and stuck in a trunk behind. Enough. The notch-eared pig was fully on me. For hooves digging, head down with the tusks, charging. Weight times acceleration, take that square, and its 3 ribs gone. I didn't back off. My left hand scooped the thrower and hooked its cup onto the planted spear's butt. At 5 meters, I sidestepped right forward, drew the thrower full to the rear, and drove the waist and core round. Strength 9.5 fully out. HSSS. The spear became a gray streak, the fire-hardened tip flashing dark red in the leaf light, and drove true into the pig's left shoulder blade, through the muscle, jamming in the bone. Its charge stalled. It staggered, shrieking onto its side. I gave it no chance, pounced like a cat, drew the knife, and at the moment its roll bared the neck, drove the tip into the carotid, and along the bone gap, a wrist turned to widen it, then out. Hot blood sprayed half my face. It convulsed and went still. First kill of a large, dangerous animal with self-made weapons, skill point, +1. Under 8 seconds. On the other side, Tang Zheng took the opening I'd made. In the instant the second pig was thrown by its mate's scream, she drove the stick like a striking snake into its eye socket, the point sinking into the eyeball. The pig flung its head in pain, and she let go and fell back, clear of the tusk sweep. I was there, picked up the spear stuck in the first pig, drove in from the rear side, the tip on the heart below the ribs, my whole weight behind it. Thup, through hide and muscle, a wrist twist as the resistance came, through the diaphragm into the chest. A last grunt, the forehooves buckling, and it went down. Over. Only heavy breathing and the blood smell left in the jungle. I pulled the spear, flicked the blood off, and turned to her. She had her right hand pressed to the left shoulder, cold sweat all over her forehead, lips white, but standing straight. As the distance closed to 3 meters, a strange scent reached me. Not flower, not perfume, something like the clean sweetness of fresh-peeled lychee with a soft milky note, sharp in the close wet air, off her sweat-damp neck and collarbone, the heat after hard exertion baking it stronger. I drew a breath without thinking, and it eased something, even loosened the killing tautness a little. Odd. The smell was the opposite of her cold edge. She watched me, the sharp eyes all appraisal and guard, hoarse but clear. Who are you? Why help me? Li Yunfan. I wiped the blood off my face, pointed northeast. Shin Qingqiu's group. She's at a safe base. Her look changed, the cold guard cracking to relief and urgency under it. President Shin's alive? Thank God. Favorability 5% to 15%. Alive, hurt badly, but not life-threatening. I stepped closer, eyes on her shoulder. Your left shoulder's dislocated, has to be reset now. Leave it, and the swelling worsens, harder to deal with. No argument from her. She bit her lip and nodded. Sit, back to the trunk. She did, right leg out, left bent, settling her center. I knelt at her left, right hand on her wrist, left under her elbow. It'll hurt, Barrett. I used the standard traction countertraction, slipped off the vine sandal, set my heel in her left armpit, kept steady traction on the arm, and drove the heel out and up. The reset clicked, clear. She shuddered, a grunt, sweat rolling off her brow, but didn't cry out. I let go. Try moving it. She worked the shoulder careful. A dull, swollen ache still, but the joint home, the arm lifting. Her look at me had something new in it. You know this. Following the manual. I wiped my hands. The illustrated standard first aid guide in my head when I'd done it. What was that but a manual? First aid plus 0.2 to LV.3.5. Favorability 15% to 25%. We were very close through the reset. Her pain sweat heavier, that lychee milk scent stronger at my nose, and it went a little to my head. I stepped back half a pace to clear it and keep my focus. There's one more. Chen Mo, a writer, quiet. Glasses, seen her? She pointed her right index west, at thick brush. After we scattered, she ran that way. I went to follow, but these two came at me. A pause. There are fresh large cat tracks on the ground over there, and a very faint cub cry. I judged it dangerous and didn't push in. I checked the radar. Inside 100 meters, only my own arrow marker and Tangzhang's dot. A few static yellow points, no other green. Chen Mo had moved out of range. I waited fast. Tangzhang's shoulder just reset, needs immobilizing and rest. The two carcasses must be processed quick or the blood smell draws more predators. A large cat working the direction Chen Mo fled makes a blind pursuit too risky. Base first, I decided. Process this meat, fix your shoulder. Chen Mo we planned for properly. She nodded, no objection. Then the hard processing. I bled both pigs at the neck. Fast, since poor bleeding spoils the keep. The blood soaking the soil, the smell heavy. I cut 4 thick hind legs, 10-odd kilos each, then the loins along the spine, 2 whole lean strips, 30 to 40 kilos of clean meat to carry. The skin not wasted. I stripped 2 hind leg hides whole, fat layer and all, tannable into armor or containers, and took the 4 tusks carefully, hard stuff, ground down into awls or knives. Materials ready. I built a drag sled on the spot. 2 straight hardwood branches, 2 meters, lashed crosswise at ends and middle into a net hammock, the meat heaped on, wrapped in hide, lashed with vine. Under 20 minutes. Crafting plus 0.2 to LV.6.3. Setting back. I slung the sled's main vine over my right shoulder, at strength 9.5, hauling the tens of kilos like carrying a laptop bag, spear in the right on guard, and lifted my left arm toward her. Hold on, steadier that way. She hesitated a beat, then set her right hand on my forearm, and we moved northeast, the loaded sled behind. Past the live stream again, I stopped, drank 2 mouthfuls from the thermos, then handed it to her. Hydration to 100. She paused a moment on the rim, where I'd just drunk, then tipped it up and drained it, her throat working, the sweat-damp silver hair stuck to her neck, that lychee milk scent drifting with the motion. I looked away, crouched, and scrubbed the boar blood off my face in the cold water, refilled the cup at the flow, capped it, hung it back. In the bankweeds, I caught frond green shoots. Water dropwort, the system said, edible raw, vitamin-rich, cooling, and diuretic. I pulled 2 handfuls, rinsed them, chewed one, and gave her the other. Crisp, a faint celery scent, and a touch of bitter. Satiety to 94. Tens of meters on, shrubs hung with small, smooth green fruit. One in my mouth flooded sour astringent enough to cramp the cheeks, then a strong, sweet aftertaste welled from the root of the tongue. Indian gooseberry, fiercely sour astringent, but with a strong, sweet return, vitamin C rich, traditionally for soothing the throat. Good stuff. I picked more and gave them to her. Hold it in the mouth. It raises saliva. She copied me, brows knitting at the sour. Then a flick of surprise. The sweet return was real. Walking, our bodies brushed unavoidably. Her metabolism up from exertion and pain. Her temperature up, the lychee milk scent carrying in waves to me with the rhythm of the steps. The more I caught it, the more it eased me. A little heady, a stark contrast against her cold profile, the sharp eyes, the still seeping wounds. "How's President Shen's injury?" she asked suddenly. "Is your base secure? How many of you now?" I gave the cave situation in brief, the three women's states, the basic defenses. She listened, was quiet a while, then turned, sharp eyes probing. "Mr. Lee, you're fighting strange." The archery's plainly a beginner's level. Grip too tight, a slight wrist wobble on release, breath not set, all novice tells. But that close work just now. A pause, her gaze deeper. The speed of the charge, the force and placement of the stab, the way you dodge the boar's rush, faster than a normal person. Yet there's no form to it, just the most direct kill, all body instinct and a streak of viciousness. She looked me dead on. "What have you trained?" Or, I smiled. I'd expected the question. An ex-Special Forces operator with a pour, I would be the surprise. "Trained? Does the gym count?" Ryan Frank. "I used to grind overtime, lifted to decompress, banked some strength and stamina. As for reaction speed, maybe survival instinct beaten in by clients chasing proposals." I adjusted the sled rope easily as I spoke, strength 9.5 making it look offhand. Honest truth, before today, I'd never seen a real boar. Those moves were just spot it, charge, stab hard. Theory's the brain, execution's the nerve, and the rest, a pause, a grin. You leave to adrenaline. She sat stunned at that. No systematic training, not even proper training, pure physique plus nerve in the moment. But she'd seen it. The instant speed and force don't fake, nor the judgment that found the weak point in chaos. Her eyes deepened. Pure physique and battlefield instinct? That's rarer. The respect for strength thick in it. I picked it up, half joking, half not, and add one more line, a project manager's whole picture coordination. Like now, my task is to get you in this batch of deliverables. I pointed at the pork, back to HQ safe. Her mouth tugged up faintly and went flat again. Favorability 25% to 42%, crossing the initial trust node, reward 1 attribute point. There it was. I opened the panel and put it straight into strength. Strength 9.5, 10.5. A warm strength welled from the spine through the limbs. The sled on my shoulders suddenly lighter, the muscle recombed, recruitment up. I could feel my spear fingers tighten a half. The fine adjustment a strength jump needs. Stamina 68% to 75%, the gain restoring some. By the way, I remembered, the way Chun Mo ran, large cat tracks. What features? Pad width about 12 centimeters, 5 toes, clear claw marks, a big stride. From the depth, over 50 kilos. As for big leopard or tiger, I didn't get the toe pad detail, but the size and gait felt more tiger. I mulled it, shook my head. No, there shouldn't be tigers here. If there are, it's nothing we'd recognize, and a cub cry? Very faint, like a kitten. Far off, or muffled by something, she said firmly. Understood. I had my reckoning. An hour plus of trekking, and the cave base came into view. I stopped and called toward it, lifting my voice. Tian Tian, I'm back. It carried through the trees. A short silence, then her delighted, pitched-up answer. Brother Yin Fan? The door shoved open with a clatter and she burst out like a fawn, chestnut hair bright in the sun, arms opening to throw herself over. Then braked hard at the sight of me bloodied, the great sled behind, a strange tall woman beside me, eyes round. This is... Su Man followed, a hand still on the wall, her gaze passing over me and pausing on the blood-streaked, shoulder-splinted Tang Zheng before warming. Miss Tang, still gentle, I'm so glad you're safe. Please, come in. Her eyes sweeping the wounds and the tired face. Shen Qingqiu's voice came from inside. Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng went to her and dipped her head. President Shen, I'm sorry I didn't find you sooner. Surviving is doing your duty. Short. How's the injury? Left shoulder dislocatedly. Yinfan reset it. Surface wounds. Nothing serious. I was already assigning. Tian, help me move the meat in off the sled, sort it. Su Man, keep boiling water, ready for wound cleaning. I sat Tang Zheng by the fire and checked the tears on her. The vest torn open in places, the quick dry shirt under it ripped too, the wounds fouled with mud, needing a thorough clean. The meal box water boiled. Su Man brought it on a banana leaf, and I wiped the wounds with a hot strip. The firelight moved on her cold, pale face. She sat straight, working with me the whole way, not a sound even when the cloth caught a wound and the muscle twitched. Only the sharp eyes followed my hands. Clean, check for debris, the mashed ladybell paste on, smooth and precise, no theory only about it. The cave busied. Lin Tian humming as she hauled pork, Su Man tending the fire, Shin Qingqiu now, and then noting which cut should sit more in the air. Tang Zheng watched it all, the mix of sweat, soil, and some plain reliability about me in her nose. The left shoulder still aching dully but the sling steady, her gaze on my lowered profile as I bound a deeper gash on her arm. Favorability 42% to 60%. Crossing the next node. Reward 2 attribute points, 2 unassigned. Captain. The word came out of her on its own. I looked up. Her sharp eyes, lit warm orange in the firelight, had shed the battlefield cold for a burning focus. If you need it, once I've healed I can guide you back that way to look for Chan and Mo. I met her eyes and nodded. When you can raise your arm to draw a bow. The light hadn't reached the cave yet, the fire down to a dull red coal bed, the warmth still on the air. The first thing I woke to was the heavy warmth against me again. Lin Tian, the little thing who always carried a faint milky sweet smell, curled tight against my side. One arm laid out of habit across my waist, chestnut hair tips itching at my neck. After all the wilderness and the attribute gains, my body was particularly wide awake. In the mornings, the signal impossible to ignore. This girl's always playing with fire. You really aren't afraid I'll bite? I clicked my tongue inwardly, a little put upon, a little restless. With strength and constitution up, the morning impulse had risen too, like an overwarmed engine. I drew a breath, called on the will I'd used to manage clients, and lifted her arm off me, then bent and sat up in an awkward sideways crouch. Crisis diffused. Only then did I scan the beds, Shin Qingqiu on her side, breathing even, the shin out past the jacket cool pale in the dimness. Su Man against the wall, the slung arm unchanged. Tang Zheng nearer the mouth, the high ponytail loose on the leaf pad, that world-weary face a little softened in sleep. I rose quiet, but her lashes flickered and her eyes opened. No waking fog in the sharp eyes, only an instant focused wariness. Captain, low and sleep hoarse. Left shoulder, dull ache, bearable. No fever. I nodded and felt her forehead. My eyes fell to her face and the readout surfaced. Tang Zheng. Conscious, left shoulder reduced and immobilized. Local soft tissue contusion, 36.8. Normal, no infection signs. Mood alert / observing. Favorability 60%. Confirmed. She shut her eyes again, but her breathing had changed, not sleeping. Shin Qingqiu woke too, lashes moving, eyes still closed, only shifting from her side to a half-lean. Su Man, woken by the small sounds, gave her usual gentle smile and pushed up on her left hand. Stamina 92, satiety 88, hydration 90. Good. Time to spend points. 2 attribute points, 1 into agility. Agility 7.6, 8.6. A faint current brushed the spine. I turned a wrist on instinct, the range unchanged, but the precision up. Fine motions that used to need the brain's deliberate command now landed the instant the thought formed, the nerve signal gone from ordinary road to fiber optic. The second into perception. Perception 6.2, 7.2. The world sharpened, not the eyes, but how information came in. I could pick apart the different cracklings in the fire, moisture bursting in frond stalks, the brittle snap of sheoak fiber, the seeps drip steady at 1 every 3 seconds, the air a mix of soil damp, plant rot, the faint blood of yesterday's pork, and Tang Zheng's distinct lychee milk scent, now like just peeled lychee, sweet with a clean tartness. Then the skill point. Ranged LV point 2.5, LV point 3.5. Ballistics theory went three-dimensional in my head, where I'd needed half a second to read the aid line's impact point. Now the arm muscles set to the best angle the moment it surfaced. The core's coordination on the draw, the fingers loose but not loose release. All of it cut straight into the body. Captain. Tang Zheng's eyes again, on my still profile. It's nothing. I gathered myself and went to the mouth. Daily check. Outside. First light. Mist like wet gauze in the trees. The east spike trap good, the tripvine taut. The west four nooses, the third had something. A brown flying squirrel hung in the loop. Dead, a size bigger than a tree squirrel, gray-brown, bushy-tailed, maybe a kilo. Tang Zheng had followed out, the arm still slung, her steps near soundless. I glanced at her. Don't go moving around with that not healed. Learning the ground. Short, her eyes on the trap layout. This west trip line. Drop the angle 5 degrees. Hug the game trail closer. I crouched. She was right. The trail's leaf litter showed a worn track, the line at 15 centimeters, but the animal's usual run lower. I lowered it to about 10. Traps plus 0.1 to LV.3.7. This area is yours from now on, I said, standing. Once you've healed, the defenses are your optimization. Favorability 60% to 65%. Yes, Captain. A flicker of trusted focus in her eyes. Back with the squirrel, Lin Tiantian was up, drawing water. Su Man feeding the fire one-handed to keep the boil low. Shin Qingqiu sorting the supplies, relaying the clay pieces, shells, and herb bundles by kind, slow, but every gap between the pieces tuned the same width, ranked like a parade. Morning, Brother Yunfan. Her eyes lit at the catch. Got more game. Extra rations. I tossed the squirrel to the processing spot and turned to the corner. Let me see what you gathered yesterday. She bounced over, pointing out the haul for credit. For coconuts. I knocked the husk off. 3 guava, riper than yesterday. A little string of bacoria, 2 spiral ginger pieces, a handful of blechnum tips. These need blanching, right? An erasure, a bundle of the repellent herb, a length of wrought tan. I checked each. Green husks, eyes intact, guava softening, sent out. Bacoria red as little lanterns. Blechnum fiddleheads fresh, unopened. Then my eye fell on the clay row. Beside the 2 dried pieces from before, the bowl and pot, was a new line, a thicker-walled, deeper bowl, a stubby-handled soup spoon, 2 small dishes. The spoon's handle a bit crooked but the bowl gouged round. Bowl and dishes neat, covered with damp cloth, the moisture even, no cracks. Su Man and I made these yesterday, Lin Tiantian said, a little shy. Her right hand's out, but her left did the spoon handle, and I helped shape it. The bowl and dishes are mine. Wanted to try doing better. Su Man added softly. Not well done. The handle's crooked. I picked up the spoon, thumbed the handle. Crooked, yes, but the joint firm, won't snap first use. The bowl's wall even, the dish edge smooth. All good, I set it down. Crooked handle's fine if it works. A usable tool's a good tool. Tiantian's coming along fast, and Su Man put care in. Lin Tiantian's eyes curved to crescents. Su Man smiled. Work before breakfast. I dragged the 4 coconuts over, the knife tipped to the softest of the 3 eyes, a press and twist opening a small hole, the sweet water welling. I gave it to Shin Qingqiu first. President, electrolytes. She sipped twice and passed it to Su Man, then Lin Tiantian, then Tang Zheng. 1 coconut round the 4, and I opened a second, drank first, passed it on. Cool and sweet down the throat, the early dullness gone. Then containers. I picked 2 well-shaped coconuts and, with a sharp flat sandstone for a hatchet, tapped along the equator. A shallow groove cut, the knife tip in, a wrist trick prying. Crack, 2 clean half spheres. Crafting plus 0.1 to LV.6.4. I scooped the white meat from the inner walls, sliced it thin onto a warm flat stone by the fire to dry into copra. Precious fat and energy. Then held the 4 half shells insides to the fire, turning them to kill any microbes and lightly char them for cleaning and keeping. And once the insides took a dry sheen, I ground the cut edges smooth with sandstone for usable shell bowls. The other 2 coconuts I handled differently. A 2-centimeter hole at the top, the sweet water poured carefully into a shell bowl, the soft white meat dug out onto a washed banana leaf. Chop the meat. It goes in the soup later with the water. I told Lin Tiantian on soup duty. She nodded and cut it small with a stone scalded in boiling water. These 2 shells would be canteens. I whittled 2 conical bungs from soft, fine-grained dead branch core. The key step was the carrier net. Rattan bark split fine with the fingers, woven tight into an adjustable net for each shell, finished with a sturdy shoulder strap. 2 portable shell canteens, the bungs seating firm. Crafting plus 0.2 to LV.6.6. The bungs won't fully seal, slight seepage, so no long-term freshwater storage, I said plainly. But short-haul seawater's fine. We use it fast. Seawater. Lin Tion blinked. Curing meat needs salt. Soap needs alkali. I slung on the bow, spear at my back, took the 2 empty canteens. Tang Zheng, learn the ground with me. The 2 of us went down the familiar path to the beach, the morning mist clearing, sun through the canopy. I led, deliberately on bared rock or firmer mud mid-path, off the wet humus at the sides. She kept close, arm fixed but step steady, taking the firmest ground too, the wilderness habit gone to instinct. I pointed as we went. That's the cattail spot, leaves for weaving. That's wild banana, pith for water. A pause, the spear at a wet leaf pile. This area may have land leeches. Don't hug the edge, tread firm down the middle. She noted it silent, asking the odd short, professional question. At the reef the tide was ebbing. I dipped both canteens in a wave-washed pool, filled them, about 1.2 liters each, and hefted them. The bungs did seep faintly, but fine short-term. Seawater's mainly for salting meat. In a soap attempt later, I explained. Drinking it or salting heavily without diluting causes dehydration. Use it carefully. On the way back, my raised perception caught a faint stir far off to the northwest. Birds flushing, wing beats carrying across a few hundred meters. I stopped and listened, but the radar showed no red or yellow inside 100 meters. What is it? Tang Zheng went alert. Nothing. I walked on, but filed it away. Back at the cave past 9. The 3 had cooked a mixed soup from yesterday's roasted muntjac strips, blanched blechnum tips, sliced wild guava, and the new coconut water and meat. The smell spread. Shun Qingqiu had even set a few bacoria in a new shell bowl on the stone ledge by her bed, the spacing precise as ruled. Food's up. I set the canteens down. We sat round and ate from the shell bowls. Su Man, the right hand out of use, sat by me. I ladled soup into a new bowl, tested the heat. A bit hot, so I spooned some, blew on it, and held it to her. Her face pinked, but she didn't dodge, opened and took it, throat sliding. Thank you, soft. Favorability 76% to 78%. Shin Qingqiu could hold her own bowl, but her left hand shook. I steadied the base. She glanced at me and drank with the faintest curve at her mouth. Favorability 50% to 51%. Lin Tian tore the tenderest muntjac and held it to my mouth. I ate it. Tang Zheng ate silently, one-handed but still deft. I put a piece in her bowl. You need quality protein to rebuild tissue. Eat more. A look, a nod. Yes, Captain. Favorability 65% to 66%. After, wound care. Shin Qingqiu unwrapped the shin. Healing well, the red flesh edges drawn in, fresh pink granulation, no discharge, no smell. I rinsed with fresh-boiled cooled water. A field wound's worst enemy is reinfection, so boiled water only, and reapplied ladybellin felt fern paste, rebound it. My fingers, working, brushed the skin. She stiffened a little, her breath quick, but didn't flinch, only looked away, ears pink. Su Man splint good, the sling right. I massaged her right fingers, tip to base, slow, for circulation against stiffness. She worked with me, soft thanks, her eyes warm. Favorability 76% to 80%. Then Tang Zheng, the shoulder swelling further down. I ground the leftover rasher to powder, mixed it into the ladybell paste, reapplied it. The polysaccharides anti-inflammatory, and binding the splint tight, drew fine sweat to her brow. Working close, her lychee milk scent, stronger from the pain sweat, reached me. I kept to the work and finished, then wiped the sweat at her temple with a clean cloth. Recovery's a process, bear it. She shuddered faintly, the skin behind her ears reddening, a low Favorability 66% to 71%. Lin Tian only had old scabs, but I checked anyway. She pressed into my palm like a cat wanting a scratch. 10:30, The pork processing began in earnest. I poured the 2 canteens of seawater into a larger shell bowl, about 2.4 liters, and diluted it 4-to-1 with spring water. Seawater's about 3.5% salt. Salt the meat with it straight, and it's over salty, and it pulls the water back out of the meat, leaving it dry and hard. Dilute to about 0.7%, near saline, and it preserves without over-drying. The boar hind leg and loin, hung overnight in the air, surface dried. I cut them into 3-finger strips, washed them in the dilute brine, drained them. An upgraded cure, Indian gooseberry crushed, vitamin C and tannins, natural preservatives, mint leaves wrung for juice, menthol, antibacterial, cattail stem juice, natural sugar to drive the Maillard reaction for good color after smoking, and a little spiny gourd pulp, the orange-red mucilage thickening it so the cure coated the strips even. Like a spa for the meat, I said, working it in. Every corner gets attention. The hide needed scraping, knife edge up, one hand pinning the skin, the other scraping even, the white fat coming off into another shell bowl. Pork fat oxidizes fast in heat and wet. Use it soon or seal it. We'll try some today. The heart and liver set aside for lunch, the rest processed with the strips. The smoking rack went 5 meters upwind of the cave, somewhere airy but not directly blown. 2 Y-branches in the ground, a hardwood crossbar, a simple A-frame, the strips threaded on fine vine and hung. 3 smoke fuels, Dita tree leaves and twigs, mild, faintly sweet. Camphor leaves, the volatiles antibacterial and repellent, and yesterday's artemisia-like aromatic for scent. 11:30, smoking began. I dug a shallow pit under the rack, laid dry frond stalks, heaped Dita over them, lit it, and kept it from open flame, capping it with wet leaves into a smoldering smoke. Gray-white smoke rose along the airflow over the strips. Su Man on the fire, Lin Tian feeding fuel, keeping the smoke steady. Never breaking, never so heavy it blackened the meat. Cooking plus 0.3 to LV.2.3, crafting plus 0.1 to LV.6.7. Lunch at 12:30. Roasted boar heart and liver, cubed on bamboo, cooked through. Offal must be fully done against parasites, with blanched blechnum, like tender spinach, a grassy note, and bacoria for fruit. Handing Tang Zheng her skewer, I said plainly, organ meat's rich in iron and B12, good for recovering from blood loss. She took it and bit, cheeks bulging as she chewed, like some big cat eating in earnest. To Shun Qingqiu, I switched register. President, try the Wilderness Michelin. Give us a review? She gave a small hum, took it, and actually tasted it carefully. Overcooked a touch, the liver's dry at the edges. But the seasoning thinking's right. The gooseberry's sourness balances the offal's gaminess. Lin Tian near hung off my side, happily fed, her appetite especially good today, eyeing my skewer after finishing her own. Real work this afternoon, I announced. The smoking runs most of the day, purser, hard duty watching it. Tian, this afternoon we fire pottery. A pause, looking round. Also, we've got the pork fat and the wood ash now. I want to try making the most primitive soap, even if it only cuts a little grease, so washing hands and faces is more comfortable. Lin Tian lit up. We can make soap? That's great. Bathing at the spring will feel even better. Su Man nodded. We do need it. Shin Qingqiu looked thoughtful. Her cleanliness streak made her keen on anything that cleaned. Tang Zheng's focus was technical. What's the lye extraction ratio? Does the fat saponification need temperature control? I recall some plant fruits crushed will cut grease too. Isn't that simpler? I smiled. Good questions, and those are 2 different tech routes. 1 finger up. First, soapberry, soap pod, and the like, the saponins in the husk. Crush and soak, and you get foam that cuts grease, a surfactant foaming and emulsifying. Simple, but low concentration, unstable, hard to keep. A second finger. Second, pork fat and ash water into soap, a saponification reaction, fat and alkali making a new substance under heat and stirring. The product sets, keeps, cuts grease more thoroughly. Resources are thin, so we focus on the more durable soap first. After lunch, a midday rest. Lin Tian, the under-the-surface unease the impressive new sister stirred in her showing, came over and hugged my arm, head on my shoulder. Brother Yunfan, I'm a bit tired and a bit cold. Want to sleep a while. I patted her back. Sleep. Firing the kiln this afternoon's hard work too. The other three took it in. Su Man warm-eyed, settling against the far wall to rest. Shin Qingqiu glancing over and closing her eyes, face calm. Tang Zheng across the way, her gaze resting a moment on the two of us. The look in the sharp eyes hard to read, before she shut her eyes too. The cave went quiet. Only the fire's faint crackle and the threads of smoke drifting from the mouth. The midday rest drifted along on the fire's faint crackle. When I woke, the warmth was still against me. Lin Tian curled tight to my side, breathing long and even, a hand of mine at her waist. Time to work, little sleepyhead. She made a small sound, eyes opening fogged, and at the sight of me her mouth went up at once. She pressed in a bit more before letting go. Shin Qingqiu was already half up, smoothing the jacket over her legs left-handed, every crease pressed flat. Su Man checked the smoke rack at the mouth, fine sticks ready in her left hand. Tang Zheng leaned against the far wall, eyes shut, but the moment I rose those sharp eyes opened. Captain. I went to the clay corner. The two pieces dried for days, bowl and pot, sat there. I tapped the bowl wall. The sound was crisp, no dull note. The surface even and dry under my finger pad, not a trace of damp. The readout, clay bowl number 01, air drying complete, moisture under 5%, kaolin clay with some quartz sand, suitable for open pit firing, center temp 800 to 900, fuel dry hardwood, high heat value, plus palm leaf, cover, insulation. Clay pot number 01, same, but thicker, hold high heat past 1.5 hours. The new deep bowl, spoon, and dishes were still under damp cloth, 2 or 3 days from dry. Tian. I turned, gather dry hardwood, Dita, sheoak deadfall, and some palm leaves. Got it. She sprang up. Tang Zheng, clear a flat patch, downwind, about 8 meters from the cave. She rose at once, spear in her right. Dimensions? 60 centimeters across, a shallow pit, 10 deep. Copy. Su Man offered. I'll keep the smoke fire. Shin Qingqiu said nothing but followed my work with her eyes. The sight went downwind, southeast of the cave. Tang Zheng cleared weeds with the spear, the one-handed digging still deft. The fixed shoulder no power, but the core and right arm worked well together, the pit edge neat as compass drawn. Lin Tian brought the first hardwood, Dita branches, dense, dull to the knock. I picked even ones and trimmed the side shoots. I took the bowl, turned it over, and scratched a pictographic bowl mark and 01 on the base with the knife tip. The pot the same. What's that for? She crouched watching. Caveman's KPI review, my hands not stopping. Which piece is whose? Did it fire right? What to fix next time? It all needs records. Else you've no data to report to the client, and the final payment vanishes. Shin Qingqiu, hearing it from across the way, her mouth moved a little. Pit firing. A layer of fine sticks in the pit for kindling, a tic-tac-toe hardwood frame above, the bowl and pot inverted in the center. Inverting lets heat rise even and reduces under-fired bases. More hardwood heaped round into a 40-centimeter cone, the outermost layer palm leaves overlapped like an insulating quilt, one of the world's most primitive pottery methods. Embers lit the base sticks, the flame tested, then ran up the grain, the palm leaves curling and blackening. The live data ticked in a corner, center 200, 350, 500. Smoke threaded out through the leaves with Dita wood's faint sweet char. I crouched adjusting the stack with the spear for even airflow. The silicates in the clay vitrify at high heat, I explained, like a progress meeting. Once it's ceramic it won't pass water, soup won't leak, water won't soften it. Tang Zheng watched the flame from behind side. What if it's not hot enough? Like an underbaked biscuit. I cleared a too-fast smoke spot with the spear. Hard outside, powder inside, dissolves to mud at a soak. Center 650, 780, 850. It steadied near 850. The system, effective center reached, hold 1.5 hours. The flame churned inside the stack, the pieces going from earth yellow to dark red to a glowing orange through the leaf gaps. The heat wave on my face, sweat at my temple. A gust suddenly came through the trees. The flame skewed, surging onto the pot's left side. A warning popped. Local heating too fast. Large and out temperature gap. Crack risk up. My hands moved faster than thought. Spear into the stacks right. A hard lift to rake several burning pieces aside. The distribution changing at once, and I grabbed a fistful of spare wet clay and smeared it on the stack outside the pot's hot side. The clay hissed and steamed, a temporary heat shield. Crisis cleared in 10 seconds. Shin Qingqiu had moved to where she could see, her eyes on my clay-smeared hands. No critique in her voice for once. Everything you do gives the sense you've done it 100 times. Reviewing proposals for clients was meet it as it comes too. I flicked the clay off, smiled. Over budget, rob Peter to pay Paul. Tight deadline. Work through the night. Spec changed, redo it on the spot. Difference is back, then it burned brain cells. Now it's burning actual fire. Crafting plus 0.3 to LV.7.0. Time crept by in the heat. A real primitive firing runs hours. I made a trip to the latrine partway, the downwind cat hole, and coming back handed a broad wild fig leaf to Lin Tiantian on the fire. Princess Tiantian, add one more line to your standing task list. I waved the leftover leaves. Keep our 5-star restroom stocked with this top-grade natural toilet paper. The user experience is on you. She blanked, then got it, her face going red, pinching the leaf, voice thin as a gnat. I know. Brother Yinfan, you're awful. I fed the fire every 20 minutes. Lin Tiantian hauled wood, hair sweat stuck to her cheek, no complaint. Tang Zheng kept watch, arm fixed but standing straight as a javelin in the ground. An hour and a half on, the stack burned out. In the embers, the two pieces glowed dark red like two hearts dug from the earth. I raked them out gently with the spear onto dry sand laid ready. Natural cooling. Quenched them and they cracked, patient as a cake fresh from the oven. While they cooled, I turned to the soap. The pork fat in a shell bowl, about 200 milliliters, white and solid, a fine grain on the surface. The wood ash collected from the fire base, fine as flour. I made a filter bag from the washed shirt cloth, packed the ash in, tied it off. Warm boiled water, cooled to about 60, into another shell bowl. The bag dipped, squeezed, and stirred. The system: leachate mainly potassium carbonate, some sodium carbonate, and potassium chloride. pH about 10.6, weak lye, usable for saponification. Pork fat's the oil, the ash water has potassium carbonate. I explained, working. Mix and heat, and you get saponification. The product's potassium soap, far better at cutting grease than water alone. Potassium soap? Lin Tiantian asked. Same as ordinary soap? Same principle, fat and alkali. But we lack strong alkali. The potassium carbonate in ash is weak, so the reaction's very slow. Prepare for the long haul. I stirred with a fine bamboo stick. Remember, this is potassium soap. This bowl needs days of continuous stirring to thicken into a soap paste. For a hard sodium soap you can set and cut into bars, you'd need a stronger alkali source, like seaside glasswort or saltpeter. The fat over a water bath, the shell bowl on the steel can of hot water, melting clear, and I slowly added the lye, stirring on. A long process, much patience. The mix began to emulsify faintly, far from an even soap liquid yet. I added a little cattail juice for scent and a spoon of spiny gourd pulp, the orange-red natural color blooming through it, and set the bowl at a steady temperature spot by the fire, warm enough to drive the reaction without overheating. Potassium soap's slow, but it's all in the persistence. From today, this great soap-stirring cause is our shared KPI. I washed the grease off, looked round. Tiantian lead, purser, and Tang Zheng assist. President Shin supervises. At least 3 stirs a day, 5 minutes each, keep the temperature and evenness. They agreed. Whether it works depends on the next few days. I flicked the water off. Even if it never sets, this mix cuts grease better than water. Cooking plus 0.2 to LV.2.5. The pottery cooled. I lifted the bowl, lighter than expected, the red-brown body with a fine natural roughness. The quartz sand melted and reset at high heat. A knuckle to the wall rang crisp and short, like striking china. The pot was thicker, a faint wave pattern round its base where the gust had heated it unevenly, but no crack, hard. I poured a little spring water in, left it half a minute. No seep at the base. Milestone. First successful pottery firing. Reward skill point +1, 2 to assign. Done. I crouched and scooped half a bowl of clear spring water, everyone watching quiet, the water shivering in it, mirroring the daylight from the mouth. I let it stand a full minute, eyes on the wall inside and out. No beads seeping, no damp on the stone under it. Then I drank. Spring water cool from a bowl fired by my own hand. It tasted different. Seals good, fully sintered. A satisfied curve at my mouth. Tangjung, check the traps with me. The evening forest dimming. Bow on, spear in hand. Tangjung behind side. Arms slung, but steps light. The alarm's good. The noose is empty. The third still at the adjusted 10 centimeters. The spike trap's tripvine taut as a bowstring. Passing a wild guava clump, I stopped. Ripe fruit on the branches, golden flushed red. The system, guava, ripe, edible, vitamin C, and fiber-rich. I picked two, bit one, flesh soft and sweet tart, juicy, and gave the other to Tangjung. She bit, a little juice at the corner of her mouth, and licked it off on instinct, the motion softening her hard profile a moment. Her lychee milk scent drifted over again. I let my throat move once, kept my eyes level, looked away, and picked a few more ripe ones to bring back. At the smoke rack, Su Man was feeding Dita leaves left-handed, the smoke gray-white and long. 6 hours had turned the strips dark red-brown, dry and wrinkled, firm to the touch. Smokes held steady, she reported. Refueled 3 times. I pinched a loin strip. 2 more hours, and we wrap. We'll eat a batch tonight. Wound care. Shin Qingqiu's shin healing well. The red gone. The granulation a healthy pink and denser, the edges drawing inward. I cleaned with boiled warm water and applied fresh ladybell paste with a little rasher powder. My fingers, salved, smoothed it on. Her shin cool pale in the dim, fine to the touch. She felt the warmth and pressure, stiffened a little, ear tips pink. Suman splint good. I massaged each finger, joint by joint, slow. She held her hand out. Gaze on my lowered profile, eyes soft. Favorability up for both. Then Tangjung. The swelling further down. The joint stable. Changing the dressing close in. Her lychee milk scent wreathing over. Almost habit forming after a while. Recovery's coming along. I tied the splint vine. Light movement tomorrow. Yes, Captain. Supper used the new pottery. Smoked heart and liver sliced and roasted crisp oily on a slab. Smoke strip tasters. I picked the longest smoked. Torn into pieces. Blanched Blecknam bright and crisp. Bacoria sweet tart. Coconut water and meat soup steaming in the clay pot. I ladled soup into the bowl for Su Man. Try the first piece. She took it two-handed. Light, even-walled, not hot to hold. And sipped, the steam blurring her brows. Works well. Lin Tian reached straight for a smoked strip. I tapped her hand with the chopsticks. Use the chopsticks, little savage. But it tastes better this way, she muttered, taking them anyway. Tangjung ate silently. I put the biggest piece of liver in her bowl. For the blood. Shin Qingqiu chewed slow, and after a smoked piece, gave her verdict. Smoke's right. The gooseberry's sourness still there, balancing the grease. After, the cave went quiet, the fire moving on the wall, shadows stretching and shrinking. Lin Tian sat hugging her knees by me, chin on them, staring into the flame. Suddenly her shoulder gave a small jerk. I looked. She lifted her head, eyes already red, tears welling but stubbornly held. Brother Yinfan. Thick with it. I miss home. The word flipped a switch. Su Man dropped her head, fingers winding her hem. Shin Qingqiu pressed her lips, her gaze to the thick dark outside. Tangjung sat straight still, but her fingers quietly tightened. I miss my mom and dad. The tears finally falling. The dorm bed. The milk tea outside school, Friday nights ordering in with my roommates watching shows. We're not getting back, are we? I reached and pulled her against me. She buried her face in my chest, the sobs muffled. I patted her back, my palm warm and steady. When the crying eased, I spoke, clear in the quiet. Better out than held in. Bottling it hurts worse. I looked round. Su Man met my eyes, hers red too. Shun Qingqiu turned away, lashes trembling. Tangjung watched me, the look complex. I know you all miss home, I said. Qingqiu's got a company waiting, hundreds of staff counting on her for their pay. Su Man's got flights. Tiantian's got school, exams next term. Tangjung. A pause, a wry smile. Me. I've nothing tying me back. Out of work half a year, friends afraid I'd borrow money, relatives calling me a failure, my ex saying I couldn't give her the life she wanted. I looked at the flame. This island might be a place to start over for me. But you're different. You've reasons to go back. Shen Qingqiu finally spoke, anxiety under it. When exactly will rescue come? Shouldn't we make a bigger signal? Didn't Tang Zheng say? I cut in. She was ambushed in the jungle, no chance to lay an SOS. And just scrawling one's useless. I picked up a charred stick and drew on the ground. The canopy's too thick, a high plane can't see under it. Lay 100-meter SOS on the ground, and the canopy hides it. From above, it's just green. I tapped the ground. To be found, you make a vast, impossible-to-miss contrast on the beach. Dark stones spelling letters on pale sand, or strip vegetation to bare the soil for a color contrast. I looked up, my eyes over each face. Tomorrow morning, Tian Tian comes to the beach with me. We build a giant SOS, at least 20 meters. And my voice dropped. We have to find Chun Mo fast. Every extra day drops her odds. Silence, only the fire. After a long while, Su Man said softly, by international convention, search and rescue for a flight lost over remote seas usually runs about 30 days. It's only day 7. In theory, they're still searching hard. If they're looking in the right place, I said. The plane went off course in a microburst. This green hell isn't on any map. With the storm and currents between, they may not have reached even the edge. Tang Zheng added, like a sentence passed, don't count on pie from the sky. I held in the jungle 3 days, not half a plane heard. Even birds don't like flying over this place. Unless we survive and prove we exist, in 30 days we're just names on a missing list. Cruel, but no one argued. I stood. Watch order. First half mine, second half Tang Zheng's. They lay down one by one. Lin Tian Tian curled by my bed, gripping my hem like she feared I'd vanish. Su Man against the wall, eyes shut, her breathing not quite settled. Shen Qingqiu on her side, back to the fire, the shoulder line stiff. Tang Zheng near the mouth, resting her eyes, ears faintly turning. I sat by the fire, spear across my knees. The panel shrank to the lower right, the radar laid out for me. A few green dots still inside 100 meters, my people. No red, no yellow. The night deepened. An unnamed night bird called, short and harsh. A rustle far off, maybe a small rodent through the leaf litter. Then, at the radar's northwest, about 80 meters, a green dot flickered faint. Just 2 seconds. Then gone. A line surface silent. Brief life signal detected. Class human. Status unknown. Signal strength extremely weak. My pupils tightened. My hand on the spear, knuckles white. Chinemo? Alive? In that direction? 80 meters. Not far. But the night jungle is another hell. Venomous snakes, biting insects, broken ground, zero visibility, possible predators. Go now? Reason scream no. Night movement's too risky. It could spook the target. I could step on a snake, get lost, drag the whole team into danger. But that green dot, 2 seconds, she's alive. I stared at the spot, gray and blank now, as if nothing had happened. I drew a breath and let it out slow. My hand loosed the spear, gripped it, loosed it again. In the end, I didn't move. But this night would be a sleepless one.